am writing a novel, and I need a sentence to describe the protagonist's emotions after a failed affair. Something that conveys strong sadness, regret, but also hope and belief that love is possible again. A line like this would be perfect. Her heart was heavy with sorrow, yet she still believed in love. Grazia Deledda, Canne al Vento, Chapter 1. The entire day Efrix, the servant of Mrs. Pintor, had worked to reinforce the primitive dyke that he himself had built little by little over the years of hard work at the bottom of the estate along the river. And at sunset he contemplated his work from above, sitting in front of the cottage under the glauca blade of reeds at mid-coast on the white hill of the pigeons. Here it is at his feet, silent, and here and there sparkling with water in the twilight, the arbour that Efix considered more his than his mistress's. 30 years of it. Possession and work have made him well suited to them, and the hedges of Indian fig trees that close it from top to bottom, like two grey serpentine walls of pebbles from Fee hill to the river, seemed to him the boundaries of the world. The servant didn't look beyond the Pauretto, either because the land on one side and the other had been owned by his mistresses. Why remember the past? Useless regret. It's better to think about the future and hope for God's help. And God promised a good year, or at least made all the almond trees and the fish of the valley, and this among 2 rows of white hills with azure distances of mountains, toi. The west and of sea to the east, covered with spring vegetation, of waters, of spots, of flowers, gave the idea of a cot heavily filled with green veils, of blue ribbons, with the murmur of the river monotone as that of a child who was falling asleep. But the days were already too hot, and Efix was also thinking about the torrential rains that swell the river without banks, and cause it to leap like a monster and destroy everything. Yes, hope, but do not trust either. Be on guard as the reeds above the Siglione beat their leaves against each other with every gust of wind, warning themselves of danger. For this he had worked all day, and now, waiting for the night, while not losing time, he wove a mat of reeds, prayed that God would make his work valid. What is a small dam if God does not make it formidable with his will, like a mountain? 7 willows through a vine, then, and 7 prayers to the Lord and to Our Lady of Remedy, blessed be she, so there it is yonder in the twilight's azure extreme, the little chapel and the quiet hamlet of cottages, like an ancient prehistoric village long abandoned. At that hour, as the moon bloomed the brush of the hill, and the euphorbs along the river also were smelling. Even the ladies of Efix were praying. Lady Esther, the oldest one, blessed her certainly, remembered for sure him, sinner. Was enough this, so that he felt content, compensated for his efforts. A step in the distance made him raise eyes. It seemed to him that he recognized it. It was a quick and light step of a child, an angel's step, who runs to announce the happy and sad things. May God's will be done. He is the one who sends good and bad news. But his heart began to tremble, and his blackened fingers with their cracks also trembled as silvered junipers, glowing in the moonlight like water threads. The step was no longer heard. Nevertheless, Efix remained there, still standing to wait. The moon rose before him, and the voices of the evening warned the man that his day was over. It was the slow call of the cuckoo, the chirrup of early grasshoppers, some bird calls. It was the sighing of the reeds, and the ever-clearer voice of the river. But above all, there was a mysterious wind, a sighing breath that seemed to come from the very earth itself. Yes, man's working day was over, but the fantastical life of the fairies, goblins, and wandering spirits was beginning. The ghosts of the ancient baroni descended from the ruins of the castle above the town of Galt, up on the horizon to the left of Efix, and roamed along the river banks in. Pursuit of wild boar and foxes, their weapons glimmered amid the low willows that lined the shore, and the faint barking of distant dogs signalled their passage. Efix could hear the noise that the Panasone were making in washing their clothes down by the river, beating them with a dead leg, and he thought he saw the madman, a Folletta, with 7 hats, within which he kept his treasure, Balzar round here and there, under the almond forest, being pursued by vampires with a steel tail. It was her step that woke the twinkling of branches and stones under the moon, and the wicked spirits united with those of the unbaptized children, white spirits who flew. through the air, turning into silver clouds behind the moon. And in the land of the Giganti there lived little Giannas who during the day stayed in their rock houses and wove gold threads on golden looms. At night they danced under the shadow of huge patches of filiorea, while the giants peered out from among the mountain rocks lashed by the moon, riding their enormous green horses that only they knew how to ride. They spied out to see if any dragons were hiding in the malevolent euphorbia that covered the plains, or if the legendary snake Canne, which had lived since the time of Christ, was crawling through the sands around the marsh. Especially on moonlit nights, this mysterious people animates the hills and valleys. Man has no right to disturb it with his presence, as the spirits have respected him during the course of the sun. So it is time for me to retreat and close my eyes under the protection of guardian angels. Anfix made the sign of the cross and rose, but he still waited for someone to arrive. He pushed the axis that served as a latch and leaned against a large cane cross that was supposed to prevent goblins and temptations from entering the cottage. The moonlight illuminated the narrow, low-ceilinged room at the corners, but it was wide enough for him. He was small and thin, like an adolescent. From a cone-shaped roof of canes and junipers, which covered the dry walls, and had a hole in the middle for the escape of smoke, hung bunches of onions and bundles of dried herbs, crosses of palm, and blessed olive branches, a painted candle, a scythe against vampires, and a bag of barley against heat. At each breath everything trembled, and spider-webs glowed under the moon. Down in the earth the pot rested with its handles on its sides, and the inverted cauldron slept beside it. Ephix prepared the mattress, but did not lie down. He still seemed to hear the noise of the childish steps. Someone was definitely coming, and indeed at once the dogs began to bark in the nearby farms, and all of the landscape, that just a few moments earlier seemed to have fallen asleep amidst the murmur of prayer from the night voices, was filled with echoes and shudders, as if it were awakening all. At once Ephix opened again. A dark figure rose up through the china where already the low herbs waved silver in the moonlight, and he, to whom even human figures seemed mysterious by night, made once more the sign of the cross. But a familiar voice called him. It was the fresh but a little anxious voice of a boy who lived next door to the Pinto lady's house. "Uncle Ephise, Uncle Ephise, what has happened, Zuananto? Are my ladies well? 1, 2 dead women from childbirth? They are well, yes, I think so. Only they send me to tell you to come back tomorrow morning to the village, as they need to speak with you. It will be because of the yellow letter I saw in the hand of woman Noemi." Noemi was reading, and Ruth, with a white handkerchief on her head like a nun, swept the courtyard, but she stood still, leaning against the broom, and listened. "A letter? Don't you know who it's from?" "No, I can't read, but my grandmother says that perhaps it's from Mr. Jasper, your master's nephew." Yes, Ephix felt it. It must have been so. However, he scratched his cheek pensively, with a downcast head, and hoped and feared that he might be, deceiving himself. The boy had sat weary on the stone in front of the hut, and loosened his boots, asking if there was nothing to eat. I ran like a deer. I was afraid of the fairies. Ephix raised his tanned olive face, hard as a bronze mask, and fixed his gaze on the boy with small blue-grey eyes set deeper, and surrounded by wrinkles. Those bright living eyes conveyed a child's anguish. "Have they told you that I must return tomorrow or tonight?" "Tomorrow," he said. "I tell you. In the meantime that you will be in town, I'll stay here to look at the farm." The servant was used to obey his mistresses, and did not make any other requests. He pulled an onion from the bunch, a piece of bread from the cart, and while the boy ate it, laughing and crying for the sharp taste of the companion wine, they started chatting again. The most important characters of the country passed through their speech. First came the rector, then his sister, Amea, cousin of the lady's Ephix. Even Don Predu was rich, but not as much as the Milis. Then came Kalina the usurer, also rich, but in a mysterious way. The thieves had tried to break her wall. In vain. It is fatated. She was laughing this morning out of her yard, saying, "If they come to enter, only find ash and nails poor as Christ." But my grandmother says that Aunt Kalina has a bag full of gold hidden inside the wall. But Ephred didn't care much about these stories in the end. He was lying on the mat, with one hand under his armpit and the other under his cheek, and he felt his heart pounding, and the rustle of the reeds above his thigh, as though it were the sighing of a malevolent spirit. The yellow letter, yellower ugly colour. What might still happen to his mistresses? For 20 years now, whenever some incident broke the monotonous routine of life at Casa Pintor, it was invariably a misfortune. The boy had also gone to bed, but he wasn't in the mood to sleep. Uncle Effix, even today my grandmother told me that your masters were as rich as Don Predu. Is that true or not? It's true, the servant sighed, but it isn't now the time to remind such things. Sleep, the boy yawned. But my grandmother tells that after Maria Cristina, your old blessed lady, died, she passed as a curse in your house. Is it true or not? Sleep, I tell you, it's not time. And let me talk. And why did the small mistress lie? Your mistress flee. My grandmother says that you know she was helped to escape by you, Lear. You accompanied her to the bridge where she hid until a carriage went by, on which she rode to the sea. There she sailed, and Don Zame, her father, your master, was looking for her, searching for her, until he died. He died? He died there. My grandmother says that you know your grandmother is a witch. You and she left the dead alone, exclaimed Effix, but his voice was hoarse, and the boy laughed insolently. Don't get angry, it hurts you, Uncle Effix. My grandmother says it was the little fairy who killed Don Zame. Is it true or is it not? Effix did not answer. He closed his eyes, put his hand to his ear, but the voice of the boy rang in the darkness and seemed like the very voices of Thorfinn. I thought both the ghosts of the past. And soon all were gathered around, creeping in through the crevices like moon-rays. She is Maria Cristina, as beautiful and calm as a saint. He is Don Zame, red and violent. Like the devil, they are the 4 daughters who in their pale faces have the serenity of the mother, and at the bottom of their eyes the flame of the father. They are servants, the maids, the relatives, the friends, all the people who flood the rich house of the descendants of the barons of the neighborhood. But misfortune's wind passes by, and people scatter, like clouds around the moon, when the wind blows from the west. Christina is dead. The pale faces of her daughters lose a little of their calm, and the flame at the bottom of their eyes grows. It grows as Don Zame, after his wife's death, takes on an increasingly overbearing appearance, like his ancestor the Baron, and keeps the 4 girls imprisoned in the house, waiting for husbands worthy of them. And so they must work as slaves, bake bread, spin, sew, cook, know how to take care of their belongings, and above all, they must not lift their eyes before men or allow themselves to think about a man who was not destined to be their husband. But the years passed, and the groom did not come, and the more the daughters grew older, the more Don Zame demanded from them a constant severity of manners. If she saw them leaning out of the windows towards the alley behind the house, or if they came out without her permission, she would slap them, covering their faces with coarse language, and threatened to kill the young people who passed through the alley twice in a row. Meanwhile, he spent his days wandering around the country, or sitting on the stone bench outside the bookstore of his sister-in-law, the rector's wife. The people dodged him when they saw him, for they feared his language so much. He quarrelled with everybody, and was so envious of other men's good fortune that when he passed a nice estate, he said, "Quarrels devour you," but the quarrels ended by devouring his own lands, and an unprecedented misfortune suddenly struck him as a punishment from God for his pride and prejudice. Leah, the 3rd of his daughters, disappeared one night from the family home, and for a long time nothing was known about her. A shadow of death hung over the house. Never in the country had an equal scandal occurred. Never a noble and well-bred young lady like Leah had fled thus. Don Zame seemed to be going mad. He ran from here to there, all over the country and along the coast in search of Leah, but no one knew how to find him. Finally, she wrote to her sisters, saying that she was in a safe place and that she was happy to have broken her chain. But the sisters did not forgive, they did not reply. Don Zame had become more tyrannical with them. She was selling the remnants of her inheritance, mistreating her servant, complaining to half the world, always travelling with the hope of finding her daughter and bringing her home. the shadow of disgrace that hung over him and his whole family for Leah's escape weighed on him like a shroud of a condemned man. One morning he was found dead in the street, under the bridge after the village. He must have died of heart failure, for there was no trace of violence on his body, only a small green spot around his neck under his chin. People said that perhaps Don Zama had quarrelled with someone and been killed with a stick, but this talk soon stopped, and it became certain that he had died of broken heart, for the loss of his daughter. In the meantime, while the dishonoured sisters who had fled her could not find a husband, Leah wrote an announcement announcing her marriage. The groom was a cattle merchant, whom she had met by chance during her flight. They lived in Civitavecchia, in comfortable privacy, and soon after they would have a son. The sisters did not forgive this new mistake, the marriage with a plebeian man met in such a sad way, and they did not remarry. Some time later, Leah wrote again announcing the birth of Jacinto. They sent a gift to the grandson, but they did not write to his mother, and the years passed. Jacinto grew up, and every year for Easter and Christmas he wrote to his aunts, who sent him gifts. Once he wrote that he was studying, another time he wanted to join the Navy. Again he had found a job. Then he announced the death of his father, then the death of his mother. Finally, he expressed a desire to visit them and settle with them, if settle with them, as settle with them. He could find work in the village. Her small job at the customs office didn't suit her. It was humble and painful, wasting her youth. And he loved laborious life, yes, but simple, outdoors. Everyone advised him to go to the island of his mother to try luck with honest work. The aunts began to discuss, and the more they discussed, the less agreement they reached. Work, said Ruth, the most calm woman, if the countryside didn't provide resources even to those who were born there. On the other hand, Donna Esther supported the plans of her nephew, while Donna Noemi, the youngest, smiled coldly and mockingly. He may think he's coming here to be a lord. Come then, come, he'll go fishing in the river. He himself says he wants to work, Noemi, my sister. So he will. He will do as his father did. He should have done it before then. Our relations never bought oxen. Other times, Noemi, my sister. Besides, gentlemen are just merchants now. Look at the Millese. The Baron of Galt is me now, he said. Noemi laughed, with a mischievous look in her deep eyes, and her laughter discouraged the woman Esther more than all the arguments of the other sister. Every day it was the same story. The name Giacinto resounded throughout the house, and even when the three sisters fell silent, he was among them, as indeed he had always been since the day of his birth, and his nameless figure filled the dilapidated house with life. He did not remember ever having taken an active part in the discussions of his mistresses. He did not dare to do so, first because they never questioned him, and then because he had no scruples about conscience, but he wished that the boy should come. He loved him as one loves a member of the family. After the death of Don Zame, he remained with the three ladies to help them manage their affairs. They were cheated in their affairs. Relatives cared not for them. On the contrary, they despised and shunned them. They were capable of nothing but household chores, and did not even know the estate, the last remnant of their property. I shall remain another year in their service. Efix had said, moved by compassion at their abandonment, and he stayed for 20 years. The three women lived off the income from the farm that he cultivated. In lean years, woman Esther would tell the servant, when the time came to pay him 30 scudi a year and a pair of shoes, "Have patience in the name of Christ, you will not lack." And he had patience, and his credit increased year by year, so that Mrs. Esther, a little jokingly, a little seriously, promised to make him heir to the estate, and that all house, although he was older than they were, old now and weak, but he was still a man, and his shadow sufficed to protect the three women yet. Now it was he who dreamed of their good fortune, at least that Naomi would find a husband, if the yellow letter, after all, brought good news, if it announced an inheritance, if it were just a marriage proposal for Naomi. The Pinto ladies still had rich relatives in Sassari and Nuoro. Why couldn't one of them marry Naomi? Even Don Predu himself could have written the yellow letter. And suddenly, in the servant's tired imagination, things change shape, as from night to day. Everything is light, sweetness. His noble masters ring young again. They fly up like eagles that have put back their feathers. Their house rises from its ruins, and all around blooms like a valley in spring. And to the poor servant there remained nothing but to withdraw for the rest of his life in the Poda, spread out his mat and rest with God, while in the silence of the night the reeds murmur the prayer of the land that falls asleep. Chapter 2. At dawn he set off, leaving the boy watching over the Poda. The road up to the village was steep, and he walked slowly because the year before he had suffered from malaria and still felt very weak in his legs. Every now and then he would stop, turning to look at the green hedge of ficus trees between the two walls of red earth, and the little black hut up there, surrounded by the grey of the reeds and the white of the rock, seemed like a nest, a real nest. Every time she moved away from him, he would look at her thus, tender and melancholy, just like a migratory bird. He felt that he was leaving behind the best part of himself up. There, the strength which solitude gave, the separation from the world. And as he walked along the road, through the brush, the alders, the low willows beside the river, it seemed to him that he was a pilgrim, with his little woolen bag on his shoulders and a sambo stick in his hand, heading towards a place of penance, the world. Nay, God's will be done, and let's go on. And suddenly the valley opened up, and on the top of a hill, similar to an enormous heap of ruins, appeared the ruins of a castle. From one black wall, a blue window, empty as. The eye of the past looks at the melancholy, rosy panorama of the rising sun, the wavy plain with patches of grey sand and patchwork of yellow-brown tufts, the verdant river, the white villages with their bell towers in the middle like the stamp on the flower, the hillocks above the villages, and finally the mauve-gold cloud of the mountains of Nuoro. He walks, small and black, amid all this splendid light. The oblique sun makes the whole plain sparkle. Every tangle of reed has a silver thread, and from every bush of euphorbia a bird's cry goes up, and there is the green and white of the cone of Mount Galt, scarred by shadows and splashes of sunlight, and at its feet lies the country which seems composed of nothing but the ruins of the ancient Roman city. Long abandoned houses in ruins, roofless houses, crumbling walls, remnants of courtyards and fences, unoccupied shacks more melancholy than the ruins themselves line the roads. That wind through mountainous terrain, volcanic stones scattered everywhere, give the impression that some cataclysm had destroyed the ancient city and scattered its void inhabitants. A few new houses timidly rise among all this desolation, and paintwork in shades of pomegranate and carob, groups of jackfruit and palm trees give a touch of Alpes Adfekers, poetry to the sadness of the place. As Iphix climbed, the gloom increased, and to crown it all, on the cotyledons, in the shade of the mountain, among the brambles and euphorbi, remnants of an ancient cemetery, and the ruined Pisa Basilica was spread out. The roads were deserted, and the rocks that jutted from the mountain now appeared like marble towers. Iphix stopped in front of a small door that led to the ancient cemetery. They were almost alike, the two gates, preceded by 3 broken steps invaded by grass, but while that of the old cemetery was barely topped by a corroded beam, that of Fefeur's 3 ladies had an arch in stone, and on the lintel could be seen the advance of a shield, a warrior's head with helmet and armed arm holding a sword. The motto ran, "Ki!" Resisted Hoojers. Iphix crossed the large square courtyard, paved at its centre like streets, with a kind of furrow carved into the rocks to drain rainwater, and he took off his pack from his shoulders while looking for any of his mistresses who might appear. The house, 1 story above the ground, stood at the end of the courtyard, immediately dominated by the mountain that seemed to bend over it like an enormous white and green cloak. 3 small doors opened onto a wooden veranda balcony that wrapped around the entire upper floor of the house, accessed by an external staircase in poor condition. A coiled wire, untied and stopped at the stairs' edges, replaced the missing handrail. The doors, the supports, and the balcony's railing were made of finely carved wood. But all was falling apart, and the corroded wood, having turned black, seemed to dissolve into dust when hit, as if it had been shredded by an invisible drill. But along the balcony of the veranda, beyond the sleek colonnades still intact, one could see traces of the frame, on which ran a decoration of leaves and flowers and fruit in it. Relief! And Efix remembered that from childhood that balcony had inspired him with reverence, like the pulpit and the colonnade that surrounded the altar of the basilica. A short, stout woman, dressed in black and with a white handkerchief around her dark brown face, appeared on the balcony. She bowed, saw the servant, and her dark, almond-shaped eyes sparkled with joy. "Good morning, my Lady Ruth," he said, smiling at her and showing his perfect teeth beneath the dark, fur-like lip. Ruth quickly descended, revealing her sturdy legs covered in Turkish stockings. Esther went to Mass. "Noemi's just waking up now. Nice weather, Efix. How are you doing down there?" "Very well, thanks be to God. Everything is good." The kitchen was medieval, spacious and low, with black charcoal-stained crossbeams in the ceiling. A carved wooden bench ran along the wall on either side of the huge fireplace. Through the iron-grilled window, the background of the mountain glimmered green. The bare red walls still bore the marks of the copper pots which had disappeared, and the polished pegs, to which the saddles, bags, weapons used to be hung, seemed to have been left there for memory's sake. "Well, Mrs. Ruth?" Efix asked, as the woman placed a small copper teapot on the fire. But she turned her great black face, framed in white, and winked at him, motioning him to be patient. "I'll go get some water while Noemi is taking a bath," and he grabbed the bucket under the seat. He went out, but on the door he turned shy, looking at the bucket that swung. "The letter is from Don Jacinto. Letter? It's a telegram. Jesus great. Has he been all right?" He went to the well, that seemed like a neurocheid dug in one corner of the courtyard, and protected by an enclosure of boulders on which, within old broken jars, flowers of violet and bushes of jasmine grew. One of these was climbing on the wall and leaned out as if to look at what there was beyond in the world. How many memories did this little courtyard corner bring to the servant's heart? Sad with moss, joyful with the brown gold of violet flowers and the tender green of jasmine. He still seemed to see Leah, pale and thin as a reed, peering out from the balcony, eyes fixed on the distance, spying what was beyond in the world. So he had seen her on the day of flight, motionless up there, like a pilot who explores with his eyes the mystery of the sea. How these memories weighed! They weighed as much as a bucketful of water that drags you down into the well. But when he raised his eyes, Efix saw that it was not Leah, the tall woman who leaned out nimbly on the balcony, holding the cuffs of her black cloak. "Good morning, my Lady Noemi. Are you not coming down?" She inclined her head quite a bit, with her thick dark hair sparkling around her pale face, like two bands of silk. She replied to the greeting with that. Her own dark, golden eyes, but did not speak or get up. She flung open doors and windows. There was no danger of the draught knocking them over and breaking the glass which had been missing for so many years. She brought out her yellow blanket and laid it carefully on the ground. "Noemi," said Efix, "are you going to take a walk?" He stood with his head bowed under the balcony. Now. She was wrapped up warmly, and seemed to enjoy gazing at the melancholy landscape on her right and left, both of which were beautiful. The sandy plain was crossed by a river, rows of poplar trees, low willows, patches of reed grass and euphorbia, and in the background loomed the dark ruin of the castle. Beyond there was a hill with ruins to ancient cemetery, surrounded by verdant green grass. White as daisies were the bones of the dead. Golden clouds crowned the hill, the ruins, and the sweetness and silence of morning gave the whole landscape a cemetery serenity. The past still reigned over the place. The very bones of the dead seemed to be its flowers, the clouds its diadem. Noemi wasn't impressed by this. From childhood she had been used to seeing the bones, which in winter seemed to warm themselves in the sun, and in spring would sparkle with iron. Dew? Nobody thought of taking them away from her. Why should she have thought about it? Esther, on the other hand, while slowly and calmly climbing up the road from the new village church at home. She's always in a hurry, but outside she does things calmly, because a noble woman must be firm and calm. As she arrives in front of the old cemetery, she crosses herself and prays for the souls of the dead. Esther never forgets anything or neglects to observe anything. So, just in the courtyard, she notices that someone has taken water from the well and puts the bucket back in place. She takes a pebble out of a vase of violets and going into the kitchen she greets Efix, asking if they've already given him coffee. Dato, Donna Esther, padrona mia. In the meantime, Noemi had come down with the telegram in her hand, but she wasn't about to read it, as if she took pleasure in it, exacerbating the curious anxiety of the servant. "Esther," she said, sitting down on the bench next to the fireplace, "why don't you take off your shawl? It's laid in the basilica this morning. I'm still coming out. Read." She, too, sat down on the bench, and Ruth imitated her. So the three sisters were very much alike, only they represented different ages. Naomi young still, Esther old, and Ruth, Esther old, and Ruth very old indeed, but of a strong, noble, peaceful old age. The eyes of Esther, a little brighter than those of her sisters, were hazel-coloured with a hint of golden nut. They sparkled, however, like those of a child, full of mischief. The servant stood in front of them waiting, but Noemi the wife, after she had unrolled the yellow sheet, looked at it intently as if she could not make out its words, and finally she shook it angrily. "Well," she said, "it says here that he will be coming in a few days. It is this." He raised his eyes and blushed, looking severe at Efix's face. The other two also looked at Efix. "You also looked at him. Do you understand? So, without a doubt, almost come to her house. What do you say?" asked woman Esther, putting a finger out of the intersection of the scarf. Efix had a happy face. The tight wrinkles around his bright eyes seemed rays, and he did not try to hide his joy. "I am but a poor servant, yet I say that Providence knows what it does." "Sir, thank you. There is at least someone who understands reason," said Mrs. Esther. Ma Noemi had become pale again. Words of protest rose to her lips, and though, as always, she managed to control herself in front of the servant to whom it seemed to matter little, she could not help but retort, "It's not a question of Providence, and it's not about that." "It is," he added after a moment of hesitation. "I to reply to him clear and plain that there is no place for him in our house." Then Efix opened his hands and leaned his head back slightly, as if to say, "Then why do you consult me?" But Mrs. Esther laughed, and began to shake impatiently the two black wings of her cloak. "And where do you want me to go, then? In the rector's house? What will become of the strangers who cannot find accommodation?" "I wouldn't answer them at all," suggested Mrs. Ruth, taking away from Noemi the telegram she was nervously folding and unfolding. "If it arrives welcome to him, we can just welcome it as a stranger. Welcome the guest," she added, like greeting someone coming through the door. "Okay. And if he misbehaves, he's always welcome to leave." But Mrs. Esther smiled, looking at her sister, who was the shyest and most indecisive of the three, and bending down, she tapped one hand on her knees. "To send him away. You're brave, my dear sister Ruth, and you'll have the courage to do it," Efix thought. Suddenly he lifted his head and placed a hand on his chest. "That's something I'd be happy to do," he promised, his voice strong and steady. His eyes met those of Noemi, and he, who had always been afraid of her liquid, cold eyes, like deep water, realized how seriously the young mistress took his promise. But he did not regret having made it. He had taken on far greater responsibilities in his life. He stayed in town all day. He was anxious about the farm, although there was not much to steal at that time, but he thought that a secret disagreement disturbed his mistresses, and he did not want to leave if he did not see them all get along first. After putting away a few things, Donna Esther came out again to go to the basilica. Efix promised to join her, but while Noemi woman was going upstairs, he went back into the Fears kitchen and whispered to pray Ruth woman, who had knelt on the floor and rolled some dough on a low table, to give him the telegram. She raised her head, and with a white, flour-covered fist, she pulled back the handkerchief a little. "Did you hear that?" she whispered, indicating Noemi. "It's always her. Pride bears her up." "You're right," Efix agreed thoughtfully. "When one is noble, one remains so, my Lady Ruth. Do you find a coin buried? To her it seems light iron because it's black, but if she cleans it, she'll see that it's gold. Gold is always gold." Mrs. Ruth understood that with Efix it was pointless. To excuse Noemi's misplaced pride, and ever ready to follow another person's opinion, she was glad of it. "Do you remember how proud my father was," she said, pushing away between the pale dough, her red hands stained with turquoise veining. He talked like that, too. He certainly would not have allowed Jacinto even to land. What do you say, Effix? I am a poor servant, but I say that Don Jacinto would have landed anyway. You mean his son, sighed Ruth, and the servant sighed too. The shadow of the past was always there around them. But the man made a gesture exactly as if to push away this shadow, and following the movement of the red hands that pulled. Bent and beat the white dough, he calmly continued. The boy is good, and Providence will help him. However, you must be careful that he doesn't catch any fever. Then we will have to buy him a horse, because on the continent they don't walk. I'll think about that. The important thing is that they get along with each other. But she immediately answered proudly, We're not getting along. Did you hear us questioning? Don't you go to church, Effis? He understood that he was being dismissed, and went out into the courtyard, but he looked to see if he could talk to Noemi too. Here is the text, translated into English. There she is just taking the blanket off the balcony. There's no use asking her to come down. We have to go up to her. Donna? Noemi? May I ask a question? Are you happy? Noemi looked at him surprised, hugging the blanket. What's that? That Don Jacintino comes. You'll see. He is a good boy. Where did you know him? You can tell by the way he writes. He can do a lot. She took a thread from the blanket and threw it into the courtyard. Her face had grown dark. And have you gotten along? So far, always. Yes. But it seems she's not happy about Don Jacinto's arrival. Do I have to start singing? Not the Messiah, she said, striding across the threshold from which could be seen the interior of a white room with an old bed, an antique bureau, and a little window without glass open onto the green mountain behind. Efix went down, plucked a small rose-coloured violet from its stem, and holding it between his fingers, clasped together on his back, he went to the basilica, silent, and the coolness of the looming mountain reigned around. Only the chirping of the swallows among the brambles animated the place, accompanying the monotonous prayer of The women gathered in the church. Effix entered on tiptoe, with the mandolin between his fingers, and knelt behind the column of the pulpit. The basilica was crumbling. Everything here was grey, damp, and dusty. From the wood-beamed ceiling rained down crooked rays of silverish dust that ended on the heads of women, kneeling on the ground, and the sallow figures that leapt forth from the backgrounds, the black and purple dresses that the women still wore on their walls, were similar to these, all pale like ivory, and even the most beautiful, elegant women, with scrawny chests and swollen bellies from malaria fevers. Even prayer had a slow and monotonous echo that seemed to vibrate far away, beyond time. The Mass was for a trigesimal, and a black cloth with golden fringe covered the altar, railing. The priest, white and black, turned slowly with raised hands. 2 rays of light dancing around him, and appearing to emanate from his prophet's head. Without the ring of the bell shaken by the little sacristan, who seemed to chase away the spirits around. Efix, in spite of the light and the bird's song, would have believed that he was attending a ghostly mass. There they are all. There is Don Zame on his knees at the family pew, and further on, Mrs. Leah, pale in her black shawl, as pale as the figure in the old picture up above that. All the women sometimes look at, and which seems to be leaning out of a rusty old balcony. And the figure of Mary Magdalene, they say painted by truth, love, sadness, regret, and hope smile at her, and she cries in deep eyes and bitter mouth. Fixing the guard and listening, as always before this figure, that emerges from the darkness of a past without limits, a dizziness like if he himself was suspended in air. Mysterious black void. He seems to remember an earlier life, remote. He feels that all around him is stirring up, but of a fantastic life of legend. The dead come back to life, Christ who is behind the yellow curtain of the altar, and who only twice a year is shown to the people, steps out from his hiding-place and walks. He too is thin, pale, silent. He walks, and the people follow him, and in the middle of the people is he, Efix, who goes, with a flower in hand, with a heart agitated by a stir of tenderness. Women sing, birds sing. Woman Esther skips along beside the servant, her fingers stuck out at the end of the scarf's knot. The procession emerges from the village, and the village is all covered in grapes and hyssop. The houses are new, The family Pinto's gate is new, made of walnut, lustrous. The balcony remains intact. Everything is new, everything is beautiful. Maria Cristina is alive, and she peeks out from the balcony where silk blankets are spread. Noemi is extremely young, engaged to Don Predu, and Don Same, who is also following the procession, pretends to be, as always, displeased, but he's very happy. But the women's singing stopped, and some got up to leave. Efix, who had leaned his head against the column of the desk, trembled in his dream, and followed Mrs. Esther, who was leaving to go home. The sun now beat down on the desolate countryside more than ever in the blinding morning light. The women who had come out of church disappeared here and there, silent as ghosts, and once again everything around the ladies' Pinto house was solitude and silence. Lady Esther approached, covering a map of carnations with a tulle fabric over the well, climbed quickly the stairs, closed doors and windows. As she passed by, the balcony creaked, and from the wall and the corroded wood fell a greyish dust like ashes. And Fix waited for her to come down. Sitting in the sun on the stairs, with his beret folded to cast some shadow on his face, he was using his serrated knife to sharpen a pickaxe that woman Ruth wanted to plant under the porch, but the glitter of the blade in the sun hurt his eyes, and the wilted red flower already trembled on his knee. He felt his thoughts in a muddle, and thought of the fever which had tormented him last year. Has that devil already returned? Donna Esther came downstairs again with a cork-stopper in her hand. He stepped aside to let her pass, and lifted up his shaded face from under his cap. "My lady, are you not going out any more?" "Where would I like to go at this hour? No one has invited me for lunch. I should like to tell you something." "Are you happy?" "Why, my dear?" She treated him with maternal gentleness, though not in a familiar way. She had always considered him a simple man, but everyone agrees on the arrival of Mr. Jacinto. "I am happy, yes. It should have been like this. He is a good boy. He will be lucky. We should buy him a horse, but we shouldn't give him too much freedom at first. The boys are boys. I remember when I was a boy, if someone let me hold their little finger, I would twist the whole hand. Then there were the Pinto men, you know. Woman Esther. They are proud. If my nephew arrives, Efix, I'll tell him as to the guest. Sit down. You're like at home." But he will understand that here he is a guest. Then Efix stood up, shaking. The sawdust from his trousers and the handle of an axe. Everything was fine, yet a sense of unease stirred him. He still had one more thing to say, but he dared not. He followed her step by step, took off his beret to hit the axe with more force, and waited patiently again, until woman Esther returned to draw water. "Give me." "No, I don't see the bundles of reeds any more." "Did you sell them?" "Yes, I sold some to a man from Neuro, and used some to cover the roof, thus also paying the stonemason. You know that the last day of Lent the wind carried away the tiles." "No," he insisted. "That's not what I meant at all. There are so many ways to adjust things without offending people we care about. So I went to Kalina, the moneylender, stopping to greet the old woman whose grandson was guarding the log shed. Old and slender, with an Egyptian-like face framed by the black handkerchief with the folded pompons at the top of her head. The old woman was sitting on the step of her black stone cottage. A row of corals surrounded her long, yellow, rough neck. 2 gold pendants trembled in her ears like luminous drops that were not quite ready to detach themselves. Pareva che invecchiando lei avesse dimenticato di togliersi quei gioielli da ragazza. "Ave Maria, sia potoi, come sta? Il ragazzo è rimasto lassù, ma stasera sarà di ritorno." Lei lo fissava con i suoi occhi vitrai. "Ah, Efix, Dio ti aiuti." Comunque la lettera di Ciera. Da Don Giacintino. Se egli arriva, accoglietelo bene. Dopo tutto, torna a casa sua. She is the soul of Don Zames, because the souls of old men live in young people. See my Grixenda? She was born 16 years ago on the Feast of Christ, while her mother was dying. Well, look at her. Isn't she like her mother reborn? Here she comes. And here is Grixenda, returning from the river with a basket of laundry on her head, tall, with petticoats lifted up, and shiny, straight legs like a deer. And he had also deer eyes, long and moist in the pale face of an antique medal. A red ribbon crossed his chest, from one flap to the other of the corset open on the shirt, supporting his immature breasts. "Uncle Ephix," she called, sweet and cruel, putting him a basket on her head and frisking her pockets. "My beautiful soul, I always think about you when you have nothing to give me." "Not even an almond." Ephix left her to it, delighted by the sweetness of her grace. But the old woman, with an immobile face and glassy eyes, said in a gentle voice, "Don Zame," good-natured returns. Then Grixenda stiffened up, and her handsome face and beautiful eyes vaguely resembled those of the grandmother. "Come back. Leave these stories alone," Ephix said, placing a basket at the feet of the girl, but she was listening as if enchanted to the words of her grandmother, and he, too, descending the street, thought that he saw the past in every corner of the wall. There, seated on the stone bench against the greyish house of the Millise, is a big man dressed in velvet, whose brown tint makes his red face and black beard stand out better. "Isn't that Don Zame?" As he does, he protrudes his chest, with thumbs in the pockets of his vest, his other fingers intertwined with the golden chain of his watch. He spends all day there, gazing the passers-by and to jeer at them. Many change course out of fear of him, and Ephix does the same to reach the usurer's house undetected. A hedge of Indian fig enclosed the courtyard like a heavy wall. Aunt Kalina, too, was spinning, small, with her embroidered slippers without socks, white visage and golden bird, eyes shimmering in the shadow of the handkerchief folded on her head. "Ephix, dear brother, how are you? And your mistresses? And this visit? Sit, tarry." The sleepy chickens pecking at the ground, happy kittens running after some pink piglets, white and grey pigeons, a donkey tied to a post, and swallows soaring overhead, giving the enclosure the appearance of Noah's Ark. The cottage rose from the background of the old restored house of the Millise, high up, with its new roof, but here and there were dark spots that seemed to come out of the gloom, the scrofulous, and as if scratched by the spiteful time against who wanted to take her prey away from him. "The estate," he said, leaning on the wall next to the woman. "Well, this year we will have more almonds than leaves. So I'll pay you everything, Callie. Don't worry." She frowned, her naked eyebrows following the thread of her spin. "I didn't even think about it, you see. All were like you, and the 7 shields that you owe me were 100. Thunderbolt that passes by you, thought Ephix. You gave me 4 shields on Christmas, and now they are already 7. Well, Callie," he added in a low voice, bending his head as if to speak to the piglets who sniffed at his feet insistently. "Callie, give me another shield. So that's 8, and in July, as sure as the sun shines, I will give you back every last cent." The shoemaker did not answer, but she looked him up and down longingly, then made a fist at him and counted out the coins. Ephix leaped forward and caught her wrist while the pigs took to their heels, followed by the kittens, and all this commotion had the hens cackling. "Well, lightning that caresses you. If there weren't men like me, you would instead be picking leeches. Better to pick leeches than to have your blood sucked like you. Damned one. Yes, Macabeo, I will give you the shield. 10 and 100 I will give you, if you want them, as I give them to more prestigious people than you, to your maidservants, to the nobles and relatives of the barons, but I will always make fun of you until you are a stupid person, that is, until your death. I will give them to you." And he went to pick up 5 silver lire. Ephix left with the coin in his fist, followed by the woman's ironic greetings. "Tell your mistresses to keep well." But he was determined to bear any suffering in order to look good when Don Giacintino arrived. He wanted to buy himself a new beret to receive him, so he went to the Millise shop, also willing to say hello to the man sitting on the bench. It was Don Predu, the wealthy relative of his mistresses. Don Predu replied with a contemptuous nod of his head from top to bottom, but did not take the trouble to lean forward to hear what the servant was saying. "Give me a felt hat, Antony Franzi, but make it long and tarred." "I haven't got one in your mistress's house," answered the Millise, who had a long tongue. He outside, Don Predu rubbed in approval, as the merchant climbed up a ladder-step. "All things grow old, and all may be renewed again like the year," Ephix retorted, following with his eyes the slender figure of the Millise, still dressed in the long fur survive, suit from his country. The little shop was full to the rafters. The scarlet rags were twinkling on the shelves next to the bright green bottles of mint. The flour bags bulged with their white. Bellies against the black bung was the sardine casks, and in the little window the naked women on the illustrated postcards smiled at the stale confetti boxes and the faded ribbon rolls. While the Melise was drawing out of a box the long cloth caps, black as night, and Efix measured their circumference with his open hand, someone opened the little door that looked onto the courtyard, and in the background, bejewelled by vines, appeared a proud woman sitting on a long bench, spinning calmly like an ancient queen. "Here is my mother-in-law. Ask her if these caps don't cost me 9 pieces of silver," said the Melise as he put on one, pushing back the circle with his thumb and folding thumb. Point at the top of his head. "You've chosen the best. You're not simple, as they say. Don't you see it's a groom's cap? It's tight, because it's new, son of God. Take it. 9 pieces, too. It's like it has been thrown on the road." Efix took off his hat and ran his fingers through his hair, lost in thought. Then he placed on the counter the pawn-shop's coin. Don Predu pushed his face out from behind the door, and the fact that Efix was buying such an expensive beret also caught the attention of the wife-in-law of the Melise man. She signalled to her servant with a nod of the head, and asked solemnly how her mistresses were doing. After all, they were noble women, and deserved the respect of the upright people. Only the world-wandering rich men, such as her son-in-law Miles, could lack them respect. "Send my love to them both, and say to Mrs. Ruth that I will soon call upon her. We've always been good friends with Mrs. Ruth, even though I'm not of noble birth." "Nobility in your soul," replied Efix gallantly. But she turned the bob gently, as if to say, "Let's go. Even my brother the rector holds your mistresses in great esteem. He always asks me, 'When will we go again with the ladies to the festival of the remedy?' Yes," she continued, with a nostalgic tone, "when we were young, all of us used to go together to the party. We had fun doing nothing. Now people seem to be ashamed to laugh." Efix carefully folded his cap. "God willing, my ladies will go to the party this year. To pray, not to have fun. I'm glad about that. And tell me one thing, if it's allowed. Is it true that Liar's son is coming? They said so this morning in the workshop." Because the Melise had approached the door and was laughing at something Don Predu whispered to him, Efix exclaimed with dignity, "It's true. I'm right here in the village because I have to buy a horse for him." "A cane's tail?" asked then Don Predu, laughing awkwardly. "Ah, that's why I saw you come out of Kalina's den. To whom does it matter? Never ask us anything. There, bugger, I would never give you anything. A good piece of advice? Yes, leave that boy where he is." Ma Efix had come out of the workshop, head held high, with his beret under his arm, and went off without answering. Chapter 3, however. In the following days, and for whole weeks, the ladies Pintor waited for their nephew. $0.25. Donna Esther had made bread especially for the occasion, white and thin, like an ostia, which is only made for holidays, and secretly from her sisters she also bought a basket of biscuits. After all, she was a guest who came, and hospitality is sacred. Donna Ruth, in turn, dreamed every night of the arrival of her nephew, and every day at around 3 o'clock, the time of the coach's arrival, she kept watch from the gate. But the hour passed, and everything remained still around. At the beginning of May, Noemi was alone in the house, because her sisters went to the feast of Our Lady of Remedy, as they used to do every year for an indefinite time, out of penance, they said, but also a little for amusement. Noemi did not like either one or the other, and yet, while she sat in the shade, the warm glow of the house, in that long luminous afternoon, followed with nostalgic thought the journey of the sisters. She had turned her face to the church, the greyish, round little building that looked like an upturned nest in the midst of the wide courtyard grass, with the line of brick. Cottages within which a whole colourful and picturesque people was crammed together like a tribe of gypsies. The rude belvedere, with its columns above the cottage, meant for the cottage. Priest, and the blue background, the whispering trees, a sea twinkling far off among the silver sand dunes. Thinking of these sweet things, Noemi felt like crying, but she bit her lips, ashamed of herself for her weakness. Every year spring gave her this sense of unease. The dreams of life flourished within her again, like roses among the ancient graveyard stones, but she understood that it was a time of crisis, a little weakness destined to cease with the first summer heat, and so she let her imagination roam, driven by the same sleepy calm that's stagnant around Over the red poppy field, over the shaded mount where some clouds had passed, over the whole village, half of whose inhabitants were at the party. There she is there, the thought, back then. She's still a girl, climbing up onto the priest's balcony on a May evening. A big copper moon rises from the sea, and the whole world seems made of gold and pearls. The concertina fills the courtyard with its mournful wails as the fireflies light up the area in a reddish glow that makes the agile, brown figure of the player stand out. Against the grey wall, along with the violet faces of the women and boys dancing the Sardinian dance. The shadows move fantastically on the trampled grass and the walls of the church. Shine the gold buttons, the silvery galloons of the costumes, the keys of the accordion. Rest is lost in the pearly half-light of the lunar night. Noemi remembered never having taken part directly in the festivities, while her older sisters laughed and enjoyed themselves, and Leah cowered like a rabbit in a corner of her cradle. Courtyard, maybe ever since that time, she had meditated on flight. The festival lasted 9 days, during which the last 3 were a continuous round dance, accompanied by sounds and songs. Noemi was always on the belvedere, among fées. Leftovers of the banquet, around her sparkled empty bottles, broken dishes, some apples of icy green, a tray and a forgotten spoon. Even the stars swayed over the courtyard as they were shaken by the rhythm of the dance. No, she didn't dance, nor did she laugh. But seeing people have fun was enough for her, because she hoped that some day she too could take part in the feast of life. But the years had passed, and the party of life had turned away from the little town, and in order to participate in it, her sister Leah had fled home. She, Noemi, remained on the balcony of the old house, as she used to do at the priest's belvedere. Someone knocked at the gate, which she always kept closed. It was the old potoi who came to ask for her services, though Noemi did not invite her to sit on the ground, with her back against the wall, unfastening her kerchief from her. Neck and sighing, she began to speak with nostalgia of the feast. Everyone is there, even my grandchildren. May Our Lady help them. Ah, they're all over there, and they're feeling the breeze because they can see the sea. And why didn't you go too? And what about the house, madam? Even a poor one shouldn't be completely abandoned, otherwise you might get a ghost. The old stay put, while the young leave, she sighed, bending her head to look at herself in the mirror and adjust the pearls around her neck, and then went on to tell about the time when she too had gone to the party with her husband, their daughter, and good neighbours. Then she looked up and gazed towards the old cemetery. These days I seem to see all of the dead come back to life. Everyone was out having fun there. I seem to see again your mother, Signora Maria Cristina, sitting on the bench at the corner of the great courtyard. She looked like a queen with her yellow skirt and black embroidered shawl, and women from so many countries sat around her like servants. She would say to me, "Patui, come, taste this coffee. What do you think? Is it good?" Yes, she was so humble. Ah, for this I don't even like to go back there. I think that I have left something and never find again. Noemi nodded vigorously, with his head reclined on the work. The voice of the old lady seemed to her like the echo of the past. And Don Zame, mi signoria? He was the soul of the party. He shouted often. He sounded like a storm. But in reality he was good. The rainbow is always there after the storm. Ah, yes, just these days, when I sit down to spin, it seems that I can hear the sound of horses' hooves. There he is. He's off to the party, on his black horse, with his pack-bags full. He passes by and greets me. "Hey there, would you like a ride?" "Up you go, wicked woman," she was repeating, moved, the voice of the deceased noble. Then, at one sudden, following her thoughts, she asked, "And this Don Giacintino doesn't come any more?" Noemi turned stiff, for she would not allow anyone to mix into her household affairs. "If he comes, he is welcome," she replied coldly, but when the old woman left, she resumed the thread of her thoughts. She was living so much in the past that the present no longer interested her, almost. As the warm shadow of the house covered the courtyard, and the scent of the euphorbia came from the plain, she remembered Leah's escape more intensely. Here it is a sunset like this. The white and green mountain looms over the house, the sky is all gold. Leah is standing in the upstairs rooms and silently wanders around. She peeps out onto the balcony, pale and dressed in black with dark hair that seems to reflect the azure. gold of the sky. She looks over at the castle, and then suddenly opens her heavy eyelids and shakes herself all over, waving her arms about. She looks like a swallow about to take flight. Down, go to the well, water the flowers, and while the sweet scent of violet intertwines with the bitter odour of euphorbia, the first stars rise above the mountain. Leah goes to sit on the top step, hand on the rope, eyes fixed in the twilight. Noemi always remembered her this way, as he had last seen her passing by on his way to bed. They slept together in the same bed, but that night she had waited for her in vain. She had fallen asleep waiting for her, and was still waiting. The rest became confused in her memory. Hours and days of anxiety and mysterious terror, as when you have a high fever. She only revisited Efix's livid and contracted face, which bent to look at the ground as if he were looking for an object that had been lost. «Padron mio, zitte, zitte», murmurava, ma egli stesso era, poi corso per la campagna domandando a tutti se avevano visto Lia, e si curvava a gar dentro e poi si espiava. Le lontananze, poi era tornato donzame. A questo ricordo un fragor di tempesta echeggiava nella memoria di Noemi. Ogni volta lei sentiva il bisogno di muoversi, come per rompere un incubo. She got up and went upstairs to her room, the same one where she used to sleep with Leah, the same iron bed, rusted but painted gold leaf, bunches of wilted grapes, some still vile, intact as in real bunches, a bit red and purple, the same whitewashed walls with painted squares. Here, with ancient prints that no one in the house knew the value of, the same tarred wardrobe above whose framework oranges and lemons in a row shone at sunset like golden apples. Noemi opened the wardrobe to put away her work, and the pivot creaked in silence like a violin string, as the sun without rays cast a rosy glow on the linen spread out on the linen. Boards covered with turquoise paper. All was in order there within. Up some worn-out blankets, silk carpets, woolen blankets that long use had bleached like saffron, farther down the fragrant linen of pomegranate, and wicker baskets of ash and willows, on whose yellow background black were drawn the vases, fishes, idols of the primitive Sardinian art. Noemi put her work in one of these baskets and lifted another. Below was a package of family papers, the deeds, the legacies, the acts of a dispute, tied tight with a yellow ribbon against the evil eye, the yellow ribbon that had not prevented the lands from passing into other hands, and the dispute from being won by the opponents. Bound to the dead cards, a letter which Noemi, every time she lifted the basket, looked at as one looks at the corpse of a shipwrecked man slowly rejected by the wave. It was Leah's letter after the escape. That day Noemi had the illness of memory. The sister's distance and an innate fear of solitude brought her back to the past. The same orange-hued twilight clarity, the mountain covered in violet veils, the scent of evening, all roused her spirit from 20 years ago. Silent, black in the twilight's glow between the attic and the closet, seemed to be a figure from the past, who had come up from the old cemetery to visit the abandoned house. She tidied blankets and baskets. She closed, then opened them again. The closet was creaking, and it seemed to be the only thing alive in the house. Finally, he decided, and tore the letter from the bundle of papers. It was still white inside the white envelope. It looked like it had been written yesterday, and that no one had yet read it. Noemi sat on the bed, but she had just opened the paper and put her hand on the bronze knob when someone knocked, down, first a knock, then 3, then incessantly. She raised her head, looking towards the courtyard with fearful eyes. The postman can't be. He's already passed. The knocks echoed in the silent courtyard. That was how her father used to sound when they were late to let him in. She abandoned the letter and ran down, but as she reached the gate she stopped to listen. Her heart beat as if the knocks were hitting her chest. "Sir! Sir! It can't be him," she finally asked somewhat harshly. "Who is it?" A strange voice answered, "Friends." But Noemi could not open the door, for her hands were trembling so much. A young man who looked like an employee, tall and pale, dressed in green, with yellow dusty shoes and a tiny moustache matching the colour of his shoes, was standing at the foyer entrance, leaning against the bicycle. As soon as she saw Noemi, she took off her hat that left an impression on her thick golden hair, and she smiled at him. showing her beautiful teeth between her full lips. She recognized him immediately in his eyes, large almond-shaped eyes, a greenish blue. Those were the eyes of the Pintor's, but her distress increased when the stranger leapt onto the steps of the main door and embraced her tightly with his hard arms. "Dear Esther, I'm here. And the aunts?" "I am Noemi," she said, a little embarrassed, but soon stiffened. "We did not expect you. Esther and Ruth are at the party." "Is there a party?" he said, lifting up the bicycle to which a dusty suitcase was tied. "Ah, yes, I remember, the Festival of the Remedies. Ah, here. Here is the translation of the text into English." And here he came upon the portico that his mother had so often described to him. He pushed his bicycle up to it and began to unpack his suitcase, beating it with a cloth to get the dust off. Noemi thought to herself, "I must call Aunt Potoi. I must send for Efix. How will I manage alone?" Ah, they knew that I would come, and have left me alone. The embrace of that unknown man, who had come from God only knows where down the world's streets, stirred up a vague fear within her. But she knew well the duties of hospitality and could not neglect them. "Come in. Would you like to wash?" "Well, carry your bag upstairs. I'll call a woman who does services. Now, I'm all alone at home." "I didn't expect you." They tried to hide their poverty, but it seemed as if he also knew about this, because without waiting to be served, after having carried the suitcase into the room that Aunt Esther had already prepared for him, the old guest-room at the end of the balcony, went down effortlessly and went to wash himself at 3. Well, like a servant. Noemi followed him with the towel on her arm. "Yes, from Newfoundland I came. What a road! It flies. Yes, I must have passed in front of the church, but I didn't notice the party. Yes, the village looks deserted. It's very decayed, yes." He answered yes to all Noemi's questions, but he seemed very distracted. "Why didn't I write? After Aunt Esther's letter I was undecided. Then I was also sick, and I didn't know. I decided to tell you the truth yesterday. There was a friend who was leaving. So, yesterday, since the sea was calm, I left. As he dried himself, he headed towards the kitchen. Noemi followed him. Esther has written to him. And he left so suddenly, like at a party." He sat on the ancient bench, facing the mountain that cast its purple shadow into the kitchen. He propped up his long legs and crossed his long arms over his chest, patting them with his white hands. Noemi noticed that his socks were green, a strange colour for a man's socks indeed, and she lit the fire, muttering to herself, "Ah, has Esther written to him secretly? Well, if she takes care of him now." She felt a vague fear to turn around, to look at that figure of a man who was all strange, green and yellow, immobile on the bench from which it seemed he would never get up again. But he went back to talking about the trip, about the lonely road, and asked how long it took to get to Nuoro. She wanted to go to Nuoro. Up there was the administrator of a steam mill, a friend of her father, who had promised her a job. Noemi got up smiling. "How long does it take?" "I can't tell you how long it takes on a bicycle. A few hours. I have been to Nuoro many years ago on horseback. The road is beautiful, and the city is beautiful, yes. The air is good, the people are good. There are no fevers here, as there is up there, and everyone can work and earn. All the strangers have become rich up there, while here it seems to be a place of death. Yes, it's true." She went to get the eggs to make an omelette. "You see, there is no meat here every day. There is no more wine. And this manager of the mill, what is his name? You know him?" No, he didn't know him, but he was sure that by going to Nuoro he would get the job. Noemi smiled with bitterness and irony. Bent over the omelette. "It's easy to say that you find a place. There are so many people looking for places. But have you given up what you had?" she asked quickly, without lifting her eyes. Giacinito did not reply right away. He seemed very worried about the outcome of the omelette that she was carefully flipping. A few drops of oil fell on the coals, flooding the kitchen with thick smoke. Then the pan resumed frying calmly, and Giacinto said, "It was such a cheap thing." And not even certain. With so much responsibility, he didn't say anything else, and Noemi didn't ask anything else. The hope that he would soon leave Alghero made her good and patient. She spread the table in the adjacent, neglected and damp dining-room, and began to serve him, apologizing that she could not offer him anything more. In this country one must be content. Giacinto crushed the nuts with his strong hands, listening to the tintinnium of the herds that passed behind the house. It was almost night. The mountain had become dark, and there, in that damp room, with green-stained walls, it seemed as if one were in a cave, far from the world. The descriptions that Noemi gave of the party fascinated him. He looked at her, a little tired and sleepy, and that black figure in the still bright background of the car window, with his thick hair and small hands resting on head. Melancholy table must have reminded him of his mother's nostalgic stories, because he began to ask for news of people from the country who had died, or whom Noemi was not a Tate, all interested in. Uncle Peter? How is this Uncle Peter? Is he the richest, true? How much can he own? He is rich, yes, certainly, but it's a head. Proud as a Jew. Does he lend money at interest? Noemi blushed, because although relations with her cousin were strained, she felt it was an insult to call Pintor an usurer. Who told you this? Ah, don't even say it in jest. The rector and his sister are truly usurers. Are they rich? How much do they own? Not even them, that you say. Perhaps the Malises. But a fair usury. 30%, no more. Is this a fair usury? Ah, so what is the other one then? So Noemi leaned over the table and whispered, even 1,000%, and sometimes even more. But instead of being amazed, Giacinto poured himself a drink and said thoughtfully, yes, usury has grown enormous with us. The nephew of Cardinal Rampolla ruined himself that way. After dinner he wanted to go out. He asked where the post office was, and Noemi took him to the square at the end of the street, in front of the Malise house. As soon as he had gone away, she looked around and went down to the hovel of old Portoy. The little gate was open, but inside everything was dark, and it was only when Noemi's timid cries roused her that the old woman came out from the deep darkness of the cave, with a burning brand in her hand. The flickering amber light made her jewels sparkle. "Zia Portoy I am. You must send someone to call Effects immediately. Giacinto has come, and then you will come to sleep with me. I am afraid to be alone. With a foreigner, I'll go and call someone to send him to the cottage, but I do not come from you. No, the house I do not leave in the care of the Gimp." And because, during his absence, the Gimp would not enter, he left the fire burning on the threshold of the door. Chapter 4. A great fire of lentisks, as had been seen by the young girl Naomi, burned in the courtyard of Our Lady of Remedy, illuminating the dark walls of the sanctuary and the cottages around it. A boy played the accordion, but the people, who had just come out of the novena and were preparing dinner, or were already eating in the cottages, would not decide to begin the fifth dance. It was still early. The first stars were just appearing on the bright twilight sky, and behind the tower of the Belvedere the western sun was tinging the sky a deep red as it slowly disappeared. A great peace reigned in that makeshift village, and the notes of the accordion, voices and laughter from within the cabins seemed far away. Across from the small fires, lit along the walls, bent the black figures of some women busy cooking. The men, who had come the night before to transport the heavy goods, had already left in their wagons and with their horses. Women, old people, children, and some teenagers remained, and all, even though they were convinced that they were there to make penance, tried to amuse themselves in the best way possible. The lady painters had at their disposal 2 old cottages. New ones were always being built, called the Muristines de as Damas, because they had almost become their property, following gifts and donations made by their daughters to the church from time immemorial. When the archbishops of Pisa, during their pastoral visits to the Sardinian dioceses, would land in the nearest port and celebrate Mass at the sanctuary. Here again, between one cottage and another, at the corner of the courtyard, the stone bench leaning against the wall where Aunt Portoy had seen Donna Maria Cristina courted it, like a baroness, by all the serfs who came to worship in church. Now Esther and Ruth sat meek and black as 2 nuns, with their white headscarves and hands under their aprons, thinking about Naomi far away and Giacinto far away. Their meal had been meagre, a soup of milk that didn't fill the belly, and left one's mind clear and pure as that vast spring sky. Now and then Mrs. Esther had a kind of pang of remorse, a secret, almost guilty thought. Giacintino, the letter written in secret, Near them, seated on the ground, with her back against the wall and her arms around her knees, Grixenda was laughing at the boy who played the accordion. In the adjacent cottage, the relatives with whom she had come to the party were seated on the floor round a bedspread 3 laid out as a tablecloth, and while one of them rocked a child who was falling asleep by wagging its soft little hands, the other called the girl. "Grixenda, flour! Come, take at least a piece of bread. What will your grandmother say? Have we left you to starve? Grixenda, don't you hear them calling you? Obey," said Mrs. Esther. "Ah, my dear Mrs. Esther, I am not hungry. Just a dance. Swananto, come eat. Don't you see that your voice is like the wind? Let the people go. Wait until the bottles are full, and you'll see," said the moneylender, coming out onto the little doorway to the right of the lady's pinto, and cleaning her teeth with her nail. She, too, had finished her supper, and, in order not to waste time, she got herself busy spinning by the light of the fire. Then, among the ladies, the girl and the women inside began the usual conversation. During all the year they had talked in the country about the festival. Now, at the festival, they were talking about the village. "I don't know how you left the house alone. Kamare Kali." "How?" said a tall girl, who carried under her apron a pot of curdled milk, gift of the priest to the lady's pinto. "Natolia, my little heart, I did not leave the treasures that your master, the governor, left in the house, Corfu, and a bucket of water. And then give me the key. I go and I pluck in your house, and then I escape to the big cities." "Do you think it's nice in the big cities?" Ruth asked with a grave voice, and Esther, who had emptied the milk jug and gave it back to Natolia with half a tip, made the sign of the cross. "Save us, Lord." Both thought of the same thing, Leah's escape, and Jacinto's arrival, and with surprise they heard Grixenda murmur, "But if those who live in big cities want to come here—" People began to come out onto the courtyard. Through the little gates came women cleaning their mouths with their aprons, and then chased after the children to put them to sleep. One of Grixenda's relatives went up to the accordion player and offered him a rolled-up focaccia bread, 3 baskets, 4 a blow on the head with a stick. "Eat, Jewel." "What will your grandmother say?" "I won't feed you." The boy raised his face, tore off a bite of focaccia, and kept playing. No one would decide to start dancing, so that Grixenda and Natolia, irritated by the indifference of women, said some insolence. "Well, if there are no men, you won't have fun. If only there were Efix, the servant of Ruth woman. Even that will be enough for you. He is as old as the hills. What do I care about Efix? Better dance with a branch of lenticchio." Suddenly the priest's dog, after barking at the belvedere, ran down howling outside the courtyard, and the women stopped being rude to go and see. 2 men were coming up from the street, and while one was sitting on a small camel, the other was bending over a large horse, with wings that seemed to be pushing him down, and up his long legs. The light of the fire, as the 2 climbed up, she did light their mysterious figures, and the first was of Efix on a horse, hunchbacked with sacks and pillows, and the other, that of a stranger, whose bicycle blazed red as it flew across the court. Grixenda leaped to her feet, leaning against the wall so much she was disturbed. Also the concertinas ceased to play. "My Lady Esther!" Her nephew. The ladies rose trembling, and Esther spoke in a tiny voice that sounded like the bleating of a lamb. "Jacinto! Jacinto! My grandson!" "But isn't this a vision?" "Are you?" He had dismounted before them, and looked around confused. He felt his hands taken by the dry hands of his aunt, and in the black background of the wall he saw pale face and pearl eyes of Grixenda. Then all the women crowded around him, looking at him, touching him, questioning him. The heat of their bodies seemed to excite him. He smiled. It seemed to him that he had come between a large family and began to embrace everyone. Some women leaped back, some others began to laugh, lifting their faces to look at him. "Is this a custom of your country?" "Woman Esther, woman Ruth, have they changed places with us?" "We all believe you," he said, pulling the pillowcases off the pillows and taking them into the empty hut, passing through the tiny doorway. Grixenda helped him spread them out on the wooden bench along the wall, and she swept the cell and prepared the bed, while in the other hut one could hear Jacintino respond, politely and almost shyly, to his aunt's questions. "Si, signora, from Terranova, By bicycle, what is it after all? A flight. With such a flat and lonely road, you can turn the world in a day. Yes, Aunt Noemi stayed, seeing me. She didn't expect me at all, and maybe she thought I had made a mistake in the door. Every word of hers and her strange accent struck Grixenda to the heart. She had not clearly distinguished the face of the young man who came from distant lands, but she had noticed his tall stature and thick hair, blonde as fire, and she was already experiencing a sense of jealousy because Natolia, the priest's maid, had gone into the lady's hut and was talking to him. How bold Natolia was! For the pleasure of the stranger, he even mocked at the little houses, which after all were holy, because inhabited by the faithful and belonging to the church. Not even in Rome are there palaces like these. Look at those curtains. The spiders have put them on, for God's sake. And do not count the rats, if you feel someone scratching your feet tonight. Don't believe it's me, Don Giaci, Grixenda bit in her lip and pounded on the wall to silence Natolia. There are also ghosts. Can you hear them? Oh, it's just a woman beating, said woman Ruth simply. Ghosts, rats, and women are all the same to me, replied Don Jacinto. Grixenda, over there leaning against the middle wall, began to laugh out loud. She listened to the young man's voice, as she had moments before listened to the sound of the accordion, and laughed for pleasure. Yet deep down she felt a desire to cry. After all, everyone was happy, but it was a brave happiness in the true lady's cabin. I seem to be dreaming, said Mrs. Esther, as she served dinner to her grandson, while Mrs. Ruth looked at him intently with her gleaming eyes, and Ephix drew out from his sack a flask of wine, and even so bent, he turned to smile at his masters. Hyacinth was eating, sitting on the brick seat that served as a table and bed, and he, too, believed he was dreaming. After the cold reception from Noemi, he realized what he truly was, a stranger among people different from him. But now he saw the aunts tending to him lovingly, the servant smiling at him as if he were a child, the girls looking at him with tenderness and desire. He felt the song of a harmonica, saw the dancing shadows from the firelight, and imagined that his life must always pass this way, fantastic and joyful. You need to adapt, Ephix said as he handed her a drink. Look at the water. Why is it considered wise? Because it takes the shape of the vessel in which it is poured. And wine, too, I think. Yes, wine, too. But sometimes wine bubbles and escapes. Water doesn't. Even water, if you put it on a fire to boil, Natalia said. Then Grixenda ran in there, grabbed the servant by the arm, and dragged her away with him. Let go of me. What are you doing? You're being disrespectful to the stranger, Grixay. Did the tarantula bite you so that you go mad? Yes, and that's why I want to dance. By now some women had decided to gather around the musician, extending their hands to her. Start dancing. The buttons on their corsets were dazzling in the firelight. Their shadows crossed over the grey ground. Slowly they arranged themselves in a line, with their hands interlocked, and lifted their feet, taking tentative first steps of the dance. But they were stiff and uncertain, and seemed to support each other. It's clear that the balance beam is missing. The man is missing. At least, call Ephix, shouted Natolia, and since Grixenda was pricking her arm with his finger, he added, stung by a wasp. Even to him do you want to show respect? But at the cry Ephix appeared and advanced, beating his feet in time and waving his arms like a real dancer. He sang while accompanying himself. As sa festa so andatu 5, he arrived next to Grixenda, took her arm, joined a line of dancers, and seemed to really liven up the party. With his presence, the feet of the women moved more nimbly, gathered together, crawled, rose up. The bodies became more pliable, the faces lit up with joy. Here's the key. Come on, show them what you got. Onwards, then. A magical thread seemed to bind the women together, giving them a composed and ardent excitement. The line began to bend, slowly forming a circle. At intervals a woman would step forward, uncouple two united hands, entwine them with her own, increase the black and red in garland, behind which moved a fringe of shadows. And on they went, raising themselves more and more nimbly, beating one another, pounding the earth as if to rouse it from its inertia. On! The accordion, too, played more merrily and nimbly. Shouts of joy echoed, almost wild, as if inquiring about the reason for the dance, a more lively and playful tone. Oh, Oh, 5 at the party. I had gone to the party. Everyone was running to see, and there in the back corner of the courtyard Grixenda saw the golden hair of Jacinto between the 2 white handkerchiefs of the aunts. "Mr. Efix, make your little boy dance," said Natolia. "That's a prop, yes? Put it next to the church, and you'll see it's the bell tower. And be quiet, Natolia, fire-tongue. Your eyes speak more than my tongue, Grixe. Fire, eat your eyelids. And be quiet, women, and dance. As a festa so andatu. Ai, 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 ai." The cry trembled like a sob, and the legs of the women, drawn by their dark skirts, and the short feet emerging from the fluttering hem of the red dress, moved ever more agile, warmed by the pleasure of the dance. "Don Jacinto, come on, come on! Come on, come on! Oh, come on!" All the women were looking down there, smiling. The teeth shone at the corners of their mouths. He leapt, as if escaping the embrace of the 2 old ladies, but when he reached the middle of the courtyard, he stopped uncertainly. Then the circle of women reopened, stretched out again in line, went to meet the stranger, as in childish games, surrounded him, took hold of him, drew back again. Set in the middle between Grixenda and Natolia, tall and different from everyone else, he seemed like a pearl in the ring of the dance, and he felt the little hand of Grixenda, trembling slightly as it entered his, while the hard and warm fingers of Natolia entwined themselves firmly with his, as if they were lovers. Even the priest came out of his hut, looked around, calm and red as a baby still bald, then went to sit down next to the lady's pin. He pulled out the silver tobacco box, shook it, opened it, and offered it first to Mrs. Esther, then to Mrs. Ruth, finally to Carolina herself. "Good boy, Miss Esther, but I beg you, be careful." He lifted his skirt to put the tobacco box back in his pocket, and folded and rolled up his Turkish-coloured handkerchief. Banging it on his chest, "Miss Esther, be careful. Besides, we too danced when we had wings on our feet. And now what are you going to do?" Miss Esther was crying with joy, but pretended to sneeze. "He's chewing on his tobacco, Father Pasqua. Of all the happy ones, Efix was the happiest." Lying on a pile of grass in one of the empty muristins, he still thought he was dancing and admiring Jacinto. He smiled at him as women used to smile at him. And here comes the figure of the boy who has already taken the best place in his life, like in the dance circle. I ran back to the thought up to the moment when I had gone to my mistress's house to see Leah's son. Ah, what a moment! I was so full of joy that neither did I remember what I had said nor what I had done. All I could do was review Noemi's figure, cold and restless, following him and telling him in secret, "Go up to the party. Go. They are waiting for you." He had sent them away, brightening his face only at the parting glance up on the cornice of the doorway that was closing in front of her. As they passed under the little bridge, they stopped for a moment, and Efix had pointed out with the tenderness of an admirer his hill, the Siglione where the reeds quivered. Rosy at sunset, the hut flattened among the green to be waiting for him. "I am here all year round. You will be here when there are vegetables and fruit to take back to the village. But your horse cannot carry the pack," he added, squinting at the bicycle's blur. "I'm going to Nuoro," said Giacintino, looking up and down at the estate as if he were looking at a person. "Some time will come, before it gets too hot, and then in the fall it's nice to be in the shade up there. And at night the moon is our companion like a bride, and the melons down below the garden look like clusters of crystal." "Yes, I'll come sometime," Jacinto promised, jumping out of the car quickly as a bird. Efix made sure the new young master carefully examined the drainage ditches that he had built with prehistoric methods, and the young man looked with wonder at the masses of stone piled up by the little man, and then he watched these as if to better measure the grandeur of the construction. "All by yourself? What strength! You must have been strong in youth." "Yes, I was strong. And the path, wasn't it made by me?" The path wound up, too, reinforced also by Murici, like Terrepian were supported the stones and the risers of the stair, a patient and liaise, and solid work that recalled that of the ancient fathers who built the Nures. And up, at each step they stopped and turned to contemplate the work of the little man, and the stranger had childish curiosity that amused the servant. "Does the river swell in winter? "What is this, then?" she asked, pulling some small tree leaves toward her. She didn't know any plants or herbs. She didn't know that rivers overflow in spring. Here is the strip of chickpeas, pale already within their pointed husks, and here are the rows of serious tomatoes along the damp furrow, and here is a little field that looks like daffodils and is potatoes, and here are the shallots trembling in the breeze like asparagus, and here are the cabbages punctured by bright green caterpillars. White and yellow-brown butterflies flew about, settling down among the pea-flowers and becoming lost in them. Locusts broke away and fell back as the wind lashed them. Buzzed along the walls, their wings golden from pollen gathered on the flowers they visited. A line of poppies glowed red against the monotonous green of the flowerless field. A grave, odorous silence fell with the shadows of the mulberry trees, and all was warm and full of oblivion in that corner of the world enclosed by the jackfruit trees like a vegetable wall, so much so that the stranger, having arrived in front of the hut, threw himself down on the grass and felt the desire not to continue the journey. Between the reeds on the hill, the clouds of May passed white and soft as veils of a woman. He looked at the sky with an intense blue, and it seemed to him that he had been had, lying on a beautiful bed of silk pillows. She watched him open the cottage, turned to beckon at him with a wicked index-finger gesture, then return with something hidden behind his back, and knuckle down, flashing a smile. Was he dreaming? He sat up, clasping his knees with his arms, and was persuaded to pray a little before taking the pumpkin-shaped vessel filled with yellow wine that the servant presented to him. Finally, she drank. It was a sweet wine, perfumed with amber, and drinking it from the tight mouth of the gourd gave almost a sense of pleasure. Ephix looked on, kneeling in adoration. He too drank, and felt a desire to weep. The bees settled on the pumpkin. Jacinta tore off a stalk of oats from between his raised legs, and, looking down, asked, "How are my aunts living?" It was time for confidences. Ephix pushed the pumpkin back and forth, to the right and to the left. "Look, Your Grace," as far as the eye could see, the valley belonged to his family. Strong people they were. Now there is only this little cottage, but it's like the heart that beats in the chest of old people. One lives on this, but what a head, my grandfather! He was the one who ruined the family. If not for him, Your Grace wasn't born." Jacinto quickly lifted his eyes, then lowered them again soon. His eyes were full of despair. "Why be born?" "Oh, beautiful, because God wants it that way." Jacinto didn't reply. He always looked down, and his eyelids quivered as if he were about to cry. But he drank again, docilely, closing his eyes, while Ephix sat cross-legged and took one foot in his hands. "Aren't you happy that I came, Mr. Jacinto?" "Don't call me that," the young man said then. "I am not noble. I am nothing. Tell me how you say it as I do. Am I happy? No. I came here because I did not know where to go. There are so many people there. One must be bad to make a fortune. You can't tell. There are so many rich, but there are so many people." She waved her outstretched hand to suggest the bustling crowd, and Ephix gazed at her foot and murmured with tenderness and pity, "My beautiful soul." And she wanted to bend over the lonely boy and tell him, "I am here, you will not be lacking anything," but did not know how to offer him the pumpkin again, like the mother offers her breast to a crying child. We know, yes, what a hell of a world this is, but here it's different. You can also make your luck. I'll tell you how the Millise did. One day he came like a bird that has no nest. But Jacinto was listening sadly with his head down, twisting his mouth a little in disgust, and suddenly he threw himself with his elbow resting on the grass and his face in, his hand chewing with anger the avena. "If I knew, but what can you know, you? There is a prince in Rome who owns lands as much as all of Sardinia, and another one who has made himself great, who, when some national disaster happens, offers money more than the king. Also in Sardinia there is a friar who has 300 scudi of daily income," said Ephix, humiliated. But then he raised his voice. I mean, 300 his voice. Scudi, does your lordship intend?" For Signoria did not seem surprised, but after a moment he asked, "Where is it? Can it be known?" "It's in Calandianus, in Gallura, too far away." And Jacinto, with his distracted eyes, went on to narrate the fabulous riches of the lords of the continent. Their vices? And their wastage? And are they a contented people? Efix asked, almost irritated. Are we happy people? Yes, sir. Drink, drink, and gain courage. Jacinto drank, and then, with a shake, he poured the last drops on the grass. Bees landed there, and all around was a buzzing of sweetness. But after arriving at the cure, the boy seemed happy. He had hugged his aunts and other women, eaten well and danced like a shepherd at the party. Now she was sleeping and snoring, and Efix had seen her just before on the long bench against the wall, with such soft closing eyelids that it seemed the azure her eyes, translucent them, with her reddish hair on the white of the cheek, and clenched fists like a child who dreams. She had forgotten on the ground the light still lit. Efix bent over to put it out, thinking that Pinto were all like this, indifferent to economics and danger. Well, maybe better so in life. Also he turned supine and clenched his fists. Through the holes of the roof swayed the stars, and their trembling and the incessant quivering of the locusts seemed the same. Fain. She smelled the scent of alders and a pulley. Everything had fallen into a tremulous silence like that within a flowing water. And Efix remembered the distant evenings, the dancing, the night songs. Woman Leah, seated on the stone at the corner of the courtyard, bent over herself as a young captive who bites her bonds and slowly prepares to escape. Chapter 5. Efix returned the horse to town, and told the young woman owner about the entertainment of the evening before. Noemi seemed calm. Only, when he left for the estate, she ran to the gate, telling him to come back in 3 days to bring supplies to her sisters. After 3 days Efix returned, and, in order not to pay the horse hire, he loaded a knapsack on his shoulders and set off on foot. The Tyne had refreshed itself. A little breeze from the mountains of the province of Nuo was descending through the woods and ran over the herbs along the river as if it wanted to go down with this to the sea. Efix stopped at the power line, near the cypress tree on the sandy edge of the watermelon field, and looking at the fleshy tendrils running along as they twisted themselves. Into leaves he seemed to see something alive, animal-like in them, like everything else that trembled around. He was speaking to them as they wished, advising them not to cut down the trees, to dry up, to grow well and bear much fruit as was their duty. But a noise in the road caught his attention. Don Predu, proud and heavy on his black fat horse, passed behind a hedge. What an unusual thing it was! Seeing Efix, he stopped. And what are we to do with this bag? Have you been stealing favours? Efix stood up politely. These are supplies for my ladies. And where are you going? Don Predu was also heading that way. From his bag of flowers, the scent of cat food emerged, which he had brought as a gift to his friend, the rector, and there was also the purple neckerchief of a bottle of wine. And you walk, old man? Even your horse doesn't take you now. Give me your bag, I'll carry it for you. I'm not running away, no. If you want to be sure to climb on his back too, old man. Surprise, after having been a little begging and threatening, Efix loaded the knapsack onto the horse that seemed to have fallen asleep, then climbed onto the horse's back on Don Predu's shoulders, trying to make himself light. Now he'll sweat. Yes, your horse will. By God, he's the strongest horse in the district. You can put a load on him and he'll carry it. See, he goes as if he didn't even have a saddle. And tell me you what came to sniff around here, that vagabond of my nephew. Efix gave him a wrinkled nose. Ah, that's why I got him. Because, vagabond, he was an employee. What employment did he have? Did you count the hours? A good job instead, in customs. But, of course, to live in those places one needs a lot of money. There are gentlemen who own as much land as Sardinia is wide, and one makes alms more than the king. Don Predu puffed up all over with laughter, a silent, fierce one. Ah, here we are. Here you already have your head full of wind. Why do you speak like this, Don Predu? Efix said with dignity. The boy is honest and good. He has no vices, doesn't smoke, doesn't drink, doesn't love women. He will be lucky. If he wants it right away, there is a place in Nuoro for him. And then he also has money at the bank. Have you counted them, old man? Ah, Efix, I swear to you, they're feeding you rubbish instead of bread. Tell me, how much do your noble masters owe you now? They don't owe me anything. I owe it all to them. Shut up, or I'll throw you in the river. Listen, from now on, you will continue to accumulate debts to support your son. You will take money from Kalina. The devil will drown him. You will sell the farm. Remember that I want it. if you do not warn me in time, if you will do as on other occasions, when instead of selling to me at the right price you sold half to others, take care. I warn you, if he say, I'll cut your throat with a cane. You are warned. Come an enemy to his poor cousins, to the devil with them and their full head of wind. It's them who have always treated me as an enemy, and let him be an enemy. But remember, Efix, I want the power. The ordeal lasted all the way down the road until Efix, tired beyond belief from travelling on foot, slid off the horse's back and pulled down the pack-sack. Entering the courtyard, he saw the usual scene. His ladies sat on the bench with their hands in their laps. Kalina was knitting, her feet bare inside her ribbon-trimmed. Slippers? Inside the huts. Women sitting on the floor drank coffee, rocked their babies, and high up on the belvedere, against the golden sky, the dark figure of Father Pascal waved a Turkish handkerchief. "Are they enjoying themselves?" asked Efix, putting his bag at the feet of his mistresses. "And him? We always dance," said Mrs. Esther, and Mrs. Ruth got up to put away the things. The usurer spoke with emotion about Jacinto. What a pleasant young man! Few words, but as sweet as honey. He enjoys himself like a child, and comes here to eat my barley bread. Here he comes now with Grisenda from the fountain. They were to be seen far away among the green of gore. The scrubland, him tall and sallow-looking, her small and black, both holding in their hands the sparkling water jugs which they touched now and then, and out of which they touched now and then. Water ran over and dropped, and they seemed to take pleasure in that touch, because they looked down at the barrels and laughed. Efix had a premonition. He went up to the priest to bring him a basket of biscuits, a gift from a villager, and he saw from up there that Don Predu, who had taken the time to water the horse at the fountain, got up and reached for Jacinto and Grisenda, and bent over to tell them something. All three laughed, the young woman with her head down, Jacinto stroking the neck of the horse. "Efix," said the priest, wiping his handkerchief on his chest to remove his tobacco, "here is Don Predu. Less well will have some slander. And your Jacinto is a good boy. He comes to Mass and the novena. Well-bred, pleasant, but I recommend. Be careful." The women from the Corsican priest stepped out to help Don Predu unload the sacks, while the other women peered out their pale faces at the little windows, and the dog, after barking a bit, leapt high up in front of the horse as if he wanted to kiss it. "Careful, ladies," said Don Predu. "There's something inside the bags that breaks when you touch it, like you. You touched the thunder, Don Predu." Natolia cursed, even as she looked at him with languid eyes in an attempt to conquer him. Ah, if only she succeeded! She would have thus taken revenge on Grisenda, who had taken everything for himself, the stranger. Grisenda seemed excited about the arrival of Don Predu. "That's what, see," he whispered to Jacinto as they crossed the courtyard. "That's your uncle. He loves fun and spending money at parties. He's not like you. So melancholy. He has 100 lira. He spends 100 lira like that." She took some water with her fingers and threw it on his face, without him ceasing to smile with his sweet eyes, full of desire, showing her, between the rosy lips, the white teeth, almost as if he wanted to bite her. "What is 100 lira?" The child had smiled at her from the bed, swinging its legs in the air and trying to grab her with its little dirty hands. She kissed its thighs, sinking her lips into the soft flesh, where the shadows marked pink and violet stripes. He lifted him up high, lowered him back down to the ground, lifted him up again, made it him up again. Him laugh, took him outside, pressed him tightly to his chest. Out of doors, Jacinto was seated with his legs spread wide, and he had the little dish of cooked bean pods with milk between his hands, while Kalina invited him to eat them. With her they talked in a low voice, as if about something important, but Ruth, whose white lamb's leg, with its purple kidney covered by a veil, she held in her hand, appeared at the door and interrupted their conversation. "You must call Efix, because he'll make a spit of wood. Go on, Jacinto." Grisenda rushed to call the servant. She rubbed herself against him like a cat, gave the baby kisses. "How glad I am, Uncle Efix. We'll dance again tonight. But look at your little master. He's making a play for Kalina." He looked at her with tenderness. He saw Jacinto lift his eyes full of love and desire, and in his heart blessed the young people. Yes, have fun, love each other, that's why we go to parties, and soon enough the party will be over. Sitting in the shade of the wall, He began carving the skewer. The women laughed around him. Jacinto, as always, remained silent, and seemed to be listening to the sound of the sound, accordion that filled the courtyard with moans and cries. But Natalia arrived, swaying her hips. "My master and Don Predu invite Don Jacintino for lunch," and he got up, after having well beaten the hem of his trousers. Esther watched him with her eyes, and looked long at the terrace, as if fascinated by the glitter of the glasses and silver tray that Natalia was waving up there like a mirror. The thought that the rich cousin took notice of the poor nephew was enough to make her happy. The women praised Jacinto. The usurer, taking a thread between her thumb and index finger and spinning the spindle on her knee, said in an unusual sweetness, "I've never met her. Boy so docile, and handsome too. He resembles the old baron." "Who?" "The dead baron who still lives in the castle. But Mrs. Ruth put her index nail on her mouth. "We shouldn't talk about the dead at a party. Much more than a spirit. He's alive, and has moving hands, isn't he, Grixa?" "Who?" "Don Jacintino." But Grixenda leaned against the wall, with the child biting her the buttons of the shirt. Also she looked at the bright crayon in the belvedere, and her hair. Eyes seemed to be fascinated, as those of the old grandmother, when they peeped into the passage of the fairies down to the river on moonlit nights. Iphix returned again 3 days later. This time she wasn't alone. Almost all the people of the village came to the party, and the women carried on their heads trays with cakes and baskets full of chickens tied with red ribbons. The little trees around were loaded with unripe fruit, and the party seemed to extend over all the valley. Upon arrival, Iphix found the area round the huts already filled, with carts laden with tents made of sacks and sheets, and the traders of sweets and wine standing straight. Next to their small stands, under the shadow of the church, a line of beggars watched the path and their crouched figures, earth-coloured and Turkish, some with hideous white eyes, others with red sores and purple tumours, chests naked, as skinned, arms and fingers, blackened and dusky as burnt branches, drew themselves out between one bush and another on the azure grey line of the horizon. Beyond, however, the eyes spread out over the green, and the groups of horses and colts made the landscape more grand. The sound of the accordion reached far away. The sprightly and sensual melody called for dancing, but sometimes it turned into a lament, as if tired of joy, or as if tired of joy, regretting the pleasure that passes and crying over the uselessness of all things. Then even the melancholic eyes of the women seemed full of a sweet, nostalgic sweetness. Iphix stopped for a moment in the middle of a group of New-Array's peasants. The women sat in line in front of the cottages, waiting for the hour of chanted mass, and their red corsets gave a red tint to the shadow on the wall, but mass was delayed. Up in the belvedere the priests were laughing, and Natalia's tray kept going by, sparkling between the blue and black. Iphix found the cottage deserted. The master was in church, and he went to look for them, but he found himself caught between Don Predu, the Milesian, and Jacinto, in front of a wine merchant, and he saw 3 yellow glasses around his face. "Drink, you old man. It's too early for me." "It is never too early for a healthy man. Oh, are you sick?" Don Predu hit him so hard on the back that he jumped forward, and wine spilled from the glasses all over him. "My goodness!" He dried his clothes with his hand and drank, and to his surprise and satisfaction, Jacinto took out his wallet and handed the dealer a 50-lire note. God be blessed, it meant that the boy really had money. In any case, it was a whole day of joy, composed and almost melancholy in the women, towards whom men, making loud noise among themselves, showed some carelessness. All day long the accordion played with the cries of merchants, the ululation of marbles players, choral chants, or the verses of improvised poets. Gathered within a cottage, sitting on the ground with their legs crossed around an oil jar, to which they turned as if to an idol, the poets improvised octaves pro and against the Libyan war, a long way, and they took turns, and around them men and boys were packed together. Sometimes someone would bend over to take a drink from the ground. "Bibe Deu, salute, that we may know this festival 100 years in a row, healthy and happy. Bibe, Forca." The poet Serafino Massala di Bulte, with a Greek profile, and, dressed like an hero of Homer, sang. The wine-glasses passed from one hand to the other. Some women peered timidly out of the door. I Gregorio Giordano di Dualci, a fair-haired young man dressed like a troubadour, stroked his long hair with both hands, pulled it over his neck, and sang almost moaning-like, a prophet. That's enough. I can no longer tell the story, for in my memory is etched the one who always won, who in every step triumphed. If Africa could be bought, tranquil and healthy to roast, faced the helping saints of her glory, and with good memory and courage. 6. The Turk does not want to surrender. On the contrary, he is fierce in battle. The furious Arab is courageous. He lunges ready and doesn't want to flee. Torren at your master, who salutes you. 7. Applause, and laughter resounded. Everyone laughed, but they were moved. Under the shadow of the Church of Ethics, he instead heard other groups of peasants talking about America and emigrants. America, he said to himself, who doesn't taste it, doesn't know what it is. Up close she appears to be a sheep to be sheared. You get close to her, and she bites like a dog. Yes, dear brothers, I went there with half-full backpack, and believed that I would bring it full. I brought it empty. The Baronese, slim, high, black as an Arab, invited Efex to drink, and told him hold him. Episodes of the war, of which he was a survivor. Yes, she said, looking at her hands. I plucked the tuft from a Saduso, one who worshipped the devil. I had made a vow to take it from him, that tuft, to take it whole, with skin and all, and so I took it. You can see me blind if I lie. I brought it to my captain, holding it like a bunch. It dripped black blood like grapes of black grapes. The captain said to me, Bravo, continue. He listened, in his hand a little red rose. He made the sign of the cross with the stem of the flower, and he said, You will confess, Kanzi? You have killed a man. In war it is not a sin. Is it perhaps hidden? No. Then they began to argue, and Efix looked at the red rose as if she were talking to herself. To kill is God's business, she had to interrupt the discussion, because from far away a woman named Esther gestured for her to come closer. It was mealtime. Jacinto was invited by the priest, and all of them, more or less, were eating in good company. Smoke clouds rose from the huts, carrying the scent of roasted meat. The quietest corner was that of the ladies. Sitting in their hut, they ate roast lamb with Efix, and talked about Noemi far away, and Jacinto, the priest, and Maelise, smiling without malice. In the first days, Ruth said, as she cut a small cake into 3 equal portions, Jacinto always talked about leaving for Neuro, where he said he had a job at the mill. Now, for 2 days, he hasn't spoken about it any more, but it's that for the past 2 days he has hardly been seen, and always with Predu and other fellow. Let him have hello. Fun, said Efix. Out of the door could be seen Kalina sitting, unusually idle on his stone, and Grixenda, with the child in her arms, pale and sad, fixed the beautiful balcony of the priest. Ah, Jacinto was enjoying himself up there, forgetting about you. And it seemed to her that she was cowering at the edge of a desert in front of a mirage. Efix came out and said to her, Why aren't you having fun? She fixed the yellow ribbon against the evil eye on the baby's head, and tears filled her eyes. It's all over for me, the aunts called to her from the huts. Grixenda, come here. What will your grandmother say when she sees you so thin? Don't we feed you? Well, just a few bites, Kalina answered Efix, who she had called while winking at him. Come on, Efix, drink a glass of Vernaccia wine. You know who gave it to me? Your master. Good as bread and pleasant, but I must tell you that Grixenda is not suitable for him. 7 enough, I can't tell any more. I'll tell what I remember. May Italians win Italians. Every step to be able to conquer all of Africa. May they return calm and healthy. May they be helpful saints of glory, and with good memory and virtue may they return to their homes in health. And let them have fun. We are at the party. We come here to make penance, not to sin. Yes, the relatives feed Grixenda, but they don't notice where she goes day and night with Don Jacinto. And my ladies, don't they notice? They are like the saints of wood in the churches. They look, but do not see. Evil does not exist for them. That's true, Efix admitted. He drank, but felt sad, and went to sleep under a lentisolo on the Bruchiera. Beyond, he could see the tall grass swaying almost as if it were following the monotonous melody of the accordion, and horses immobile in the sun, like paintings on the azure, blue horizon. The voices drowned in the silence, figures melted in the light, and there she was, a woman emerging from a bush. Another man approached and joined her, so that they formed a single shadow. Ephix felt a shiver down his spine, yet he plucked a daisy, chewed on its stalk, and watched without envy Grixenda and Jacinta hugging each other. Dio li benedica e li avvolga sempre così, con il sole e la luce. In the afternoon the party was even livelier. Men were more generous with women, dragging them to dance, and the oblique sunlight tinged the courtyard pink, buzzing like a beehive. As the sun set, the people gathered in the church, and thousands of voices rose as one, blending together like outside. The perfume of the bushes was wafting about. Ephix, kneeling in a corner, was experiencing his usual painful ecstasy. And beside him, Grixenda, also kneeling, rigid as a wooden. Angel was singing with a sighing voice about love. The red glow of the twilight, cast towards the altar by the light of the candles, covered the crowd like a blood-red veil. But slowly the veil grew blacker, lit up only slightly by the gold of the candlelight. The crowd was undecided about leaving, although the priest had finished his prayer and continued to sing sacred hymns. It was like the distant murmur of the sea, the rustling of the forest at dusk. It was all an ancient people who walking, singing the innocent prayers of the first. Christians, walking on a dark road, drunk with pain and hope towards a place of light, but far away, unreachable. Ephix, with his head between his hands, sang and wept. The girl looked forward with moist eyes that reflected the flickering candles, and she sang and wept too, and the pain of the one was equal to the pain of the other, and both suffered the same as all the people who remembered how a slave once had been in a past of shadows and dreamed. As a maiden of a future of light, pain of love. Suan Antoni, impatient to take up his accordion again, was the first to jump out with his hat in hand. But on the door he stopped, looked up, and shouted. Everyone rushed to look. It was the new moon touching the wall seemed to want to go down there. After dinner the chanting and shouts around the fires began again. Even Don Predu danced, making all the women happy who hoped to be chosen by him. Only Jacinto did not dance. Seated next to the cobbler, he made a shaking sound. He held his hands between his knees, pale and tired. In the meantime Ephix could hear the women arguing about who had spent more money that day and had had more fun, and someone said, "It's Don Predu." "No, it's Don Jacinto. He spent over 300 lire. But he is rich. They say he has a silver mine, but how much fun did he have? He was buying drinks for everyone, even those he didn't know. Why does he didn't know? Oh, beautiful one, because whoever has it spends it." Ephix felt satisfaction and unease. He sat down next to Jacinto and told him the women's gossip. A silver mine? Yes, it pays well, but not as much as an oil field. I know a lady who dreamed that there was such a place on some land of a disgraced gentleman. This man was so desperate that he was about to kill himself. She was so rich now that she spent 20,000 lire a month on a woman. "Why didn't you marry the one in your dream? Or did you already have a husband?" asked Ephix thoughtfully. The women were dancing. Grixenda could be seen with her face lit up, laughing like the most mad creature at the party, and Ephix muttered, touching Jacinto's knee, "You're Grace, they say. Look at that girl. She is good, but she is poor, and then also an orphan." "I will marry her," said Jacinto, but he looked down at the ground as if daydreaming. Chapter 6. In times of famine, that is, in the weeks preceding the barley harvest, when people, having exhausted their grain supplies, turned to usury. Old Patoe would go to Ais, catch leeches. Her favourite spot was a bay in the river, below the Collecchio di Colombi, near the country estate of the Pinto ladies. There lay hour after hour, motionless, sitting in the shade of a willow tree, with her naked legs in the clear water tinged green and gold, and while she held fast one hand on the bottle in the sand, the other she ran caressingly over the necklace. From time to time she would bend a little, seeing her large yellow feet wave in the water. She reached one of them out, detached a black grape that had stuck to her wet leg, and pushed it down into the bottle with a reed. The grape stretched out, shriveled up, took on the shape of a black ring. It was the leech. One day, about the middle of June, she went up to Ephese's cottage. It was very hot, and the valley was all yellow under the sky of a cloudy blue. The servant was weaving a mat under the shade of the bamboos, with fingers trembling from malaria fever. Seeing the old woman sitting at his feet with the bottle in her lap, he barely raised his blurred eyes, and waited resigned, almost as if he already knew what she wanted from him. "Ephiks, you are a man of God, and can speak to me with your conscience in hand. What intentions does your master have? He comes to my house and sits down, he says to the boy. Play the harmonica, he gave it to him. Then he says to me, 'I will send Aunt Esther. Ask you for Grixender's hand.' But Aunt Esther is not seen. And one day that I went there, woman Noemi caught me alive, and left me dead. So many reproaches, she told me. When I returned home again, Grixender also disrespected me, because she doesn't want me to go to your mistresses. I don't know where to turn, Ephiks. It wasn't us who called the boy from the street. He came on his own. Kalina tells me to get rid of him. But how will she do that when he goes there?" Ephiks smiled. "Certainly not to make love here." Then the old woman's face rose irritably, and her neck seemed to stretch more than usual, all stringy. "And does he come to my house to make love?" "No, he's an honest boy. He doesn't even touch Grixender's hand. They love each other like good Christians, waiting to get married. Tell me in your conscience, Ephiks, what are his intentions? Do this kindness for the soul of your master." Ephiks became thoughtful. "Yes, one evening at the party he told me, 'I will marry her.' In my conscience I believe that he cannot, though. Why? He is not noble. He cannot, I repeat, lady," Ephiks said with more force. "For money he has, this is clear. He spends without counting. And your dead master used to say, I remember when even he would come and sit in my house, and my grandmother was still alive, 'Love is what binds man to woman, and money is what binds the woman to man.' He? Did he say so? To whom? To me, can't you hear? Yes, to me, but I was 15 and innocent. My grandmother chased Don Zame out of the house, and made me marry Priamu Piras. My husband was a brave man. He had a stick with a little pole on top, and told me, holding it, to my eyes, 'See, I would go blind if you look at Don Zame when he looks at you.' So the time passed. But the dead return. Here they are, while Don Giacintino is sitting on the stool, and Grixender on the threshold of the door. I seem to be myself, and the blessed dead." When she began to wander like this, she never finished, and Ephiks, who knew it, sent her away upset. And she was content to know that the boy had said one evening at the party, "I will marry her," and so he had gone away without a doubt. Ephiks remained alone, facing the red moon that was rising among the grey smoke of the evening, but he felt uneasy in the drowsiness in which all the valley was immersed. Murmuring of the water seemed to him like the buzz of fever, and even the crickets with their songs complained without ceasing. No, the life that Giacinto led was not that of an honest and God-fearing young man. Day by day, great hopes founded on him fell away, leaving room for real unease. He spent and did not earn, and even the deepest well, thought Ephim, if one draws too much from it, it will dry up. Some evenings Jacinto would descend to the market to bring in fruit and vegetables that the aunts would then sell at home secretly as stolen goods, because it is not for noble women to be herb vendors. And this was what he did most usefully. The rest of the time he spent idling about the country. But behold, I am rising up the path, dragging himself along beside, as a dog drags a dusty bike. He arrives panting, almost from the other side of the world, and after throwing from afar a wrapped package to his servant, falls to the ground, stretched out like a dead man, and with a dead man's pale face and grey lips. But a tremor shook his left shoulder so much that Ephiks, frightened, pulled out of his pocket a glass tube, dropped 2 chinin, pastilles of the palm of his hand, and put them in his mouth. "Swallow them. You're feverish." Jacinto swallowed the pills, and without getting up, he pressed his head between his hands. "How tired I am, Ephiks. Yes, I'm feverish. I caught it. Yes, I caught it. How can you not catch it in this cursed country? What a country!" he added to himself as he spoke, weary "You die. Get up," said Effix, bent over him. "You're not staying there. The evening air is bad. Let me burn, Effix. Let me be. It's so hot. I've never known such heat. At least we used to take baths here." What could I say to comfort him? "Why didn't you stay there?" Effix felt too much pity for all that misery prostrated before him to speak so. "What have you done today?" he asked in a whisper. "And what do you want me to do?" "There's nothing to do. Come down here to bring me bread, go there to bring grass, and they live like 3 mummies. Aunt Noemi was a little uneasy today, because Aunt Esther told me she couldn't make the money for the tax. I understand. They spend on me. I don't want anything for myself. I told Aunt Esther, 'Don't worry, I'll go to the tax collector myself.' A fury, Aunt Noemi. Her eyes were like an angry cat's. I didn't think she was so angry. Well, she even told me, 'With your money, if you have any, buy Grixenda another accordion. What's the harm? Effix, if I go to that girl, where do I go if not? Pietro took me to the barn, and I don't like wine, you know. The Millese wants me to play. He's made a fortune that way. But I don't like playing. I go there, to the girl, because she is good, and the old woman says funny things.' What's wrong with that? Tell me. Tell me?" He looked up and down at him, pleading with sweet moonlit eyes. Effix had taken the rap for bread, but he could not eat. He felt his throat constricted by a deep anguish. "No harm. But the girl, though good, is poor and not worthy of you. Love knows neither poverty nor nobility. How many lords have not married poor girls? Armadillo. More English lords, more American millionaires have married maids, servants, singers. Why? Why did they love each other? They are rich. They are the kings of oil, copper, and tinned fish. Who am I compared to them? And what about women? Russian princesses, American women. Who do they marry? Do they not fall in love with poor artists, and even their coachmen and servants? Are you what can know?" Effix held in his hands a piece of bread, and it seemed that he was holding his tormented heart by memories. "And then they say to believe in God, then. Why don't they let me marry the woman I love? Silent, Jacinto. Don't talk like this about them. They want your good. Then leave me form my family. I, maybe, will bring Grixenda into their house, and she'll help them. They are old now. I will work. I will go to Nuoro. I will buy cheese, livestock, wool, wine, even wood. Yes, because now, with the war, everything has value. I will go to Rome, and I will offer the goods to the war ministry. You know how much there is to gain. But, and capital, don't think about it. I have it. Just leave them in peace. I didn't come to exploit them or live off their backs. Ah, but Aunt Noemi is terrible," he groaned suddenly, covering his face with his hands. "Ah, Effix, I'm so bitter, and it makes me so ashamed to see them so poor, to see them secretly selling potatoes, pears, and the children came into the courtyard one by one, with a coin in their fists, and whispered, almost as if they were stealing something. I'm ashamed. Yes, this must stop. They will come back to be what they were, if I am allowed to do it. If Aunt Noemi knew how much good I wanted her to do, she wouldn't do it like this. Jacinto, give me your hand. You're good at it," Effix said, moved. "Taka." And then Jacinto resumed speaking with a weak, sweet voice that vibrated in the lunar silence like an infant's voice. "Well, Effix, you're good. I want to tell you about something that happened to a friend of mine who worked with me at the customs. One day a rich captain from the port went on retirement. A nice fat man, but naive as a child, came to make a payment. My friend said, I left the money and came back later for the receipt which was to be signed by the superior. The captain left the money. My friend took it, went outside, played with it, and lost it. And when the captain returned, my friend said he hadn't received anything. He protested, went to the superiors, but he didn't have the receipt, and everyone laughed in his face. Nevertheless, my friend was kicked out of the place. Yes, it'll be 4 months. Yes, I remember in Carnival. He went to dance. He got dizzy, drank. He had no more money. Leaving the ball, he took pneumonia and fell on a bench in a lane. They took him to hospital. When he came out, weak and exhausted, he didn't have a home nor bread. She slept under the arches of the harbour, coughed, and had bad dreams. She always dreamed about the captain who was chasing her, chasing like in scenes from the cinema. And so one evening, here is just the captain going to look for him under the arches of the port. The friend believed he was still dreaming, but the other told him, You see, I have been looking for you for a while. I know it's out of place due to the spill, but I want. her superiors and everyone else to know the truth. It's better for her, too. Tell yourself in your conscience, did you pour the money or not? The friend answered, Yes. Then the captain said, Let's try to settle things. I don't want to ruin it. Come to my house. Here is my address. Come tomorrow, and together we will go to see his superiors. It's fine, he said. But the next day, nor then did the friend go. He was afraid. He was afraid, and besides, the weather was terrible, and he did not move away. He coughed, and a porter would bring him warm milk from time to time. What kind of weather was it? What kind of weather? Jacinto repeated, and lifted his face, looking around, almost to make sure that the night was beautiful. Ephix listened, elbow on knee and face in hand, like children absorbed in fairy tales. But one day I decided and went. Silence. The faces of the two men were plunged in shadow, and both lowered their eyes. Jacinto's shoulder trembled convulsively, but he raised it and shook it as if to free himself from the tremble, and resumed with a harsher voice, Yes, it was I. You had... Understood. I went to see the captain. He was not at home, but the housekeeper, a pale girl who spoke in a whisper, made me wait in the antechamber. The room was almost dark, but I remember that when one of the doors opened, the red floor shone like blood had been washed over it. I waited for hours and hours. Finally the captain returned. He was with his wife, big as him, amiable as him. They looked like two huge children. They laughed loudly. The lady opened the door to see me well. I coughed and yawned. They noticed that I was hungry, and invited me to go into the dining room. I remember that I stood up, but I fell back, sitting, hitting my head on the back of the chest of drawers. I don't remember anything else. When I found her, she was in bed at home. The maid brought me a cup of broth on a silver tray, and spoke to me with great respect. I stayed there for more than a month, Ephix. Do you understand? 40 days. They took care of me, tried to put me back together, but the place was difficult to find, because everyone now knew my story. After all, also I wanted to leave far away, across the sea. What I suffered during that time no one can know. The captain, his wife, the maid, I see them all in a dream. I also see them in reality, even now, there, before me. They were good, but I would like to sink into the earth so as not to see them again. And the worst is that I could not leave their house. I stood there, stupidly seated, immobile to listen to the lady. Talked, or in company of the servant, who was silent. I sat at table with them. I heard them joke, make plans for me as if I were their own son. And everything gave me pain, humiliated me, and yet I could not leave. Finally, one day, the lady, seeing me completely healed, asked me what my intentions were. I said I wanted to come here from my aunts, of whom I had spoken as being well off. Then they bought me the ticket for the trip, and also gave me the bicycle. I understood that it was time to leave, and I left. I came here. What a release at first. But now, in the aunt's house, I'm still like there, and I don't know... A cry that had something of a taunting tone ran through the silence of the Siglione above the two men, and Jacinto leapt, surprised, believing that someone had heard his tale, and was ridiculing him. But he saw a small grey form lengthen, followed by another even darker and shorter one, leaping like flying from one spot to another around the hut, and disappearing without even giving him time to gather a stone to hurl at them. Even Ephix had gotten up. They are foxes, he said softly. Let them run. They make love. They sometimes look like hobgoblins, he resumed, while Jacinto threw himself back down on the ground silently. You saw how long they were? They eat wild grapes like devils. But Jacinto was no longer speaking. Ed Ephix didn't know what to say. If he should ask him to start the story again, comfort him, or comment on the good or bad of what he had heard. This is why he had been sad all day. This is how life goes. But what can I say? In the end, he was happy that the fox's passage had made Jacinto quiet. However, something still needed to be said. So, that captain? He seemed to be a wise man. He understood that youth is prone to error, and then when one is an orphan... Come on, get up. Do you want to eat? He entered the hut, and returned with the onion peeling. Jacinto lay motionless, defeated, perhaps regretting his confession, and he dared not speak any more. The smell of onions mingled with the scent of herbs all around. of vines and of tarragon. Foxes passed by again. Efix dined, but the bread seemed bitter to him. He tried a few times to say something, but he couldn't. No, he couldn't. It felt like a dream. Finally, he shook Jacinto, attempted to lift him up, and said with gentleness, "Come now, let's go inside. There's fever in the air." But the body of the young man seemed to be made of bronze, lying gravely attached to the earth from which he did not seem to want to detach himself any more. Efix returned to the cottage, but he was slow to close his eyes, and even in sleep he had the tormenting idea that he had to comment on the story of Jacinto. How? Whether for good or for ill. I must tell him, "Well, courage, you will redeem yourself. After all, you were a young man, an orphan." But he dreamed of Noemi, who looked at him with her wicked eyes, and whispered to him, tight-lipped, Do you see what kind of man he is?" He awoke with a heavy heart. Although it was still night, he got up, but Jacinto had already left. For many days he did not show himself again, so that Efix began to worry, especially since the vegetables and apples were withering in the shadow of the hut, and no one came to pick them. Every evening Don Predu, who owned large estates facing the sea, would pass by on his way back to town, and if he saw the servant, he would point to the land of his cousins with his index finger, and then touch his chest to mean that he was expecting the expropriation and acquisition of the estate. But Efix, accustomed to this gesture, would greet him, and in turn give a negative response, waving no with his hand and head. After the confession of Jacinto, however, she worried seeing Don Predu. It seemed to her more ironic than usual. One evening she waited next to the hedge and asked him, "Don Predu, tell me, have you seen my little master? The other night he came here feverish, and now I'm anxious about him." Don Predu laughed from the height of his horse, with his forced laugh clamped shut, with swollen cheeks. "I saw him playing last night at the Milese game." "And he was losing too." "Losing," Efix repeated, puzzled. "How do you say that?" "Do you want him to always win? He told me he never played, and do you believe it? He doesn't even tell the truth when you shoot him. But he's not bad. He tells lies, so they seem true to him, like children, like a real child, a child with all his teeth. He Tom mastiche. Vi mangerà anche il poderetto. Efix, ricordati, sono qua io. Se? No bastanet." Efix lo guardava dal basso, spaventato, e l'uomo robusto a cavallo gli sembrava, nel crepuscolo rossastro, un uccello impazzito, uno dei tanti mostri. Notturnice aveva paura. Gesù salvaci. Our Lady of Remedy, think of us. Don Predu had already left, when Efix reached him in the street, and he held out to him with both hands a basket full of apples and vegetables. "Don Predu, send this with your servant to my ladies. I cannot abandon the farm. Jacinto's not coming." The man looked surprised at first, then a kindly smile creased his plump lips. He raised one leg and said, "There's room over there." Efix threw the basket into the bag, and as Don Predu walked away without saying anything, he turned back to the hut. He was afraid that the mistresses would scold him. He knew he had committed a serious act, perhaps an error, but he didn't regret it. A mysterious hand pushed him, and he knew that all actions carried out in this way, by supernatural force, are good actions. The full moon had bleached the valley, and the night was so clear that the shadow of every stalk could be seen. Even the ghosts dared not come out that night, so bright it was, and the murmur of the water was lonesome without the sound of the washing of the sheets. Even the ghosts were at peace that night. The single servant could not sleep. She thought about the story of Jacinto and the harbour-master, and felt an infinite sweetness and infinite sadness. Everyone in the world sins, more or less, now or soon, sooner or later. And why? Had the captain not forgiven? Why shouldn't they also forgive others? If everyone would forgive each other, the world would be at peace. Everything would be clear and calm as on that moonlit night. He got up and went for a walk in the garden. Yes, the white path was also drawn by the shadow of the flowers. The leaves of the Indian fig had thorns in the shadow, and where the water stood, down to the river, a fairy, stars could be seen. But here is an ombre that moves behind the hedge, among the willow trees. He is a disfigured animal, black with silver legs. He squeals on the sand and stops. Efix ran down. It seemed to him that he was flying. "You are you? You scared me." Jacinto pulled the bicycle alongside and followed him silently. But once again, in front of the hut, he threw himself to the ground, groaning, "Efix! Efix! I can't take it any more. What have you done? What have you done?" "What did I do? I don't really know either." The servant of Uncle Pietro came in with a basket, saying you had given it to her master. Aunt Ruth and Aunt Noemi were at home, since Aunt Esther was on the 9th day. They took the basket and thanked the servant, and even gave her a tip. But then Aunt Noemi fainted, and Aunt Ruth thought she was dead and screamed. She called me Uncle Esther. She came, frightened, and for the first time also she looked at me cruelly and told me that I had come to make her die. Oh, God, God, oh, God, God! I soaked the face of Aunt Noemi with vinegar, and I cried. "I swear it on my mother's memory," I cried without knowing why. Finally, Aunt Noemi found herself and pushed me away with a hand. She said, "I would rather have died before this day." I asked, "Why, my Aunt Noemi, why?" And she moved away from me with one hand, covering her eyes with the other. How painful! Why did I come? Efix, why? The servant didn't know how to answer. Now he saw, yes, all the mistake made, by handing over the basket to Don Predu, and thought of how to remedy it, but did not see how, does not know why, and once again felt awe. The weight of the misfortunes of his masters weigh on him. "Stay quiet," he said finally. "I will go back to the country tomorrow and put everything right." Then Jacinto continued, "You must tell the aunts that it was not I who advised you to ask Uncle Peter to her. Deliver the basket. They think so, they believe, especially Aunt Naomi, that I am trying to make fun of them by seeking the friendship of Uncle Peter. I am friends with everyone. Why shouldn't I be friends with Uncle Peter? But she doesn't know that he wants to buy the estate. What have I to do with it? It's me who wants to sell it, perhaps. No one wants to sell it. Why talk about such things? But you, my soul, you said this other night. You promised the moon and the stars to make your aunts happy. And last night, instead, you went out to play. Playing so often earns money. I want to earn, just for them. No, I don't want to be a burden on them any more. I want to die. See," he added in a whisper, "now, after today's scene, it seems to me that I am still in the captain's house. God help me, Efix." Efix was listening with terror. He felt that he was once again facing the tragic fate of the family to which he was attached, as moss is attached to a stone, and did not know what to say or do. "Oh," Jacinto sighed deeply, "but I'm definitely leaving here. I don't expect them to kick me out. They are heartless, my aunts, especially Aunt Naomi. I don't mind, but she has not forgiven my mother. How can she forgive me? But I... He lowered his head and drew a letter out of his sack. "See, Efix, I know everything. If Aunt Noemi did not forgive my mother after this letter, how could she have a good heart? You know what's in this letter? You brought it to Aunt Noemi, and I took it. It was on the bench the day of my arrival. I read a few lines, then I took it out of the closet today. It's mine, is of my mother, it's mine. This letter is not worthy to be there. Hyacinth, give me the letter," said Efix, stretching his hands. "It's not yours. Give it to me. I will take it back to my mistresses." But Hyacinth crumpled the letter between the palms of his hands, and shook his head. Efix tried to take it from him. He begged, as if asking for a supreme alms. "Jacinto, give it to me. I will return it. I will put it back in the wardrobe. I will speak with them myself. I will make peace. Wait here for me. But give me the letter." His shoulder trembled, but his eyes were cold, almost cruel. Then Efix leaped forward, placed his hands on Jacinto's shoulders, and whispered a word into his ear. "Thief!" Jacinto had the impression that he was being attacked by a vulture. He opened his hands, and the letter fell to the ground. Chapter 7. At dawn Efix set out for the village. The nightingales were singing, and the whole valley was golden, an azure gold from the reflection of the bright sky. Some figures of fishermen were drawn immobile as painted on the green of the shore, and the green of the stagnant water, among white pebbles. Although it was early, when he came to the village, Efix saw the usurer spinning in her courtyard, among fat pigs and doves in love, and greeted her by indicating that he would Pass later. But she replied by shaking the spindle. She could wait. She wasn't in a hurry. Above, here is Aunt Potoi, with a bowl of milk for the boys' breakfast. Efix tried to go past, but the old woman began to speak loudly, and he had to stop to listen to her. "Well, what have I done to you? Because boys want to like each other, must we hate each other, old women? I'm in a hurry, Canne Potoi. I know there's a commotion at your mistress's house. But it's not my fault. I lose out on this occasion. Your patron wants Grixenda to stay at home, not go barefoot any more, and not go out washing any more. I have to be a maid, but I do it with pleasure, since it's about making the boys happy. Master, help us, sighed Efix. Let me go. Canne Potoi. Pray Christ. Pray Our Lady of the Remedy. The remedy is in us, the old woman pronounced. The heart one must have, nothing else. The heart one must have, Efix repeated to himself as he entered his mistress's house. All was silent and sunlit in the courtyard. Jasmine flowers were blooming over the well and bones of the dead lay amidst the golden grass of the ancient cemetery. The mountain surrounded the house with its green and white hood. A historic column had fallen from the balcony and lay in the gravel like the remnants of a rocket. All was silence. Efix entered and saw that the basket he had sent with Don Predu was almost empty on the seat, indicating that the vegetables had already been sold. Only the yellow pom-poms of half St. John. He seemed to himself then that he had been dreaming. He sat down and asked, "Where are the others? What has happened? Esther is at Mass. Noemi is up," said Mrs. Up. Ruth hunched over as she made coffee. She didn't say anything else until the sisters arrived, with Mrs. Esther's hand poking out of the neck of her shawl, and Noemi, pale and silent with violet eyelids. Efix didn't dare to look at them. He rose up with respect before them as they took their places on the seat, and only after Esther asked, "Efix, do you know what's happening?" He raised his eyes and saw that Naomi was staring at him as a judge stares at the accused. "I know. The blame is mine. But I did it for the sake of good. You do everything for the sake of good. It would be nice if you did something for the sake of evil, too. But anyway, he wasn't really a foe. He's related to you after all. Your people, your death, Efix." "Well, that won't happen again, will it? He left?" asked Esther then, covering her face with her hands. "Left? Don Predu? Where? Who talks about Predu? I was talking about that wretched man." Efix looked at the basket. "I wanted to say for Don Predu, for what I did yesterday." Noemi smiled, but a smile that twisted her mouth and eye toward her left ear. "Efix," she said with an harsh voice, "we're talking about Jacinto. You, when it came to getting him to come, you said, 'If he behaves badly, I'll think of sending him away.' Did you say this?" "I did. And then keep your promise. Jacinto's our ruin." Efix lowered his head for a moment. He blushed and was ashamed of blushing, but soon gathered courage and asked, "May I say a word? If it is ill-spoken, it is as if it were not spoken. Speak on. The boy does not seem bad to me. He has been misled so far. He has lost his parents in the worst time for him, and he has become like an orphan child in the street and got lost. He must be brought back on the right path. Now, here in the village, he doesn't know what to do. He has a fever and is bored, so he goes out to play and have sex. But he has good ideas, is polite. Have you ever been disrespectful to him?" "This, no, said Mrs. Esther, and Mrs. Ruth also nodded her head. Ma Noemi said with an acrimonious voice, clenching her fists slowly and stretching them towards Efix, "Since he has come, he has only done us disrespect." "Yes, he came without saying a word. As soon as he arrived, he made contact with all the people who despise us. Then he began to make love with the girl of the worst race of Galt, a girl who goes barefoot to the river. He was idle, and he lives in vice. You yourself say so. If this is not disrespecting us, our house, what is? Tell me, in your conscience." "It's true," admitted Efix. "But he's a boy, I repeat. We should help him, find him an occupation. Then I'd like to say one more thing." "Speak up," said Noemi, but with such contempt that he felt himself freeze. However, he dared to say, "I think it would be good for him to have his own family. If he really loves that girl, why not let her marry him?" Noemi jumped up, leaning his shaking legs on the seat. "Have you been paid for talking like this?" Then he had the courage to look her in the eyes. and a single response. "I am not used to being paid," filled his mouth with bitter saliva. But he spat out words and saliva because he saw woman Esther pull Noemi's jacket, and woman Ruth pale, looking at him pleadingly, and understood that they all guessed his answer, and knew that he was no servant to be paid. Or better, yes, a servant, but a servant for whom no compensation in the world could repay. She? Noemi turned back to giggle, but Mrs. Esther put her hand upon hers and spoke in gentleness. "He takes the money from Kalina. We thought you knew that, Ifs. He takes the money from Kalina on usury, and Predu has signed some bills because he hopes to take our farmstead from us. Prendilo." With his head bent down and eyes closed, he opened and closed his fists in a state of fright, unable to reply. And they believed I knew, and how, and why, he wondered. "Yes," Noemi said with cruelty. "We believed you knew, not just that, but that you gave him your word to your friend Kalina, my friend." He then cried out, opening his fearful eyes, and saw red. He cried out some more words, but without knowing what he was saying, and ran away waving his hat as if to put out a fire. He found himself in the courtyard of the usurer. Everything was at peace there within like in Noah's ark. The white doves were tubbed, with coral feet resting on the arch of the small door below a vine branch which tossed a golden garland over its black shadow, and in this frame the seamstress was sewing, her little feet bare within the embroidered slippers, her handkerchief folded upon her head. Aphix's restlessness upset the peace of the place. "Tell me at once how Don Giacinto's affair is going." The usurer raised her unblemished eyebrows and looked at him calmly. "Do you want me to kill you?" he roared. "Don't you have anything better to do than to be a hanging judge? Speak, and speak quickly." With an intimidating gesture he stopped the wheel, and she was frightened, but didn't show it. "So it is your ladies who send you? Well then, tell them not to worry. Time will come when I will pay. In all, I have given 400 scudi to the boy. He began to ask me for money when we were at the party. He wanted to look good. He said he was expecting money from the continent. He gave me a note signed by Don Predu. How could I say no? Later he returned here. He told me that he had lost the money from the continent gambling with the Malese. I told him that I had brought the bill of exchange from Don Predu. Then he was frightened, and took another one signed by Donna Esther, so I gave him more money. How could I say no? Didn't you know anything?" she concluded, picking up her needlework again. Ifix was devastated. He remembered that Donna Esther had secretly written to Jacinto to come. Secretly, he might also have signed the bill of exchange. How were they to pay? It seemed to him that he could no longer move. His legs were swollen, heavy with all the blood that was flowing down into them, leaving his heart and head empty, and his hand inert. How were they to pay? And the usurer was spinning, and the doves were cooing, and the chickens were pecking at the flies on the rosy bellies of the pink pigs lying out in the sun. "Ah! Well, was quiet. He was the only one who was pining away." "Ah, so you didn't know that? I thought part of the money they kept for themselves, the ladies, to pay you. Instead, I wanted to propose to Father Jacinto that you pay me back the 10 scudi you owe me, but then I thought it wouldn't be right. However, if we renew the bill and make one overall account—" Efix made an effort to move. He tore off his beret again, and began to beat it against his face in despair. "Ah, cursed you be! Ah, that the hangman impale you! Ah, what have you done?" In the courtyard there was a great commotion. The pigeons flew onto the roof, and the cats climbed up the walls. The woman only stayed quiet, so as not to attract people, but she bent over to avoid the blows, and defended herself with the spinning top, jumping, retreating, and when she got into the kitchen, she turned around the corner behind the door, seized with both hands an iron pole, and stood up straight, her back against the wall, terrible like a nemesis with a club. And then it was she who made the man retreat, whispering to him in a menacing voice, "Go away, killer! Go away, killer! Go away!" He retreated. "Go away! What do you want from me? I come to look for you, maybe. Come to me, all of you, when hunger or vices drive you. Don Zama has come. His daughters have come. His grandson has come. You've come too, you killer. And when you need it, you are good, and then you become fierce like the hungry wolf. Go." Ifix was at the door. She was pushing him. "On the contrary, I must tell you that I no longer want to wait, since you treat me this way. and so at the end, in September, you will pay me, or I will protest the bill. And if the signature is false, I'll put the boy in jail." Go! He left, and did not go home. He walked across the deserted countryside under the sun. He stumbled over the volcanic stones that were scattered here and there, and it seemed to him that the earthquake remembered by tradition had taken place that very morning. He roamed about among the ruins, and he felt as though he had an obligation to dig, to pull corpses from the rubble, treasures from the underworld, but he could not, so alone. Was it so weak, so uncertain about starting? As he passed by the basilica, he saw that it was open, and went inside. There was no mass, but the guardian cleaned the church, and she heard the sweeping of the broom in the silence of the shadows, as if the old ladies of the castle passed by, with their brocade clothes from the loud trailing skirts. And he knelt down at his usual place under the pulpit, leaned his head on the column, and prayed. The blood was flowing again through his veins, warm and heavy as lava. The fever scorched him all over. The oblique rays of dust-grey particles falling from the broken roof seemed to be white holes in the black floor to him, and the pale figures in the pictures looked down at him all, bent forward, about to peel off and fall. La Maddalena leans forward, gazing out at her black frame at the edge of the unknown. Love, sadness, regret, and hope smile and weep in her deep eyes and bitter mouth. Aphix looks at her, gazes upon her, and seems to recall an earlier life, far away, and he thinks she hints at him coming closer, helping her down, following. He closes his eyes. His head was shaking. It seemed to him that he walked with her on the sand along the river, under the moon. They went, silent and weary. They reached the street next to the bridge. There his vision got confused. There was a cart on which Lear sat, hidden among bags of bark. The cart disappeared into the night, but on the bridge, under the moonlight, Don Zama remained dead, lying on the dust, with a swollen violet spot like a grape upon his neck. Aphix knelt by the corpse and shook him. "Don Zame, my lord, up! Your daughter are waiting for you." Don Zame stayed immobile. He wept so bitterly that the caretaker came to him with her broom. "What's wrong, Aphix? Are you sick?" He opened his eyes in fear, and it seemed to him that he still saw Kalina with the poles screaming at him, "Murderer! I have a fever! I feel like I'm going to die. I would like to confess." "If you don't confess to Christ," the keeper murmured with an ironic smile. But Aphix leaned his forehead again on the pulpit column, and, looking up, confusedly at the altar, he began to stammer incoherent words. Large tears rolled down his face, and veered down towards the trembling chin, drop by drop, until they reached the ground. Hyacinth was waiting for him, lying in front of the hut. As soon as he saw him coming towards her, with the basket in his hand, which, though empty, seemed to be pulling him down towards the earth, she understood that everything was known better, so she could free herself of part of the weight that crushed her, the most shameful. Silence. "Tell me," she said, as Aphix sat in his usual place without putting down the basket. "Tell me," he repeated more loudly, since the other was silent. "Now?" Aphix sighed. "And now? My mistresses have calmed down a bit because I promised to get rid of you, didn't I? They believe that the drafts are really signed by Don Predu, and I haven't had the courage to tell them the truth, because the signatures are false, aren't they? Ah, yes, that's true. Ah, Jacinto, my soul, what have you done? And now? Will you go to Nuro? Will you go to Nuro? Will you pay? It is so much. It's a large sum, Aphix." How to do it? But Aphix whispered to him, hunched over him, delirious, "Go, son of God, go. I wish you didn't go, but if I tell you myself to leave, it's because there is no other salvation. Remember the good things that you said the other night. You said, 'I want the aunts to be well. I want the house to rise.' These things I also thought when you were to come. And instead, if you do not pay, the usurer will put up for auction the estate, or will lock you in jail for false signatures, and they will have to ask alms. This is what you did, Liz. I know you didn't do it on purpose. You promised the other evening so many beautiful things, you son of God." Jacinto's shoulder began to shake again. She lifted her face beneath Aphix's lowered gaze, and they looked at each other sadly. "I didn't do it for evil." I wanted to make money, but how can one earn in this country? You who have remained so miserable. Aunties won't put in a penny, she continued, after a moment of anxious silence. That is indeed my aunt's signature. I had to get it because the usurer wouldn't give me credit. But I'll pay, you'll see. And if not, I'll go to jail. It doesn't matter. You, then, Efix, have money? If I had it, I wouldn't be here broke. I would already have cashed the notes. What should we do, Efix, then? What should we do? Well, listen. You'll go again to the lender and ask for 100 lire to get to Nuoro. There you will look for a place. The important thing is to change direction now, to lift yourself up once and for all, intendi. But Jacinto, who had up until the last moment hoped for help from the servant, did not reply, said no more. He drew into himself like a sick beast. He felt the locusts flying creakily between the leaves, and he followed with an idiot's stare their flapping of colourful wings. Two fell on his hand, woven together, green and hard as metal. He shuddered. He thought of Brixenda. He thought that he had to leave and never see her again, so poor as to give up even a creature so poor. And he buried his face in the grass, gasping without crying, with shaking shoulders convulsed by a tremor. Chapter 8. It was Thursday night, and the spinster was not spinning from fear of the Thursday woman, who appears to the night spinners, and can cause them harm. But she sat on the steps of the door, under the wreaths of silver and black vines, and looked at the moon, and whenever she looked around, it seemed to her that she still saw, here and there on the wall of Indian Bauhinia, the eyes of Efix green glittering with anger. They were fireflies. The fireflies were twinkling. But she too believed in the fantastic things, in the supernatural life of nocturnal creatures, and remembered that when she was a child, poor and going about begging, and picking up rubbish under the ruins of the castle, and hunger and malaria fever hounded her like angry dogs, once while she, the gravel sharp as knives. Under the fixed sun that burned over the purple mountains of Dorgali, a gentleman had approached her quietly, touching her on the shoulder. He was dressed in colours resembling the sun and the mountains, and his face resembled that of Don Zame Pintor's son, who had died young. She had recognized him at once. He was the Baron, one of many ancient barons whose spirits still lived among the ruins of the castle, in the cellars dug into the hill, opened onto the sea. "Girl," she said to him with a strange voice, "run to the midwife and beg her to come up tonight to the castle, because my wife, the Baroness, is in labour. Run, save a soul, keep the secret. Take this." But Kalina trembled, leaning on her bundle of firewood that against the sun it seemed to her a black cloud. So she could not extend the little hand, and the gold coins that Baron had held out fell to the ground. He disappeared. She threw the bundle down, gathered up the coins as a bird might gather crumbs from the table, and ran away nimbly, jumping. But the midwife, although she saw the hot coins wet between her burning fists, spat on her face to take away her fear, and told her, laughing, "Go that you have fever and delirium. You will find the coins. If any are found still, under the castle, don't cry. I'll make them pay you back," she said. Kalina gave her some coins, only kept one with a hole in it, and put it around her neck through a red belt. "Go," she told the woman, "save a soul. You pretend not to believe me because I keep the secret, but I will anyway." And she fell down dead. The midwife insisted, until she died, that it was all an illusion brought on by fever, but, she said, this was because Kalina kept the secret. Meanwhile, the coins were bearing fruit. They bore fruit every year, more than the grapes that she saw there green and red around Don Predu Pintor's courtyard. One evening, then she had tried, old as she was, the same feeling of joy and terror that she had felt on that occasion. A young man appeared to her, just like the Baron. He was Jacinto, and whenever she saw him, that sense of vertigo returned to her, a confused memory of an earlier life, ancient and underground as that of the baroni in the castle. Here he comes. High, black, with a white face like the moon, he enters and sits down next to her on the threshold. "Aunt Kalina," said an alien voice, "why did you tell my servant about my affairs? It was him who wanted it. He attacked me and wanted to kill me. Kill you! For so little? Oh, that man of my aunt's makes so much noise for such miseries, while there are people over there who makes debts for millions, and no one knows it. but the old woman didn't care about those people over there. I had to take the stick to defend myself. You see, sir, the servant is fierce. Don't trust him. Jacinto stood immobile for a moment, looking at his hands on which the trembling shadow of a vinca fell. Then he jerked. I won't trust. In fact, I want to leave. I can't live here any more. Actually, I'll earn it. In 40 days, I'll give you everything back, every last cent. But now you have to give me the money for the trip. I'll send you another bill. Who's it from? He asked sternly. Me, he said firmly. Trust me, save a life. Come on, quick, and keep this secret. He touched her shoulder as the Baron had, and she stood up to get money from the safe. 2 50-lire notes that she examined closely, looking at them closely. Through the moonlight, as she considered that one would be enough for Jacinto's journey, so the other put it away. The moon, high up above the window-pane over the box, was sending a ribbon of silver to her bony breast, and from the collar of her shirt one could see the gold coin pushed into Carl. The black corset. Jasper wasn't content. What was that thin paper compared to the treasures of great lords on the continent? Ma, as the usurer said, she didn't want a promissory note. He realized that she was giving him alms, and felt an unbearable anguish. It seemed to him that he was still in the anteroom of the port captain, immobile awaiting. So no later than tomorrow I'll give them back to you, he promised, getting up, and then went to Miles to tell him that tomorrow he was leaving. There, through the door, could be seen the white and black courtyard bathed in moonlight and the shadow of the pergola. The mother-in-law, seated on her primitive queen's throne, was not spinning out of respect for Gelbiana, chatting with her feverish daughter, and the pale maid, sitting on the ground, leaned against the wall. My son-in-law has just gone out. He must have gone to see Don Predu, she said to Jacinto. And how are your ladies? I send them many greetings, and thank them for the gift they sent my brother, the rector. Black plums, said a greedy servant. Natolia, Corfu imaza a conca, if she has eaten all of them in secret. If you give me some more, Don Giazzi, I'll come down to the farm with you, said Natolia, provocingly. Come pure, he answered. But his voice was sad. And although the old mistress warned, each one must go with his equals, Natolia. When she got on the road, he felt that the women were laughing as they spoke of him and Grisenda. Yes, it was necessary to leave to seek for fortune. So as not to pass in front of the girlfriend's house again, he went down a road, then another, until to an open space on which the ruins of a Pisan church were looking. The euphorbia was aromatic all around. The moon Azerognella shone on the ruins of the tower like a flame on a black candle, and it seemed that in that corner of this dead world the day would never rise again. But at once, behind the square, white as snow among pomegranates and palm trees, it looked like a Moorish residence, with its arched doorways, stone arcades, half-moon. Windows, Don Predu's house. Crossing the large courtyard, where the wide reticulated canes glistened in the moonlight, on which the legumes were now covered with rush mats, Jacinto saw the huge figure of his uncle, and that slim of the Malese, immobile at the back of a golden door, preceded by an archway. They were drinking, seated in this humble earthly room, with their legs crossed and their elbows on the table edge. And both of them seemed content with life. Drink, drink, they said together, offering Jacinto their wine. But he pushed away the 2 glasses together. Are you ill and not drinking? Yes, I am ill. But she didn't say that she was ill. Those 2 wouldn't have understood it. Has your Aunt Naomi beaten you? Graziosa hasn't kissed you enough? Corfu is a whack of a girl, said the Malese, repeating the curse of the greedy servant. Oh, he breathed, resting his elbows on the table and holding his head between his hands. And as his shoulder trembled, Don Predu looked at it, slightly pale in the face, and that convulsed shoulder seemed to give him such a headache that he got up and placed his hand there, saying, Let's go outside, let's take some fresh air. They went to take the cool air. Their footsteps resounded in the silence as those of the night patrol. However, Jacinto was also taken by the slightly bitter merriment of his companions. Shall we go to the theatre, Uncle Pietro? At this time, in the countries on the continent, life and entertainment begin. In front of the theatres, so many carriages pass, like a black river. Even ladies are still out with their little dogs. Milise laughed so much that he choked. Don Predu was more reserved, but his smile, if you looked closely, cut like a knife. So get back there, and bring Grixenda along as a puppy. Oh, how stupid you are in this country. Not like in yours, though. He stopped, but then went on, Why do you call me stupid? Why would I want to spend my youth well? And you, what do you do? Is that your life? What kind of life is it? You don't even love your sick wife. And Uncle Pietro. What's your life like? You just pile up money, like beans on a mat, to give it away to pigs. You don't want to do anything nice for anyone, even yourself. The two friends were arguing and smiling at each other. You're really sick tonight. Sick of the bag. My bag is more full than yours. Let's go to the bar, you'll see, he said, blushing in the shadows. You wouldn't drink with us. I can't bear to see you die and accept your wine. They nevertheless ended up in the almost empty inn. Only two men were playing quietly, and third was now looking at one's cards, and then another's. But on a sign from Don Predu, he approached the newcomers, and all four sat around another table. The Betelier, a small countryman who looked like a Jew from the Bible, with his open-fronted Eastern trousers, carried the wine in a Levantini cup, and placed an iron brack lamp in the middle of the table, and the Milese, with his head turned to the right, mixed his cards thoughtfully, looking now at one, and now at another of his companions. How much is the rate? 50 lira, replied Jacinto. Noemi was sitting at her usual place in the courtyard, sewing. It had been a very hot day, and the sky was still hazy grey-blue from the ashes of an eastern fire. The last flames were smouldering. The already blossomed Indian fig trees put a touch of gold on the grey of the gardens, and there, behind the tower of the ruined church, Don Predu's pomegranates seemed splattered with blood. Noemi felt all this grey and red within herself. Her springtime malady returned every year as summer approached, and indeed the need for solitude only grew stronger with each passing day. It pushed her to hide away and surrender herself more fully to her suffering, like a sick person who has given up all hope of recovery. That day she was alone. Donna Esther and Donna Ruth had accepted the invitation of the rector to serve on a committee for a party. Jacinto was in Oliena, buying wine on behalf of Milese. Yes, reduced to this, serving as a servant to one who had been a wandering merchant. Noemi despised him, did not speak to him, but when she was alone she met him again, bent over her, dripping her face with vinegar and her tears, and his trembling voice, hisses, words, My Aunt Noemi, my Aunt Noemi, why this? And her sad, burning eyes, like that summer sky, would not leave her mind. It seemed to her as if she tasted on her lips the taste of his tears, and that was the taste of all human sadness, of all human weakness. Then the usual image of him bored, moved aside, dispirited, a man against whom it was impossible to fight, because he gave the impression of a mass thrown from the mountain to ruin the house, disappeared to make way for the image of him, good, repentant, passionate. This image, yes, Noemi loved it, and sometimes she felt it so alive and real next to her that she blushed and cried as if assailed by a lover secretly penetrating the courtyard. Her soul then vibrated all passion. A whirlwind of desire overwhelmed her, carrying away all her sad thoughts, like the wind that passes and strips the tree of all its dead leaves. She felt like she had fainted on that day, and her tears were like those of Jacinto. She drank them, as if they were the juice of a sour fruit, with her eager, trembling lips. That gave nor received all the kisses. The youthfulness, the fervour, and the pain of Jacinto seemed to permeate her. She forgot her age, her appearance, her absence. It seemed to her that she was lying under clear water in the depths of a forest, and seeing a figure bend over to drink above her mouth. It was Jacinto, but it was also her, Noemi, alive, thirsty for love. It was a mysterious spirit that drank all the water from the spring, all life from her mouth, so great was its insatiable thirst, and then she extended herself into the cavity of the fountain in the depths of the forest, and became one being with her. A knock at the door called her back. She went to open it, thinking it was her sisters or Jacinto himself, of whose presence she was not afraid, because it sufficed to break the spell, but she saw Aunt Potoy and instinctively closed the door again to repel her. The old woman pushed at her turn. "You want to crush me like a spider, Noah's wife." "I don't come to hurt you." Noemi retreated coldly and with disdain, looking at the cloth in her hand. "What do you want?" "I want to speak to your lordship, but calmly, as a Christian to another Christian," said the old woman, who was adjusting the corals around her sunburned neck and shivering, skinny and sad like a skeleton. "Mrs. Noemi, look at me. Don't lower your eyes." She had come to ask you for help. "Me? Yes, you, my lady." "It's been 3 months since your ladyship has allowed me inside here again." "That's right." "But tonight I dreamed of Mrs. Maria Christina. I saw her next to my bed, just as she came the time when I received my last rites. She was beautiful, Mrs. Maria Christina, with a white handkerchief like the flower of the lily. 'Go to Noemi,' he said to me. 'Noemi has my heart, because the heart of the dead remains with the living. Go, Potoi,' he said to me. 'You will see that Noemi will help you.' These very words, he told me, stalled next to the gate. Noemi was still trying to sew, with her head bowed over the fabric that reflected the red color of the sky above the sky. Mountain. Well, what do you want? I'll tell you. She knows everything. The boys want to be good to each other, I used to say. Why shouldn't they love each other? And we didn't love when we were young. But time passes, sir, and the boy becomes strange, like Grixenda is worn out. He doesn't want her to leave the house, to go out to work, and if he finds her on the threshold, he makes her go back in, and if Grixenda complains, he says, 'For you I make your Aunt's Dee of grief, Aunt Naomi especially.' He doesn't say anything else, because he's polite and kind. But these words are like poison that corrodes without causing scream." She gave a great sigh, and took a piece of Noemi's bib out of her black fingers. "Noemi, my lady, you have your mother's heart, I can tell you so. When my father warned me, 'If you keep looking at Don Zame, I will stab your pupil with the sting,' I closed my eyes, and Don Zame has been dead to me from that moment on. Now, Grixenda isn't like that. Grixenda can't close her eyes. Her misfortunes are all your fault," he said gravely. "You knew, old woman as you are, how such things end up." We know. And we never know anything, my lord. The heart is never old." "Yes, that's true," Noemi admitted, but with a voice that seemed to escape her by force. But immediately she furrowed her eyebrows and lifted her cold, mocking eyes to fix on the old woman's. "Well, then, what do you want from me? That she speak to Don Jacinto? Yes, that she tell him, leave Grixenda alone. Must I tell him this?" "And why me?" asked Noemi, and when the other in turn stared at her without answering, she felt an awkward impression. It seemed to her that the old woman knew. She lowered her eyes and resumed, sharp and cold, "I won't say anything to him. You remember well. You knew who he was, and you were a bad grandmother to allow Grixenda to take care of someone unsuitable for her. Why is it not suitable for her? A free man is always suitable for a free woman. All you need is love, and I will do this charity of speaking to her. I am not asking for bread. It is more than bread. It is the salvation of a woman. And the boy will listen to her because he is good, and says, 'I don't mind anything else, but that Aunt Noemi suffer for me.' Well, I'll tell you this. He always talks about you, and loves you. Grixenda is even jealous of you." Then Noemi began to laugh. But she felt her knees tremble, and in her heart the brilliant beauty of the sunset. It was a sea of light, scattered with islands of gold, with a mirage at its end. She had never experienced such a moment of exhilaration before. A moment, and the world had changed. The old woman was gazing at her, and in the glassy stare of her eyes there shone wickedness like a youthful necklace round the skeletons. "Neck, what do you tell me now, Naomi? Am I going away quietly?" "Yes, it is true. But yes, it will help me." "Go away," Naomi said with a changed voice. But the old woman did not move, sinking into humble thanks. Our humble house has always been next to theirs, like the servant next to the master. It couldn't last, our hostility. I hear my Zuanantoni crying every time I come back from the garden. He cries and asks, 'Why have the ladies driven me away?' Then he takes his accordion and comes here to play behind the wall. He says he's playing a serenade for Donna Noemi. Have you heard that, sir? And everything will be fine now." "Let's hope so. Everything will go well," said Noemi, but even she didn't know what was supposed to go well. She felt an unexpected love for everyone. "Tell Jan Antoni to come tonight." I'll give him the red pears." The old woman took her hand, kissed it, and went away crying. She returned to her place. The fading sky to the east, above the mount, still glowed as if all the splendour of day had gathered there. She persisted in sewing, but could not see either the cloth or the needle, only that great clarity, that boundless mirage, deep and infinite. It seemed to her she could hear the serenade of the boy, and love verses flowed through the burning air of twilight. Again he was revisiting the rustic beauty of the priest's belvedere, over there in the Church of the Remedy. The bonfire burned in the courtyard, and the party was in full swing. Then she too came down to join the chain of dancing women. Also she took part in the feast. She was the craziest of all. She was like Grisenda and like Natolia, and felt within her heart the heat, sweetness, passion of all those women united together. Jacinto took her hand, and the festival all around, in the courtyard, in the world, was for them. But little by little she woke up. He wanted the fire to die down, and for his blood to stop beating violently in his veins. He felt ashamed of his dreams. He remembered the promise he had made to the old woman. Everything will be all right. So he tried to find words to say to his nephew, to convince him to take the right path, and marry Grisenda. May they be happy. She loved them both. Now the woman, because with her love she formed part of man, that they be happy in their poverty and in their love, in their journey to a promised land. She loved them because she felt among them, part of them, united to man by her love, united to the woman by her pain. She blessed them like an old mother, but she felt herself carried among them through the mysterious life, as Jesus between his parents in their escape to Egypt, and she began to weep with children, and the aged, not knowing why, out of pain that was joy, out of joy that was pain. But someone knocked again, and she wiped her eyes with the cloth and went to open it, and man came in and shut the door. It was the doorkeeper, a thin bourgeois with a black beard that was not shaved for 8 days. He held a long folded letter in his hand. He raised his dingy green hat on his bald head, looked at Noemi hesitantly to speak. "Mrs. Esther is not here." "Oh, I would like to give you this. I can do it for her," he added quickly, writing a few lines with a lead pencil at the bottom of the paper, and filling in the words as he wrote them. "Signed, delivered by hand, to the noble lady's sister, Noemi Pinto." She stared rigidly, trembling within herself. 100 questions rose to her lips, but she didn't want to appear curious and weak in the presence of that man whom everyone in the village feared and despised. A servant hesitated even before handing her the letter. Finally he made up his mind and quickly left. She began to read, with the cloth over her arm, her eyes still wet with tears of love. "In the name of His Majesty, the King." The letter had something mysterious and terrifying about it. It seemed to be sent by an evil power. As she read on and understood, Noemi felt like she was dreaming. She sat back down and reread it. Caterina Carter, a profession housewife, demanded from the noble Esther Pintor, within 5 days of notification of the protest note, the return of 2,600 lire, including the expenses of the bill, signed by said noble Esther Pintor. At first Noemi too believed, like Ephix, in an inconsult act of Esther. A fleeting blush tinged her forehead, as a flame that blazes for an instant, and vanishes into the distant darkness of night. From the depths of her consciousness rose certainty that she too had, just moments before, gone to any length for Jacinto. Then silence. Darkness, yes, her, but Esther? Esther could not have tried to prove her madness. Esther could not have ruined the family for love of that adventurer. The truth then flashed before her eyes. She leaped up, ran here and there, stumbling, limping, as if stricken by some physical illness. Her sisters found her thus. The woman named Grazia Deledda was not translated, as the text seems to be about her, and should be left in the original language. Woman 1 Esther. Donna Esther took the letter, with her hand out of the shawl. Woman Ruth, since it was already dark, lit the lamp. They all sat on the bench, and Naomi, having calmed down and become cruel, read aloud the letter. The faces of the sisters, leaning over the sheet, were glowing with sweat of anxiety. But Naomi raised her eyes and said, "If you, Esther, have not signed anything, we will not have to pay anything. It is clear, why should one be upset? He will go to prison, worse for him. And you, Noemi, do you talk like that? Can you send a Christian to Thais? Prison? What do you want to do then? Pay, and then go and beg for alms? Even Jesus asked for alms. But Jesus also punishes. He punishes the sinners, the dishonest, the liars. In the other world, Naomi. Ruth's face was quiet now, but her sisters were talking on, leaned back against the seat backrest, with her hands dropped dead along her sides. For the first time in her life she felt a strange sensation, the need to move and do something to help her family. "Ah," said Mrs. Esther, getting up and crossing her shawl over her chest. "After all, one must be patient and prudent. I will go to Kalina and ask her to wait. You, my sister? You in Linda's house? You, Miss Esther Pinto?" Noemi grabbed her by the edge of the scarf. But Mrs. Esther, despite preaching patience and prudence, had a fit. "Mrs. Esther, you have a horn. Need, you know, my sister, makes all equal." And she went. Then Noemi was overcome by an impulse of humiliation and contempt. The figure of Ephyx leapt before her like that of a victim resigned to sacrifice, and she ran into the victim courtyard and out through the gate, waiting for someone to pass, so she could beg him to go and call the servant. He is the cause of everything. He had promised to watch Jacinto and to protect us from him. No one was passing by. Everything was silent, and even inside the house. Ruth's woman seemed dead. Noemi never forgot that moment of waiting, in the last twilight, which seemed to be the twilight itself of her life. Stretched out on the broken stones of the threshold, she leaned forward and seemed to be waiting for a mysterious being, a saviour and avenger as well. A step echoed, a bit slow, a bit heavy. A form appeared down the road. It climbed, grew large, loomed giant against the colourless background of the horizon. It was black, but like a thread of fire, it flickered across its chest from the side of the heart. She was in front of Noemi, and, noticing her agitation, she stopped, while she put her open hand firmly against the wall to prevent herself from falling. So much desire and horror of approaching the passer-by disturbed her, but he asked, "Noemi, what's wrong?" and she felt her heart melt, calling out for help. Please do me a favour. Find someone who can go and call Ephyx at the hut." "I'll go myself, Noemi." You? No, why not?" he snapped. "Are you afraid I'll steal your melons?" she went on babbling, incoherent. You know. Don Predu divined the drama that was unfolding inside. She didn't know why, ever since some time ago, the evening when she had brought the basket, the evening when Jacinta had said to her, "You are hoarding your coins like beans." To give to the pigs, she felt a void inside, an odd pain, as if the stranger had communicated his own to her, and thinking about the cousins, she felt an unusual compassion. Vidi that Noemi was trembling, and he too placed his hand on the wall next to hers. Their faces were close. His had a male scent, of sweat, sunburnt skin, wine, and tobacco, her face a perfume of the indoors, of hay and tears. "Noemi," he said roughly and timidly, taking off his hat and then putting it back on. "If you need me, tell me. What happened?" Noemi didn't respond. She couldn't speak. "What happened?" he repeated loudly. "We're ruined, Predu," she finally said, and it seemed against her will to speak. "We're dead. Jacinta has forged Esther's signature, and the moneylender has protested the bill of exchange." "Ah, damn!" Don Predu cried, punching the wall. Noemi was afraid of that cry, and the feeling of decorum called her back to herself. It seemed to her that the neighbours were leaning out to listen to her misery. "Come in, Predu. I will tell you everything." And he entered the house of which for 20 years he had not crossed the threshold. The candle glowed on the old seat, and seemed to provide a solemn companion for Mrs. Ruth, who sat motionless with her head resting on the back, and her hands abandoned one by one with the fingers tip-tipping on the wood. Half of her face was lit, waxen, the other half in shadow, black. Her half-closed eyes gazed upward, shifty as she struggled to focus on a distant point only. As soon as he saw her, Don Predu turned pale and stopped abruptly, and from his movement Noemi understood the truth. She looked at him in terror. Then she looked at her sister and ran to help her. "Ruth! Ruth!" she whispered, bent over her, clutching her shoulders. Ruth's woman head was reclined, first this way, then that. Then her whole body seemed to lean forward and bend down to listen to the voice of the earth that called her back, The lament of the accordion of Zuanantoni came to an end at the bottom of the chaos of Noemi's pain, like a distant light. The boy sang, accompanying himself on the guitar, and his voice, sharp with melancholy that could not be expressed, filled the night with sweetness and radiance. Noemi, still kneeling by the seat where Ruth's body was lying, looked around her. She was alone. Don Predu had gone to call upon Esther. She remembered the words of the old woman, "John Anthony comes to serenade you," and a groan of pain came from her pale lips. They were cries, moans, laments that mingled with all, the notes of the instrument and the song of the boy, like the sighs of an injured man abandoned in a forest by the chirping of the nightingale. Suddenly everything fell silent. Then footsteps were heard, and voices sounded out. The courtyard was filled with people. Noemi saw the boy next to her with his pale face and wide open eyes, clutching the accordion to his chest, as if to defend himself against some attack, and she whispered in his ear, "Run, go and call Iphim." Chapter 10. Mrs. Ruth had left, and shadows and silence once again surrounded the house. Seated on the step, with a jasmine in his hand and his head resting against the wall, was waiting for Jacinto's return with a vague feeling of fear. Jacinto wasn't coming back. No doubt he had heard about the disaster, and, in turn, was hesitating to return. Where was he? Still at Oliena, or to Nuoro, or farther away? Efix tried to gather up his thoughts, his memories, his impressions of those 3 days of terror. There it was again. He felt as though he was still sitting in front of his cottage, listening to the nightingales singing over there among the willows. It seemed like the voice of the river, that wave of harmony which spread out to cool the night, and it was so sweet and painful that even the very spirits of the night themselves took refuge at the night. Edge of the hill, bent on listening, Efix felt himself carried away by a gust of wind. Memories and hopes lifted him up. He was waiting for Jacinto, and Jacinto arrived with his fantastic news. He had found a place, kept his promise to be a comfort to the old aunts, and Don Predu had asked Naomi to marry him. But instead of Jacinto came Zuanantoni with something black on his chest like a dead vulture. From that moment Efix had the impression of having fallen under a blow of delirious fever. What nightmare! The white road in the night, and the voice of the accordion that comes down from the hill and silences that of the nightingale. All the little imps, and they had moved away and were dancing in the shadows, following and surrounding him. And now he was waiting again. But Jacinto, too, had taken on a hideous appearance, as if the night spirits had carried him off to their mysterious realm, and he returned from They're horribly deformed. Better never to return. From the kitchen there emerged a little light that illuminated part of the courtyard. Inside one could hear some shy noises. Noemi and woman Esther were moving from over there, but it seemed they too were afraid of being heard, alive. But someone pushed at the door, and all three, women and servant, leaped as if awakening from a dream of death. It was still the old Potoid that came to ask for news of Jacinto. She advanced like in shadow, but must have left someone out, because she turned to look, while the ladies retired in disgust. The boy has been absent for 5 days, and no one knows where he is. Say it. My soul, Efix, where is it? How can I tell you if I don't even know myself? Tell me. Me, she insisted, bending over Efix and touching his necklaces, almost as if she wanted to take them off and offer them to him. Have you sent her away? Has Mrs. Noah sent her away? Tell me, do you know, my Grixenda is dying. She would bend, and on her black profile, on that of a mountain Efix, saw shine a star. What can I tell you, my soul? But nothing, old man, he said aloud. I swear I don't know, but as soon as she's here, I'll warn you. You're good, God will pay you. Come out here. Comfort her. She grabbed his hand and pulled him outside. Grixenda was leaning against the wall and crying, as if at a prison that enclosed all her good, and where she couldn't enter. Well, what is it? He will come back, of course. Do you hear me, my soul? Said the old woman, pulling the girl away from the wall. He will come back. He didn't go away forever, no. He will come back, yes, girl. Grisenda took his hand and kissed it while sobbing. He felt her tear-wet lips leave a damp imprint on his fingers, and he shuddered, and it seemed to him that the nightmare in which he had been entrapped for 3 days was melting away. She will come back, he repeated aloud, and everything will be all right. She will take her vengeance, she will repent, you will be satisfied, and everything will be all right. The two women left comforted. He returned and saw Noemi rise before him, like a solid black shadow. "Efix, I heard you," he said. "Efix don't even think of killing us two. Jacinto must not return to this house." Efix still held the jasmine in his hand, and the little flower trembled in the darkness, as if it were feeling a personal pain. "Far him die." "Me? Why?" she repeated in a monotonous voice. "Efix, I heard," but suddenly her figure leaped. The shadow seemed to become high and enormous. Efix felt her above like a tiger. "Efix, you understand. He must not come back here, nor even into the country. You are the cause of all this. You let him come. You said that you would defend us from him. He removed his beret like a penitent. Mrs. Noemi, forgive me. I believe that I was doing good, I thought. When there is no more me, they at least will have someone to defend themselves. You're just a servant and nothing else. You don't forgive us for being noble, and want us to go ask for alms with your sack. But the crows will eat your eyes first. 2 of us have seen them leave here, but the other 2 haven't. And you will always be the servant, and we the masters." He made the sign of the cross, as if in front of a possessed person, and went to get his bag to flee to the ends of the earth. But woman Esther grabbed his hand, and Naomi, who had followed him, fell on the bench like Ruth, with her eyes closed and her face turning purple. He went out on the step and remained motionless all night with his face between his hands. Before dawn he set off in search of Jacinto, up and up, along the grey, then white, then rosy road. The dawn seemed to rise from the valley, like a red smoke flooding the fantastic peaks of the horizon. Monte Corazzi, Monte Uday, Bella Vista, Sabadia, Santo Juan e Montenu rose from the bright bowl like petals of a vast flower opened in the morning, and the very sky seemed alive. To bend, pale, and moved by so much beauty, but the enchantment of the dawn disappeared as the falcons flew by with their glittering wings like knives. Orthobene stretched out its neuralgic city profile in front of Fear. White ramparts of Oleana, and between them appeared on the horizon the cathedral of Neuro. Efix was walking with the veil of fever before his eyes. He seemed to be dead and to be going as a soul in pain that still had to reach its eternal destiny. But every now and then a feeling of rebellion forced him to stop, to sit on the curb and look far away. The uphill road between the valley and the mountain, among rocks, olive trees, and Indian fig, all of a single grey, seemed to him, yes, that of his Calvary, but also a road that also a road could lead to a place of freedom. Here, thinking of the profile of Orthobene, up there is a city of granite, with silent, strong castles. Why shouldn't I take refuge there alone, and feed myself on grass, stolen meat, free like the bandits? From an open point in the valley he saw the Redeemer above the rock, with the great cross that seemed to unite the blue sky with the grey earth, and knelt down, head down. Ashamed of his phantasmagory, Jacinto was at Oleana. He knew of the disaster and death of Aunt Ruth, and had fear to return there. She lived on the little money earned by selling wine bought for Melise, but she did not know what would happen later. He, too, looked far away from the window of his small room, overlooking a courtyard in a steep slope at the bottom of which, as through a hole, one could see the vast valley of Isporosile with the cathedral of Nuoro between 2 cliffs, high up on a sky stained pink. But neither in Nuoro was he willing to go. He felt a sense of anticipation, as if something still had to happen, and meanwhile roamed around the village, drunk on sunshine. Before the church door, the white village, under the blue-white mountains, burning like a lime pit. But now and then a wave of wind cooled it down, and in the evening there were people sitting in front of their houses. The fish in the garden murmured among the rustle of water and birds. Jacinto looked at the women going to church, composed and stiff, with square faces, pale in the frame of glossy black hair, naked calf-skin boots of a deer, beautiful flowery. shoes. Sitting on the floor of the church, wearing red corsets, almost completely covered by embroidered handkerchiefs, they gave the impression of a field of flowers. All the church was full of ribbons and idols, little black saints with pearl eyes, big deformed saints, more monsters than idols. After the sacred functions, people went home, and Jacinto returned to his shelter, passing by a ruined church that reminded him of the house there of his aunt. He thought of Aunt Noemi more than Drixenda, and he felt like crying, going back there, sitting next to her in the courtyard as she sewed, and placing his head on her knees, under the fabric. But then he too was ashamed of his dream, and returned to the window of the lonely room to look at the cathedral of Nuoro. Maybe up there was his salvation. Nests of swallows, which over time had taken on the colour of stone, ran like a decoration between the roof. The windows of the cottage. Each nest enclosed a bunch of bird. From time to time a shiny round head, like a nautilus, came out. A swallow squawked, then another, 10, 20. And it was all one fluttering of small black crosses, a melancholy stridling around Jacinto's window. He was trying to catch some of them as they flew past his face. He stood motionless on the lookout, and so the time passed. But one day he saw the weary figure of Ifisa climb up onto the courtyard. He realized that it was exactly him that had been waiting. Arrived at the window, the servant looked up without speaking. He could hardly open his mouth, but shook his head towards the road, indicating to Jacinto to follow him, and Jacinto followed. They went behind the church, leaned on the ruined wall in front of the vast landscape full of light. "Well?" Efix asked with a trembling voice. This word made Jacinto laugh. He didn't know why, but in front of the servant's misery all at once felt strong and evil. "You ask me, I ask you too. What's new that pushes you to my heels? You came to buy wine for Aunt Naomi's wedding. Respect your aunts. You won't see them again. Ruth is dead." Then Jacinto lowered his face and looked at his hands. Do you see? Not a word of pain, are you telling me? Not a single tear? And she died for you, wretched one. She died from the pain. All because of you." The shoulder of Jacinto began to shake. His lower lip also trembled. But he angrily bit it, and clenched and unclenched his fist, as if he wanted to seize and throw something away. "Che ho fatto?" chiedere con sfarzo. Allora Efix lo guardò dall'alto e in basso con dolore e disprezzo. "E lo chiedi anche? I perché? Sai ancora che se non sai che lo che hai fatto? Non ti dico nulla, non ti domando nulla, perché non hai nulla, nemmeno un cuore. Sono venuto solo a dirti che non devi più mettere piede nella loro casa. Potevi risparmiarti questa fatica. Who thinks of returning? So that's your answer. At least tell me what you intend to do. You reduced your unfortunate aunts to beggars. What do you intend to do? I'll pay everything. I will. You promises? Ah, but now enough is enough, I say. Now no one is being deceived any more, do you know? It's time to end it, and stop the deception, because there's nothing left to give you. Have you understood, wretched?" Then Jacinto looked up and down at him in turn, malevolent and surprised, then raised his arms again, and appeared to rise from the ground, shaking all over Efix as an eagle above its prey. His eyes and teeth sparkled at sunset, and his face became fierce. "Don't you shame?" she asked in a whisper, clutching his arms and staring him in the eye, and Efix had the impression that that gaze burned his eyelids. A rumble resounded within his ears. "Don't you shame? Wretched that you are! I may have erred, but I'm young and can learn. Why do you come to torment me? I knew you would come, and I was waiting for you. You, at least you must understand and not condemn me. Do you understand? Don't answer now. Ah, you're trembling now, killer. Go away. I'm ashamed to have touched you." She gave him a push and walked off to leave. Alfisio chased after him, grabbed his hand. "Wait." They stood in silence for a moment, as if listening to a distant voice. "Jacinto, you have to tell me just one thing." "Jacinto, I speak to you as though I were about to die. Well, do tell me, for the soul of your mother. How did you know?" "What do I care? Tell me, Jaci, for the soul of your mother." Jacinto never forgot in that moment Efix's eyes that seemed to beg from the depths of an abyss, while the hand that held his dragged him down toward earth, and the servant's body bent over and slowly fell. He said nothing. Ephix let go of his hand. He fell on his own knees, sputtering at the earth, and began coughing and vomiting blood. His face was black, decomposing. Jacinto believed he was dying. He pulled him up, leaned him against the wall, got on top, and stared at him from above. "Tell me, tell me," Ephix moaned, raising his bloodied palms. "Was it your mother? At least tell me she wasn't." Jacinto shook his head. Then Ephix seemed to calm down. "It's true," he whispered. "I killed your grandfather, yes. 1,000 times I would have confessed on the street in church, but I didn't do it for them. If I were missing, who would take care of them? But it was out of misfortune, Giassi, I swear to you that. I knew your mother wanted to run away, and I felt sorry for her because I loved her. This was my first crime. I looked up at her, I, the worm, I, the servant. Then she took advantage of my affection, used me to escape. And he, the father, guessed everything. One evening he wanted to kill me. I defended myself. With a stone I hit his head. He wandered about himself like a top, with his hand on his neck, and fell far from where he had attacked me. I believed that he did it on purpose. Wait. Then I began to sweat, but I couldn't move. I always thought it was a simulation. And I watched. So much time passed. Finally I got closer. Giassi? Giaci? Ephix repeated twice, his voice low and short of breath, as if he were still calling his prey. I called him. He didn't answer. 3 times like this. I could never touch it. I was afraid. Jacinto listened intently. Black against the sky of red. His shoulder trembled, and Ephix, from below, thought he saw all of the horizon tremble. But suddenly Jacinto disappeared without saying anything, and Ephix saw before him the free space, the pink valley cut by shadows, up until the hills of Nuoro black. Against the sunset, an infinity of silence reigned. Only the cries of a lark seemed to emerge from the crumbling walls, and a horse's trot echoed in the distance, growing fainter and fainter. "It's Jacinto," thought Ephix. "He has taken a horse and is coming back down here, revealing everything to the aunts and mistreating them." He listened. It seemed to him that the horse's trot rang out against the wall above him, and then lower, on his body, over his heart. "He's gone without telling me anything. But when she told me her story with the captain, I didn't act that way." With a start he leapt up as if stung by something. He brushed the dust from his clothes and ran away, behind the church, down the street, driven by the thought that Jacinto would return home and mistreat the women. But when he arrived at the house, it had returned to its peaceful state. Esther, the woman, was washing the grain before sending it to the mill, submerging it in a sifting device in water from a pond. All the pebbles remained in one corner, and she jumped on the sifter to drive them away together. It was very dusty and rocky, the grain. It was the last of the sack that they had left. But what impressed Ephix was to see woman Noemi, with the white scarf of Ruth on her head as a sign of mourning. She had grown old, white-faced like the patched sheet that she still mended. He sat down on the bench in front of them. All 3 seemed calm, as if nothing had happened. "Are you going or not?" asked Noemi. "She will go." She looked at him steadily. He saw it so grey and bare that he pitied it and said no more. And for 8 days they all 3 lived in anxious hope that Jacinto would return and make amends, that Jacinto would go away and never be seen again. Chapter 11. One day in the fall, Ephid went to Don Predu's house. There were only servants there. One fat and old woman who was full of herself as the governor's sister, the other a young girl, quick in motion, although she was troubled by malaria fever, and he had to wait in the ground-floor room, wandering around, looking at the long canes covered with green and black figs, violets and tomatoes split open and salted. The whole house breathed peace and well-being. On the pale walls trembled the shadow of the palm trees, and among the golden foliage of the pomegranates the broken red fruits displayed pearls as white as baby teeth. Ephix thought of the deserted house of his poor masters. Noemi had consumed herself there like a flower in the dark. "How thin you have become," said the old servant, who was spinning seated at the door. "Do you have fevers? They are eating my bones. They are skinning me, for God's sake." He sighed, looking at his black, trembling hands. "Are your masters well?" They are no longer even to be seen in church. Neither go they to church after the misfortune, and Don Giacinto does not return. He does not return. He has a place at New Oro. Yes, my master saw him recently. But it seems to be not a very good place. Enough to live, Stefana, Efix warned, without lifting his head. Enough to live without sinning. This is difficult, my soul. How do you cross the river without getting wet? By going over the bridge, replied the other servant girl, as she came out of the curved courtyard to peel a bunch of almonds. Then she asked, and Grixenda? She's in mourning, too, and hasn't come out for a long time. Efix didn't answer, and Don Predu? Is he coming now? I don't know, said Efix. I'm always down there in the field. The women were burning with curiosity. For some time the master had sent gifts to the cousins, and yet ridiculing them did not allow anyone to speak ill of them in his presence. But Efix was not ready for confidences. Don Predu had called him, and he was there to wait for him, not to gossip. The fever and the weakness made him ring in his ears. He heard the murmur of a river at night and distant voices, and in his head there was an entire world in which he lived, detached from reality. He no longer cared for Jacinta or Grixenda or even the mistresses. Everything seemed distant to him, always more distant as he was sailing, and from the grey, murky sea he saw the land recede in the horizon. But here comes Don Predu. He's thinner than before, like he'd shed some weight. The gold chain hangs a little lower on his anxious stomach. Efix got up and didn't want to sit down again. I must go, he said, motioning outside as one who is about to walk, to go far away. Have so many business? Or are you going to some party? Don Predu's irony no longer affected him. However, the hint at the party disturbed him. Yes, I want to go to the party of St. Cosimo and St. Damiano. Well, you will go. I suppose you won't leave right away. Sit down. I have a question to ask you. Stefana, come here. However, Efix pushed away the glass with a gesture of horror. Never again drink, never more indulge. For 2 months he had been fasting, and sometimes, when thirsty, he would not drink out of penance. She sat resigned, looking down at her hands again. And Don Predu, while watching the courtyard for fear that the maids might overhear anything, asked me, a hushed voice, "Tell me how my cousins are doing." Efix raised his eyes, then lowered them quickly. A pale redness coloured his face, which seemed burned and stripped of flesh, with only the skin covering the skull. My masters have no more trust in me, and they no longer tell me all their affairs. It is right. Should I tell them? I am the servant. Corfu is a bucket of goals, but you don't pay me. At least with this business they should entertain you. How much do you owe? Don't talk about it, my lord Predu. Don't torment me. You can torment me too, baby. Well then, listen. I too go to see those women from time to time, but it is not possible to get anything of value from them. Esther might speak, but there's no Emmy as tough as a shoe sole. The first evening, when the misfortune of Ruth happened, and I was passing by chance, only that evening did she trust me. I challenge you, I lost. It was the hour of despair. But then it became hostile again. When I go there, she greets me well, but from time to time she looks at me with a bad look, as if I were the cause of her misfortunes. And if Esther opens her mouth to speak, she stares at her so horribly that she takes the words out of her mouth. So it is with me, said Efix. I have to do this way. She felt a sense of relief almost, for the memory of Noemi's eyes haunted him worse than his ancient guilt. Now listen to me. Since you can get nothing from them, I have questioned Kalina. But even she, damn her soul, remains silent. She knows how to attend to her own affairs. She pretends to believe that Esther she has really signed the bill of exchange of Jacinto, and she only says that she wants what is hers. I know that you and Esther went to see her to try and sort things out, and that Kalina renewed the bloated bill for protest fees and higher interest for 3 months, and took a mortgage on the farm and the house. Strangle cords indeed. Yes, all right. But now in October, how will you manage? I don't know. Tell me nothing. I know that Esther is looking for money. She has a nice spin. Her last teeth will fall, and she won't find anything. I know she would even sell it, but not to me. Efix looked at his fingers and remained silent. But Don Predu, irritated by this indifference, beat his hands on his knees. What do you think, good saint? Oh, tell me. Well, I will tell you the truth. I hope that Jacinto can pay. Then Don Predu laughed himself into his chair with a puffy chest, his teeth shining between his plump lips. Even his fingers, intertwined with the gold chain on his chest, seemed to be laughing. Efix looked at him with fear, his eyes filled with an anguish of a wounded beast. "But if he dies of hunger? I saw him the other day. He looked like a beggar, with broken shoes. It has been sold too. I won't tell you any more. No, say it. Has he stolen anything? Stolen? Are you mad? Now you're slandering him as well. That little flower, that painted angel? What does he steal? Not even for this is he good. What do you say? Will he come back? If I get an idea like this in my head, I'll break his legs," said Don Predu, darkening his face. Ed Efex was suddenly struck with the impression that his unfortunate mistresses had finally found support, a more valid defender than himself. Ah, God be praised! He does not abandon his creatures. Then his ancient hopes suddenly blossomed again. That Don Predu would marry Naomi, that the house of his mistresses would arise from its ruins. But her joy soon died away as abruptly as it had begun, and again he found himself in his desert, in his sea, in his mysterious and terrible voyage to divine punishment. All the greatness of earth, even though he touched him, even if he became king, even if he had the power to make all men happy in the world, were not enough to wipe out his. Crime to free him from hell. How then can one rejoice? And he returned to look at his hands, to hide the fixed idea that was firm in his pupils. Don Predu continued, "Jacinto will not return, and certainly he will not pay. I guarantee it to you. But remember what I told you 1,000 times. The farm I want. I'll pay for everything, so you keep the house. Try to convince them. Those wooden heads, I'll keep you on as my servant. Why don't you talk to them yourself? They don't listen to me. And do they listen to me, maybe? I tried to talk about it, but like a wall you have to convince them," the man said forcefully, again pounding his hand on his knee. "If it's true that you want their good, only this escape is left. You must. It is your duty to open their eyes, if they are blind. Must. Do you hear me, or not? Do you have worms in your ears?" In fact, Efix had taken on a closed facial expression, as though he were deaf. "You? Were you threatening Don Preda? Did he know anything, Don Preda?" He didn't care about anything. He wasn't afraid of hell. Nonetheless, he thought maybe Don Preda was right. "What am I to do?" "You must act like a man, for once. You have to tell them that if they don't want to pay you in money, at least they will pay you in gratitude. If the power goes into another master's hands, you will be driven out like a dog. Then, yes, God help me, you will go to parties with beggars, but—" Efix shivered. That was his penance dream. He got up and said, "I'll do anything." "But the only thing," asked the man, grabbing him by the sleeve. "And sit down, devil, and drink, the only thing." Efix fell back into the chair. He was trembling and sweating, and it seemed to him that he would faint. "Would you marry Miss Noemi?" And Don Predu puffed up with laughter again. He laughed, but he kept Efix in check, as if to prevent him from leaving. "How funny you are, devil. I keep you by my side all your life so I can amuse myself when I'm in a bad mood. I'll make you marry Stefana. It's a bit fat for you, maybe, but it's not dangerous because she has passed the 30 by a long time. Stefana, he shouted, still holding him motionless and turning his smiling face toward the door. "Look, here is an applicant." The woman leaned out, black, with a swollen belly, swollen breasts, and a stern face as that of a lady. Efix looked at her for a moment, supplicant. Don Predu has the desire to laugh. A bad sign when he has the desire to laugh. "Others must weep," said the woman, looking back at the master, and behind her, Paciana the other maid smiled enigmatically, pale, with a long mouth closed, and as if stopped by 2 dimples. "I tell you that you will marry Efix, Stefana. Now you say no, but then you'll say yes. What's there to laugh at? Sardonic laughter," she muttered behind Paciana in a low voice, and she bumped into Stefana on purpose so that the maid would answer rudely to her master. But the woman was too dignified to continue with the prank, and she didn't open her mouth until her master and Efix had left together. Then the 2 maids started talking ill of their mistress's cousins. When I go there with the gift I come in the basket, they greet me as if I went to ask them alms, and yet I bring them. Don't you see that hungry look Ifix has? For 20 years they haven't paid him, and now they don't even give him food to eat. And yet, have you heard our master how he puffs up when we mention his cousin-in? Times change, even colts grow old, Stefana pronounced, but they both felt something new, something serious hanging over their lot as servants without a mistress. Meanwhile, Don Predu accompanied Effi up the little road washed by the last rains. The grass remained along the walls of the deserted houses. A sweet, deep silence enveloped all things. Yellow clouds peered out in surprise at the wet mountain, and from atop the country before the ladies' gate one could see the plain covered with golden rush, and the green river among islands of white sand. The silence was such that one could hear the women pounding the laundry there under the lone pine on the shore. Old Potoi stood on her threshold, looking with one hand resting against the wall and the other over her eyes. She seemed decrepit, small, with the jewels even more gaudy and lugubrious adorning her emaciated body. "What are you doing?" Don Predu greeted them. "I'm waiting for Grazia, who went to the river. I didn't want to tell the truth, because the boy, your nephew, has forbidden it to him, and if he finds out he will be offended. But my Grazia does everything on her own head." "What? He wrote you Jacinto? To whom? Written?" "Never," he wrote. "There is nothing known about him, but he must certainly return, because he promised it. Yes, even the dead come back." "Don't you say so?" But the old woman turned to Efix, who was there, bent over and gazing at the paving stones. "Didn't you tell her the bride? Say it out loud. Did you say it or not?" Efix looked at the old woman for a moment, as he had looked at Stefana, and didn't reply. "What I regret is the lady's spite," said the old woman, looking again over there. "They drive us away. Only Juan Antoni can sometimes enter their most closed house in the castle during the time of the barons. They have forgiven Kalina, the pest of the Sekib, but not us. Our Lady of Remedy help her. But when the boy will come back, everything will go well." This is what also woman Noemi said. The two men walked away. But the old woman called back Preda and whispered Tuta, and whispered to him, "Could you do me a favour? Tell Grisenda not to go to the river. It is not dignified for her, who must marry a gentleman." Don Predu opened his fat lips to laugh and say one of his usual insults, but he lowered his eyes on the old woman's quivering body, looked at the necklace and earrings that swayed, and touched the gold chain himself, darkening his face as he had done on that evening when he saw his grandson's shoulder tremble. He reached Efix, and they stopped in front of the lady's closed door. The hickory nuts grew on the steps. Don Predu remembered Noemi. They're always waiting, in the shade, every time. "Well, then, we've agreed. You will do as I tell you, right? I understand." "I'll do everything," Efrid said. He knocked, but no one opened. And Don Predu was there, touching his chain and looking down at the river, almost waiting for someone, too. "Oh, they're dead, too?" "Mrs. Esther will be at church, and Mrs. Noemi might be in bed." "Why, is she ill?" "Well, for some time now, every time I come back, I find her in bed. She has a headache." Oh, she should be taken out, get some air." "I think so, too. But where?" Don Predu was looking that way, down toward the river. His face seemed different, almost pretty, sad and absent, as that of his nephew. "Well, yes, there are places to go, even to Badisalice, my property near the sea. There's still some white grapes." Efix's face lit up, and he wanted to say something, but inside he felt the door open, and Don Predu walked away without turning, trying to hide along the wall. Chapter 12. With great surprise on Efix's part, woman Esther agreed to her cousin's proposals. Thus the farm was sold and the bill of exchange paid. But then something happened that stirred up gossip all over the village. While still serving as a servant to Lady Esther and Lady Noemi, Efix was allowed to grow crops on the estate. Thus he brought home to his mistresses the portion of fruit that belonged to him. "Finally," said the spiteful ladies, from servant he had advanced to the rank of relative, indeed protector of the Pintor ladies. What was most surprising was the obsequiousness of Don Predu, but for some time he seemed to be another. He had even lost weight, and a strange word went around that he had been touched by book, that is to say, poisoned by virtue of a sorcery performed with holy books. Who had an interest in doing this? One didn't know. These things are never clear and precise, and if one did know, they wouldn't be any more great and mysterious. The fact was that Don Predu was getting thinner, no longer spoke so rudely about his neighbours, and finally committed the foolishness of buying a worthless property, and with the property he left his servant, and gave him all his freedom. Stefana and Paciana said it is a charity he wants to do for his unfortunate cousins, among the two of them in confidence, since Don Predu continued to send gifts, and more gifts to the ladies Pintor. They admitted that he indeed seemed bewitched, and they spoke about Ifix in a whisper. Everything is possible in the world, and Ifix loved his mistresses so much that he could become capable of doing some witchcraft for them. Her coming and going with Don Predu mostly aroused the suspicions of the maids. Stefana looked to see if there was any magic object hidden under the threshold, and Paciana one day found a black pin in master's bed. Extraordinary things must have been happening. During the winter, the ladies Pintor always stayed indoors, and never spoke of going out to the Festival of Remedy, but as the days stretched out, and the grass grew in the old cemetery, even woman Esther seemed to be taken by a sense of fatigue, a languid sickness like that which every year at spring made Noemi pale. She hardly went to church any more, dragged herself here and there around the house, sat from time to time, with her hands abandoned on her thighs, saying that her feet hurt. In the house, poverty was no worse than in previous years, for Ifix provided for the most necessary things, but the air itself seemed to be impregnated with sadness. During Lent, the two sisters went to confession. It was a fine, clear morning, full of sound. One heard the cries of children, and the tinkle of herds below in the plain, and the voice of the river, big and getting bigger, which seemed to threaten but playfully. On the sky, all turquoise, not a cloudlet, and the air so transparent that on the rocks of the castle one saw sparkle, the stones and a window empty of the ruins look out full of azure among the ivy that enguirlanded it. Father Pasquet was inside his confessionary, and he did not intend to come out, although Natolia waited for him in the sacristy with coffee and biscuits in a little box. Seeing the two new penitents arriving, the servant made a desperate gesture, and thought it was good to go and warm the coffee from her friend Grixenda. So here she is, with the box on her head, going behind the apse, and descending the path, between the patches of thorny rose shimmering with dew. Through the open door of the old potoi, one could see Grixenda hunched over the fire, boiling coffee for her sick grandmother, who was in bed. "You're getting skinnier and pallid by the day," said Natolia as she entered. Grixenda was indeed slender and pale, still green, but more withered. Certain movements of her skinny neck and yellow-tinged face resembled those of her grandmother. Only the eyes shone bright and clear, full of a melancholy light, and at the same time perfidious, like the water of the marshes down among the wharves on the plain. "The coffee is getting cold. Now then, your aunts have come, and it will become ice," said Natolia, drawing the coffee-pot from the coffee-rack. "So I'll drink some too. My aunts, they're punished, and you with them. If they empty all the sack of their sins, then you will certainly find your boss dead from a fainting inside the confessional. What language! You can see that the snake has bitten you. Take a biscuit. Here it is. I offer it to you like a flower to soften your heart." But Grixenda really had a poisoned heart, and did not accept jokes. "If you've come to stab me, you're wrong, Natolia. You don't have thorns, because you are the euphorbia, not the rose. I'm free of pains. I am without worries. I'm as strong as a pine tree by the river's edge, and one day you will send me an embassy to ask me to become your servant. Who do you need to marry? A baron of the council? I will marry a living man, not a dead one. Let the dead stick to your hips. It seems to me that you have bewitched Don Predu. If I want to, I will also marry Don Predu," said Grixenda proudly, lifting up her tragic, childlike face. "But I have other thoughts in mind, I myself." Natolia looked at her and felt compassion for her. She seemed a bit out of it, the unhappy one, and so he didn't persist in tormenting her. He took another biscuit and went to offer it to Aunt Potoi in her hole. A streak of light fell from the roof of the basement room, illuminating the bed where the old woman lay dressed and with the necklace and earrings, stiff and immobile like a dressed corpse awaiting burial. Believing that she was asleep, Natolia brushed her scorched hand, but the old woman drew her to herself, whispering, "Now, Natolia, will you do me a favour? Go and tell Efsmaronuzu that I must speak to him, but don't let Grixenda know about it. Go then, little tortoise, go. And where can I find him, Aphix? Is he in the village? He comes up from the vineyard. I see him coming," the old woman said, covering her mouth with a finger because Grixenda was entering with coffee. "You see, Natolia, she has gotten up this morning and has a high fever. Grandmother? Grandmother, go back to bed. I will. We all go back under the blanket," said the old woman, and Natolia left with a weight in her heart. What an odd thing to see! As she passed by the lady's house, she saw just Ephix coming up from the lonely road. He went bent under his backpack, so bent that he seemed to be looking for something on the ground. The old woman must die, and can already see, thought Natolia. He looked at her with his indifferent eyes like an animal's, and did not say if it would, or he had not gone to the old woman's house. He learned that her mistresses were going to confess themselves. He took off his bag, laid it on the step, and sat down waiting. Nettles pricked his hand. The servant returned to the church then, and looked to see if she could tell the ladies that the servant had arrived, so they would leave the priest free. But on one side of the confessional was woman Esther, of whom one saw the flap of her shawl come out like a black wing, and on the other was already Noemi, with her back lightly waving now and then, under the opaque black cloth, and a long, nervous foot outside the raised petticoat. The other penitents were praying, here and there in the church, crouched on the verdigris-stained floor. A profound silence, an azure light, and the scent of grass flooded the altar. Damp and melancholy basilica, as if it were a cave. Mary Magdalene, gazing out from her window frame, seemed to be listening to the voices of spring that came with the fragrant breeze, and Naomi felt them too, right there, up against the grate that gave off an odour of rust and human breath, a tremor of life, a desire for death, an anguish of passion, a yearning of humiliation, all the troubles, regrets, resentment, and the pangs of the sinner in love. As they returned, they saw Effie struggling to get up and leaning on the step. Then Noemi, still warm with pity and love of God, realized for the first time that the servant had become ill, old, grey, and his clothes wide, and she extended her hand as if it scowled, to help him get up. But he was already standing, and didn't notice her gesture, and they went inside, and Esther inquired after the powerhouse as though it was still hers, and he replied by raising his shoulders in a rudeness not usual with him, and then went to wash at the well. April also cheered the sad courtyard. The swallows hung out their black heads from the nests in the loggia, watching their fellow swallows flying low, as if in pursuit of their own shadows on the thick grass of the old cemetery. "Aphix, I think you're not feeling very well. You should take something or rest for a few days," said Noemi. "Ah, yes, Miss Noemi. If only I could walk. I tell you that you are ill. Don't joke around. What do you have?" He looked at her with bright, shiny eyes, and his sudden joy was such that the wrinkles around his eyes seemed rays of light. "I get old," he said, patting his hands together, and all at once his joy went as it came. He had returned to the village because Don Predu had sent for him. Otherwise he would not have moved from the farmstead. What could the pity of Naomi do against his malady? It only made it worse. So then he went to the new master, and found him climbing a ladder to prune the vine under the net of branches of the pomegranate woven with golden leaves. There, too, swallows crossed quickly, but higher, on the milky background of the sky. Inside the house women could be heard cleaning rooms and putting everything in order for Easter, and great peace reigned all around. He never forgot those moments. He had set out from the barn with the certainty that something extraordinary must happen, that, looking up at the feet of the ladder, he seemed to be sad, almost ill, and hesitated to descend, holding in one hand a scythe sparkling with dew, and in the other a vine's twig, whose purple tip oozed drops of blood as if from a cut finger. "Wait until I finish. Or are you in a hurry to leave?" said Don Predu, but he immediately recovered himself. It seemed that he remembered, and went down heavily, letting Ephid pull the ladder. "Well," he began, when they were in the underground room, filled with sun and dove's shadows, "well, I have to tell you something, and hesitated with his nails. Well, I want to marry Noemi. Efix began to tremble so hard that the hand on the table seemed to jump. Then Don Predu laughed at his awkward and wicked laugh of old times. You won't marry her, I think. I keep Stefan for you, you know. Efix was silent. He was silent, and with that in his eyes were so full of passion, terror, and joy, that Don Predu became serious. But he still tried to joke around. Why are you so upset? Do you expect me to pay what you owe me? No, you know, you get by with Esther. I have nothing to do with it. And then there's one thing. He scratched a spot on the bodice with his nail, looking at us carefully. Will she want to see me again? Ah! What does he say? Efix babbled. Don't be so sure. Oh, now we're talking seriously. I thought it well to reflect before deciding. I do. Believe me, more for duty than for caprice. What's this? Where am I going? At my age, a very young woman does not suit me. But that doesn't matter. I've decided anyway. Well, don't deny it. Noemi is beautiful, and I like her. She has always liked me, to tell you the truth. Oh, it's nothing. Life passes, and we let it pass like the water of the river, and only when it is lacking do we realize that it is missing. Well, leave me alone, she added, banging her hands on her knees, and then getting up and sitting down again. What matters now is to know if Noemi accepts. I'll ask as befits. I'll send for Priest Pascal, the doctor, or whoever you like. But I don't want to get a refusal, eh? So got to get a refusal, eh? So, God, help me. This, no, by all that's holy. You understand, Efix? Efix understood very well, and nodded his head with shining eyes. Must I speak to woman Noemi? Don Predu hit him on the knees with his hand. Well done. That's just what it is. And first is best, Efix. And you mustn't let these things go bad. You will tell her, who should we send to get the official letter? Alpha, Pascal, or the sister, or who? If she says not to send anyone, so much the better. In faith of a Christian, so much the better. And besides, we'll make things soon and without fuss. We're no longer two little boys. What do you think? I'll be 48 in September. You'll be around 35, isn't that right? Do you know her exact age? Oh, then you'll tell her not to worry about anything. The house is ready, the maid's there. Yes, she's a gossip, but she's there and well paid. The linen is there, everything is there. Supplies are not lacking, so that God preserve her. Enough, we will talk about these things with Esther later. Only I am sorry. And yes, I can tell you that Ruth died so. Maybe even she would have been happy. Efix stood up. He felt something poking at him all over his body, and he needed to go to hurry up the fate. Well, wait a little longer, damn it. I'll give you to drink. Some cognac. Or anise. Stefana, God's wrath, there's your suitor, Stephanie. The women could be heard fluttering. She hurled the furniture with fury. Finally, the old servant appeared, a cloth over her head and another in her hand, serious and imposing, yet with eyes full of resignation to the master's whims. She opened the cupboard, poured the aniseed, and looked at Efix with a vague sense of terror, but also to see if he took seriously the master's pranks. Efix was so humble and astonished that she turned back and said to the young woman, If he has done witchcraft, he has done it well. Luck falls on that person like lightning. Be careful, or you will save yourself a lot of trouble for the wedding. Marry Efix, Paciana said. First, you have to wait until Noemi accepts Don Predu. Ma Stefana made the fool, so these words seemed to her absurd. When she was in the road after Don Predu had accompanied him as a friend up to the gateway, Efix looked around and sighed. Everything had changed. The world spread out like the valley after the hurricane, when the fog rises and disappears. The castle on the blue sky, the ruins on which the grass trembled full of pearls, the plain yonder with the rusty patches of mustard, all had a sweetness of babyhood memories, of things lost long ago, plants and yearned for, and then forgotten, and then finally found when not remembered and not missed any more. All is sweet, good, dear. Here are the thorns of the basilica, surrounded by the webs of green and purple spiders glistening with dew. Here is the grey wall, the rusted gate, the old cemetery with white flowers of bones, amidst the oats and nettles. Here is the path, and the hedge with its little lilacs and red ladybugs that look like little flowers, and berries. All is fresh, innocent, and beautiful, as when we were children, and ran away from home to run through the wonderful world. The basilica was open in those days of Lent, and Effects went to kneel at his place under the pulpit. La Maddalena, too, looked on joyfully, like a Spanish lady guest of the barons, peeping from a balcony of the castle. She felt spring also. She was happy, though it were the days of our Lord's Passion. Some rich feudal lord must have asked her to be his bride, and she smiled to passers-by from her balcony, and she smiled, too, at Effects prostrate beneath the pulpit. Lord, I thank you, Lord. Take now my soul. I am glad to have suffered, to have sinned, for I experience your divine mercy, your forgiveness, your help, your infinite greatness. Take my soul, as the bird takes the grain. Lord, scatter me to the four winds. I will praise you because you have heard my heart. And yet as he rose with effort, with aching knees, he felt a sense of anguish, as he felt a sense of anguish, as if the shadow of a cloud had passed through the church, veiling the face of Mary Magdalene. Also the face of woman Noemi, bent to sew in the courtyard, was veiled by shadows. Effects picked a violet from the edge of the well and went to offer it to her. She lifted her amazed eyes, and didn't take the flower. Guess who's sending you this? Take it. You picked it, and you should keep it. No, really, take it, Mrs. Noemi. She sat on the ground, her legs crossed like a slave, holding her feet in her hands. She didn't know how to start, but she already knew that the mistress had guessed it. In fact, Noemi had dropped the violet in a white pocket of canvas. Her heart beat. Yes, she had guessed. Lady Esther, where is? Effects bent over his feet. How we'll be happy when you'll know. Don Predu had brought me back home for this. But what are you saying, wretched? No, don't call me wretched. I'm happy as if I were dying in God's grace at this moment, and seeing the sky open. I went to church before coming here to thank the Lord. In my conscience it is like this. But why? Effects, she said, her voice vague, pricking the violet with a needle. I don't understand you. He raised his eyes. She was pale, with trembling lips, and her eyelids as dark as those of a dead person. It is certainly joy that makes her so pale, and he feels a tremble, a desire to kneel before her and say to her, Yes, yes, it is great joy, my Lady Naomi, let us weep. Together, will you accept, my Lady Naomi? Are you content, truly? I must tell him you are coming. She did violence to herself. She bit her lips, opened her eyes, and blood again, dyed her face, but lightly, just around the eyelids and on the lips. She looked at Effects, and he saw her eyes, as in the terrible days, full of rage and pride. The shadow descended on him again. Do not be offended if I tell you first, woman Noemi. I am a poor servant. Yes, but I am shut up like a letter. If you accept, Don Predu will send the priest to make the proposal. Or who do you want? Noemi threw down the wounded violet and went back to sewing. She seemed calm. If Predu wants to laugh, let him laugh. It doesn't matter to me. Donna Noemi, yes, yes, I'm not saying that he doesn't mean business. Yes, so you wouldn't be there. But now do you want to please get up and go away? Dame Noemi, Dame, what are you doing now? Get up. Don't stand there on your knees with your hands joined. You're stupid. But Dame Noemi, what have I done now? Refuse. Refusal. Refusal. But why? My Dame Noemi. Why? Haven't you forgotten it? I'm old, Effects, and the old women don't like to joke around. Don't talk to me about it any more. This is all I tell you. This is all I can tell you. She sewed. He lifted his knees and clasped his hands together between them. It seemed as if he were dreaming, but he couldn't understand what was going on around him. Finally, he looked up and surveyed the room around him. No, she was not dreaming. Everything was real. The courtyard was full of sun and shadow. Some wooden strands were falling from the balcony like pine needles in autumn. And beyond the wall one could see the white mountain as sugar-like, and all was sweet and tender, as in the morning when he had left the house of Don Predu. He thought he could still hear the women moving about in the room, but it was as if they had struck him. Yes, something was tapping at him on the back and shoulders and elbows, and on his wrists and knees and fingertips. And there was Noah's wife, pale as she sat there sewing, her needle piercing his soul with its point, and the swifts flew round and round above their heads without ceasing, like a moving wreath of black flowers, or little black crosses. Their shadows ran over the ground like leaves driven before the wind, and he remembered the pain that he felt in rising from under the pulpit, and the shadow on Mary, Magdalene's face. She sighed deeply. She understood. It was God's punishment weighing upon him. Then, slowly and with difficulty, he began to speak, clutching the hem of Naomi's dress. She didn't understand everything that he said, but it must have been an unconvincing speech, because the woman kept sewing and didn't reply, once again calm, and with a mysterious smile on her lips. Only after he seemed to have said everything, all the past miseries, all the coming splendors, did she speak, but softly, raising her eyes hardly at all, as if to speak only with her eyes. But don't worry so much, Efix. Don't get involved any further in our affairs. And then, you know, we have lived until now. We haven't been well until now. What has been missing? And we will go on, with God's help. There will be no lack of bread. In the house of Prideaux there is too much stuff, and I wouldn't even know where to begin to it all. Efix was meditating, desperate. What should he do, if not to resort to some lie? He began to stroke her vest. And then, I must tell you serious things, my Noemi. I didn't want to, but she, with her obstinacy, forces me. Don Prideaux is so obsessed that if she doesn't want him, he will die. Yes, he's like a spellbound man. He doesn't sleep any more. You don't know what love is, my Noemi. It kills. It takes little conscience to kill a man. Then Noemi laughed, and her intact teeth flashed right down to the bottom like those of a young girl wildly delighted. That laughter hurt Efix so much, it irked him, made him wicked and false. And another thing still more serious, my Noemi. Yes, I force myself to tell him. Don Jacinto threatens to come here. Do you understand? She stopped sewing. She straightened herself on her life. She bent backward with her face to breathe better. Her hands clutched the fabric. Ed Efix leapt up in fright, thinking that she was about to faint, but it was a moment. She returned to look at him with her wicked eyes and said calmly, Even if he comes back, there is nothing left to lose, and we don't need anyone to defend us. He picked the violet from the ground and went to sit on the stairs, like the night after Ruth's death. He no longer wondered why Naomi refused life. It seemed clear to him. It was God's punishment for him, a punishment that weighed on the entire family. And he was the worm in the fruit, the termite that chewed up the family's destiny. Just like the termite, he had done all of his things secretly. He had eaten away, and now he marveled that everything had crumbled around him. One thing only he understood. It was time to leave. But a thread of hope still sustained him, just as the still fresh stalk supported the faded violet which he held between his fingers. God would not abandon the unlucky women. Gone now, she too, Noemi, perhaps offended by the same manner of the embassy, would bend. After all, two lonely women could not live. It seemed to him that a voice was calling out to him, and indeed there was a voice calling him beyond the wall from the silence of the street. He got up and went off, then returned to pick up his bag, slung across the post under the loggia. The post, fixed there for centuries, came loose and flew between the cobblestones of the courtyard like a large black finger. He jumped back in surprise. Yes, you had to leave. Even the pitchfork came loose so as not to support the bag any longer, and with Noemi's surprise, who had followed all his movements with her eyes in the tail, he did not reattach the pitchfork, and went on. Efix, are you leaving? He stopped with his head down. Aren't you waiting for Esther? Do you come back for Easter? He shook his head. Efix, are you offended? Have I said something bad to you? No, my lady, just that I have to go. It's time. Then going to health. He thought for a moment. He seemed to forget something, as when one is about to set out on a journey and wonders. If one has everything one needs. Noemi, do you need anything? Nothing. Just that I feel like you're not well. Are you sick? He sat down on the step and then walked out. On the steps of the doorway he fidgeted with his pack and then went out. Ai piedi uno dopo l'altro, per non portar via neppure la polvere della casa, ci abbandonavano. Capitolo 13. Fuori lo aspettava Zuan Antoni. Vi ho chiamato 3 volte, andiamo, se non è che sta male. E vuole parlarvi. Perché non venite? Non zisi prende il pane dalla bisaccia. The old woman was still lying in bed, with her bare wrists red and scorched like brand-new fire-logs. She seemed to be asleep, but when Ephix leaned over her, she said, in a hoarse voice, "You see, she has gone down to the river to wash, for one must work. And you had said that you were going to marry her. Aunt Pottery, one must be patient. We are born to suffer." The old woman raised her arm and drew him tightly to her. A smell of decay and of the tomb emanated from the bed. But he did not move away, although he felt his Aunt Pottoy's necklace, hot as though it had been on the fire, brushing his face, and her breath passing through his hair like a spider. "Listen to me, Ephix. We are before God. I am about to leave. Don Zame will come and get me himself, as we agreed when we were young. Now it's time for us to leave together. On the way, I'll tell him not to stop where he fell, where you killed him, and that he forgive you for the love you showed his daughters. You will forgive him, Ephix. You have borne enough, but you, Ephix, now saved Grixenda. She is about to be lost. Wait only for my death to flee, and I cannot close my death to flee, and I cannot close my eyes peacefully. Go to the boy, and tell him not to lose her, that he'll remember that he has promised to marry her. And marry her, yes, so even woman Noemi will no longer think of him. Go." He pushed her away, and she opened her eyes wide, but it seemed to him that they had been burned, covered with ash, as if she were returning from the infernal regions. The old woman's eyes had not opened again. With stiff hands, hard fingers open, she was still moving her violet-tinged lips, outlined in black, but she no longer spoke. From the roof there poured a golden ray which bathed in light the black body and necklaces of the girl lying on the bench, while leaving dark the rest of the room, which was Lars. Desolate. Ephix looked up at that distant high point, as though from the bottom of a well. But suddenly it seemed to him that the ray deviated, rained down upon him, illuminating him. Thus everything became clear. His eyes now distinguished everything, the dark errors around, the bright centre which was God's punishment on him. And he took up the backpack again without saying anything more, and left, passing in front of Don Predu's house called Stefan, and said he was forced to leave for his own business, and did not know when he would be back. "Tell at least where you go." "To Nuoro." He took 2 days to get to Nuoro. He went up slowly, little by little, in short steps, throwing himself on the edge of the road when he was tired. He closed his eyes, but didn't sleep. When he opened them again, he saw the yellowish road disappearing between the green and blue of the distances, up towards the mountains of Ares. Nuoro, down towards the sea of the Baronia, and it seemed to him that he had always lived like this, on the edge of a road. Half gone, half to go. Down there at the bottom he had left the scene of his crime. Up there on the mountain it was the place of penance. The weather was fine. The valleys were already covered with grass, and the violets blossomed, smiling like baby eyes. Water streams glistened among the green willows, and the river murmured between the alders. Some carriages passed along the street, and Ifisa felt the desire to ask for a ride, but at once he was disappointed. No, he had to walk as punishment, arrive without help from anyone. This, her first journey, had, however, a purpose. So she still thought of world affairs, and of getting there soon and hurriedly. After that, it seemed to her, she would be free, only with her burden to carry with patience until death. Her first night she stopped in a wayside inn in the valley, but could not sleep. The night was clear and mild. Over the white sky, above the valley enclosed by rock columns, the moon hung like a golden lamp from the vault of a temple. But a sick man moaned. In the sad hedge, as mournful as a stable, and human pain troubled the solitude. Ephix set off before dawn, more weary than before. And here the mountains of Oliena rise out of the darkness, white and misty like a mass of incense before the rough granite altar of Orthobene. All the landscape has a sacred aspect, and the Redeemer stops his flight on the highest rock, with the cross flailing his black arms against the golden pallor of the sky. He bowed down, but did not pray, could not pray. He had forgotten the words, but his eyes, hands trembling, his whole body stirred by fever, were a prayer. As he climbed up towards Nuoro, he felt as if a great heart was suspended above the valley, beating strongly, growing stronger and stronger. "It's the mill, and Jacinto is there," he thought in joy. It was the last stop on her social tour, the final climb of her ordeal, that steep, dirty, oily alley, with a dead kitten in the middle of the filth and the red sky above the filth. Tall walls covered in thorns. Halfway up he turned. The shadow rose from the valley, casting a brown circle over the rosy-hued hillsides of Authorbean, and it too climbed the alleyway. Upstairs was the miller's place, a male pulse, in contrast with the female call of a bell ringing at evening, and on the background of the road passed farmers with yokes of oxen, powerful bourgeoisie like Don Predu, women with jars on their heads. Other women sat, pale, resting, on stones of muriccioli that enclosed an external courtyard. Efix came to speak with them, exhausted, and resting his heavy bag on the ground. "Where is Don Jacinto?" he asked. "Who?" "The one from the mill." "He's up there. What's in your bag?" "Are you his servant?" "Yes," he replied. "And what does he do, Don Jacinto?" "Works and enjoys himself. He's cheerful. He's a good boy." All the women follow him, the hair and beard shaven, his eyes bright with eagerness. Then Efix remembered the festival of remedy, Natolia and Vixenda, dancing tight together in the middle of the stranger, and an intense pain stabbed him. But along with the pain was a strong desire to do something against destiny. "But where can I find him?" "Is he at the mill now? Here he comes." Indeed, Jacinto came hastening along, bald-headed, his hair and beard shaven, his eyes bright with eagerness. The flower-white clothes? Already someone had run to warn him of the arrival of the servant. "What have you come up here for?" she asked, grabbing him and shaking him by the shoulders. Efix looked at him without replying, letting himself be led along the little street until he came to a courtyard surrounded by two small cottages overlooking the valley. Man, a small bourgeois, almost a dwarf, with big melancholy eyes and a pale face, was drawing water from the well, and Jacinto presented him as his landlord. "I must talk to you," Efix said. "He is here." "Speak." They sat in the kitchen, but the bourgeois was preparing dinner, and Efix didn't want to talk in his presence. For his part, Jacinto jested and laughed, and did not encourage conversation. Through the window they saw on the rocks of Authorbean the little Redeemer small as a swallow, and from the garden rose the scent of violets that recalled the courtyard there. Of the ladies, Efix felt his heart ache, but he could not speak. He only said, "Jacinto, you've become cheerful, haven't you? What am I to do? Hang myself?" But the little hunchbacked man who was cooking noodles lifted his sad eyes, and Jacinto laughed and looked up at the rafters of the ceiling. "You know, Efix, the first days that I came here to this pension from this good servant of God, I really did try to hang myself. Do you remember, Michele?" The little boy nodded. "Yes," but shook his head in reproof. "And he saved me," continued the old man. "He put me to bed like a baby. He tied me up when he went out, for I had high fever, but then everything was all right again, and now I am cheerful and content. True, Michele? Am I not cheerful and content? Come, Efix, speak. You certainly have come to disturb my happiness." "The old Potoi is dead," Efix finally said, and Jacinto held his fork to his face, almost as if he wanted to stab him. "Go away, bad omen. I knew you brought news of a death, and more, and Grazia is getting ready to leave us. You'll see her coming here in a few days. That's what I came to tell you." Jacinto's face reverted to its childlike expression of yesteryear, sad and afraid. "No, not at all. I don't want him to come. Don't you want it? And how can you stop him? Besides, she is your fiancée. You promised to marry her." "I cannot marry her." Yes, that's true, Michele. I cannot, and I don't want to. I'm not in a position to get married. I am a beggar, have other duties, you know. Well, I can speak to this man who knows everything about me as you do, and who pities me. I must pay the debt of my aunts, and for this is why I wanted to die, because I had despair in my heart. But this man told me, I will keep you for nothing in my house. I will give you shelter, and also food when I have it, but you must work and pay your debt. Little boy between wonder and doubt, and it seemed to be asking him with his eyes, why such generosity? And the man, who was eating with his face curled over the plate, raised his eyes and said, because we are Christians. Then Efix turned back as if within himself into the house of his soul, and remembered why he had come. Jasper, yet you must marry Grixenda. She will be here soon. In a few days. Don't send her away. Don't lose her. But, my good man, don't you hear me? I tell you that I can't keep her, that I can't marry her. I have to pay the debt of the aunts." "You'll pay it by marrying her. Has she inherited so much?" said then. Jacinto, laughing, but Efrix looked serious, and repeated 2 times, "I have come to speak to you about this." The landlord realized that his presence was too much and left, silently, in spite of Jacinto's protests and calls. "Let him go," Efrix said. "What I have to tell you, nobody must know." Yet alone, they both felt awkward. The light seemed an obstacle between them. They went out onto the small courtyard, sat on the steps, and Jacinto closed the gate behind him, as if to stop light and fire from listening. Efrix was looking for words to extract the painful secret from his heart. It seemed so great and heavy that he couldn't pull it all out. Maybe in pieces, yes, bleeding. He bent over himself. He was digging, silently, pulling, lifting, as if a stone from a well. Finally he straightened up, sighing, tired and helpless. "Hyacinth," he said to her, "I am saying it to you so that the world's ways are these. Don Predu wants to marry Noemi, and Noemi does not want to. It is your fault." Hyacinth did not answer, but caught his arm firmly, and it seemed that he wanted to strangle him. Then he let go of him. He felt his heart beating lightly, as if he were unwell, and in turn, while gripping the arm that was burning him from the squeeze, he breathed with anguish. "Yes, it's all your fault. It's all your fault," he began almost aggressively. "Didn't you know? Good grief! The old woman at least didn't tell you this. But now we need to think seriously about it. We need to get that worm out of your aunt's head, do you understand? Intendi?" "Che cosa mi importa?" said Jacinto finally, and he sank back into his old sadness. He bent over himself in the shadow and looked at the land beneath his feet and saw a black abyss. "What can you make of it?" "You know, I told you. Start doing your duty. Then she will do hers. What can I do? What can I do? Do you think we are the ones who make our fate? Remember what we were talking about up there in the powder room? Do you remember? And it was you who drew the lot." And even Efrix bent down, and so they stood close together, that one could feel the heat of the other's side. They stood almost head to head, as if listening to an underground voice. "True, we can't draw the lot," admitted Efrix. "Then you think she'd be happy marrying Uncle Pietro?" "It's not enough to make us happy, just eating bread. Now I see that too. We need more. But you... Tell me. You? Me? Yes, you, did you know? What am I supposed to say? A man always notices these things. But I swear on the soul of my mother, I've always respected her, Noemi, as if she was sacred. Yet, yes, I'll tell you, because I know that I can tell you just once when she's fainted, and I've wept over her eyes. Yes, I can tell you as I could tell my mother with the same. Innocence. Yes, we looked at each other. Through tears, and perhaps then, I don't know, that's all. But maybe for that is why I went away more than for what I had done wrong. Let me ask you something else. When you last came to the farm, did you already know? I already knew. Well, Efrix said, getting up, "You are a man. What do you want?" Jacinto replied immediately, "Flattered. I know a bit about life, nothing more. It's easy to get to know life when you're born where I was born. But you also know life in your own way, and for that reason we also understand each other when we speak. Different languages. Remember when I went down to the dock? I played and put my false signature because I wanted to pay the captain and make a good impression on him as I returned. He would have said, 'That unfortunate one has come out of it.' And yet I went down, lower, lower. But it was like a madness that had taken hold of me. Now I've opened my eyes and see where true salvation lies. You? Where did you find true salvation? By living for others. And so will I too, Efrix," he added, speaking to him while leaning towards his face. "You are the one who saved me. I want to be like you. Answer, am I right? I threw you to the ground there in Oliena, but even the saints were abused, and for that reason they never ceased to be saints. Answer me, am I right?" He shook his shoulders. "Do you remember the things we said at the Corbett? I always remember them. And I say it to myself. Efrix and I are 2 unlucky ones, but we're really men too, more than Uncle Peter, more than Melise, for sure, Uncle Pietro. What's Uncle Pietro? He left the aunts to suffer alone for so many years. exposed to all miseries and jests of the whole country. And now he also believes that he is doing good, because he wants to marry Noemi. He does it because he likes the woman as a woman, just like I like Grisenda, nothing more. It's love, it's charity. And she does well not to want it. She does well. I approve. True love was yours for them. And if there is anyone whom they should love and marry, yes, I say, you would be it, not Uncle Peter. Instead, they have driven you away like an old dog now that you are good for nothing. Yet you love them more for this, because your heart is a true man's heart. Well then, what are you doing now? Oh, man! Shame on you. Have you cried enough? Get up, man. Walk. He then shook him again, clapping his hands on his shoulders. Maifix was crying in 2 pieces, with his head between his knees, and while his cry filled the silence of the night, he remembered the blood that he had vomited in front of her, the old church of Oliena, after the other scene with Jacinto. Even now it seemed to him that all the blood came out of his eyes, all the evil blood, the blood of sin. Her body was exhausted, and her soul flung itself into the dark, empty space within. But the words of love from Jacinto shone bright against the gloomy backdrop, and her very tears illuminated her, shining around her like stars. He stayed in Nuoro for a week. Both he and Jacinto were expecting to see each other soon. Arrived Grixenda, but the days went by and she did not come. Jacinto had still made no decision about it, but he seemed calm. He worked. He only returned home during mealtimes, and he would joke with his landlord, asking him for advice on how to welcome the girl. I wouldn't want to lose her, poor orphan, if we married her off to you. A woman in the house is needed. The little boy was glared at by the old woman, but he did not speak, at least in the presence of Efrit. He, too, did not want to force his luck, and thought it was a sin to try to oppose the will of Providence. One had to surrender to her, like a seed to the wind. God knows what he is doing. Meanwhile, he had not decided to leave, waiting for Grixenda. And when she was not in the house, Jacinto went down the alley, sat on the Siglione of the valley, and watched the fair. White road at the foot of the mountain. The beating of the mill gave him a sense of excitement, almost of shock. It seemed to him the pulse of a new heart that revitalized the old wild land. Within that palpitating heart beat the blood of Jacinto, and Ifix felt like crying when thinking of him. There he is, it always seems to her, tall, serene, white as flower, like a young plant covered with frost, purified by work and the purpose of doing good. Everyone loves him, and he is kind to everyone. The women carrying wheat to the mill gather around him, bent over, weighing the flour, and they look at him with mother's eyes, with loving eyes. Ifix had been to see him one evening, and amid the rumbling of the car and the bustling of the pale figures against a blazing background, among the shadows crossing each other, and the grating of weights, he seemed to catch a glimpse of a picture of purgatory, with Jacinto suffering among the damned, but waiting for the end of expiation. The Sunday after Easter, she went to a small country gathering at the Valverde church. It was a cold afternoon, and the Isal valley, battered by the west wind, had Monte Albo down below, among the clouds, like a ship running aground in rough seas. It seemed that winter still dominated. He followed a line of peasant women wrapped in their heavy tunics, and with the wind that beat against his chest, he felt something new, something strong, penetrating into his heart. People walked sadly but calmly, like a procession, set off not to a place of feasting but of prayer. Even a far-away accordion repeated the religious theme of the sacred hymns, and he felt that his penance had begun. Having arrived at the little chapel on top of the rocky hillside, he sat down next to the door and began praying. It seemed to him that the little Madonna, from her damp niche, was gazing a little timidly at the people who went by, disturbing her solitude, and that the wind blew more strongly and the sun fell rapidly over the valley, forcing the botherers to leave. But after reciting the rosary, they returned to their tunics. There remained only a cellar of brioche and black-floured doughnuts coated with sugar, and 2 men sitting on either side of the doorway of the little ruined chapel. Ifix sat a little distant from them and looked at them seriously. He recognized them, had seen them there at the Feast of Remedy. They were 2 beggars dressed well as bourgeois, with Turkish trousers and a fustian jacket. One was still young, tall and hunchbacked, with a yellow face eaten away, where it seemed that only skin remained on the skin face. Bones, with livid eyelids lowered, asking, just moving his grey lips slightly over his large protruding teeth, as if he were dreaming and speaking in his sleep, indifferent to the outside world. The other, old but strong, with a red-crimson face, the whole person agitated by a tremor that seemed false, had put his hat between her open legs, and from time to time bent over to look at the little coins inside. But the evening fell quickly, heavy with clouds, and people were leaving. Even the candy lady closed her full boxes, and began to speak with scorn to the beggars. "It's not worth it to travel so far. A party of nothing, my brothers." "We no longer camp," said the old man, pouring the coins into a handkerchief, and putting his hat back on his head. But as he tried to stand up, he fell down again, as if his feet were slipping on the cobblestones of the entrance hall, and he hit his head against the wall and his hands on the ground. At the sound of coins clinking against stone, the other beggar lifted his worn-out face, his eyes wide and glassy, as if he heard a threatening noise. The old man groaned. The woman and Ephix had rushed to him, but they failed to keep his head raised. "We must lay him down," the woman said. "Now I'll give him some liquor. Put him down. Help me." He was put down, but drops of a green liquid that she tried to pour into his mouth over his clenched teeth spattered across his chin. "It seems he's dead. And you don't move," she said to the other beggar. "Was he sick?" "Did you not answer?" The man tried to speak, but only a tremulous muttering came out of his mouth. Then he burst into tears. "Go, move, call the shepherds who are over there in the woods." "Where will you send him that is blind?" said Ephix, kneeling with one hand on the old man's heart. The heart fluttered, as if it were trying to rise occasionally and immediately fall back, and the shadow grew denser quickly. Every cloud, passing over the near horizon, left a veil. The wind howled behind the church. All the patches trembled, extending far beyond. The valley, and they seemed to want to flee, luminous with a metallic green, shaken by a convulsion of sadness and terror. Even the woman was afraid of solitude, and of that sudden death. She put the cassette on her head and said, "I have to go. I'll warn the Dr. Nuro." So Ephix was left alone between the dying man and the blind one. "My companion suffered from heart," the beggar told. "Also, these days he has been ill, but nobody believed him. People never believe. Were you related to him?" "No, we met 10 years ago at the Festival of the Miracle. Then I had a companion, John Mary, who ill-treated me. He ill-treated me like a dog. Then this poor old man took me with him. He held me like a son. He never let go of my hand unless I was safely seated. Now it's over. And now how will you do? What do you want me to do? I'll stay here, waiting for death." "I have everything with me, so save my soul. I can take you back to Nuro," said Ephix, and suddenly he began to cry. Bent over the dying man, he tried to revive him by wetting his lips with the liquor left by the woman, and his forehead with a rag soaked in wine. But the tragic face was tinged with purple and green, growing harder and more immobile in the dim light of twilight. Even the heart stopped beating. He was reliving the most terrible hour of his life. He remembered the bridge over there, between the swaying of the gherkin in the moonlight, and him bent over to hear the kluha, heart of his dead master. But he felt relieved, like someone who, after long wandering in inhospitable places, has found again the lost way, at the point where it had started. "But you, won't you go?" the blind man, always immobile in his place, asked. "I will go when God wills it. Now I will light the fire, because we have to spend the night here." The wind was raging more and more, and the clouds rose and fell over Orthobene, down and up like lava streams, like columns of smoke spreading over the whole valley. But above, the highlands of Nuro, a strip of sky, remained a sad lapis-blue color, and the new moon set pinkish between two cliffs. Coming back towards the barn, Ephix saw the blind man who had moved and was bent over his companion, calling him by name. He was crying and looking for the wrapped coins. When he found them, he took them away and threw them in his bosom and kept on crying. They passed the night like this. The blind man told his story, alternating it with Bible stories, and his pain soon subsided, as a violent illness does that passes quickly. "What do you think, my brother? I was born rich. My father was like Jacob, but without so many children, and he would say, 'It doesn't matter that my son is blind. His eyes are of gold.' He meant, by way of a figure of speech, his riches, and he will still see. And my mother, who had a voice as sweet as fruit, I remember she would say, 'Let my Estienne remain innocent. Everything else doesn't matter.' So then I tell you, brother, my goods were stolen. My father and mother are dead. They sucked me dry like a bunch of grapes, or relatives and acquaintances. God forgive them. They forced me to go begging, but I kept my innocence, so I tell you, I never hurt anyone. But the Lord has always helped me. First Juan Maria, God give him glory, then this. They were my companions, my brothers like angels who accompanied Tobit. Now, even now you will not lack company, Ephraim said in a low voice. But what do you mean when you say that you are innocent? I am walking towards eternity, the blind man whispered. I'm going towards a door that will open for me in 2 places, and I don't think about anything else. If I have bread, I eat it. If not, I remain silent. I never touched other people's belongings. I never knew a woman. One time, Juan Maria led me to one next to each other. I felt that it smelled bad, so I fell to the ground as though the wind had passed by. What should I do, my soul? But if I do not save my soul, what else have I to offer, dear brother? But the money at this dead man, you took them. Ill luck, said Ephix. They were mine. What does money matter to a dead man? So I tell you, no, I never stole or spent blood. Neither did Joseph's brothers spill blood. Judah said to them, Let us sell him to the Ishmaelites instead of killing him. And so they did. Do you know the whole of the story of Joseph the Jew? I'm sorry that you're leaving, but if you were to stay, I would tell it to you. No, I won't be leaving, Ephix replied. I will accompany you from now on. We'll walk side by side. The blind man lowered his head for a moment, feeling the coins in the package. He didn't seem surprised by the stranger's decision. He asked him, Are you a beggar too? Yes, said Ephix. You didn't notice? Well then, take it. Keep it yourself. And he held out the roll of money to him. Chapter 14. They went to the festival of the Holy Spirit. The blind man knew exactly the time for each festival, and the route to follow, and it was he who guided his companion. As they passed through Neuro, Ephix led him towards the mill. He left him propped against a wall, and went to greet Jacinto. I am going far away. Goodbye, goodbye. Remember your promise. Jacinto was carrying a heavy sack of ground barley. He raised his eyes, his pale eyelids dusted with flour, and smiled. What promise? To weigh it well, said Ephix, and left. After weighing the sack, Jacinto leaped out and saw the 2 beggars walked away holding hands, pale and trembling, both sick as well. He called out to Ephraim, but he just made a waving gesture and turned away without looking back. As soon as they were outside the village, there was trouble because the blind man, although his bag was full of goods, wanted to beg from passers-by, while Ephix remarked, Why? Beg when we have enough? And tomorrow? You don't think about tomorrow. And what beggar are you? You're new, it seems. Then Ephix noticed that he didn't want to ask, because he was ashamed, and felt his shame redden. The time had turned bad. In the evening it began to rain, and the 2 companions came near a shepherd's hut. But they did not allow them inside, and they had to take shelter. Under a straw shed, next to the herd of cattle, the dogs were barking. A sad mist hung over the whole wet plain, and rain and wind doused the little fire that Ephix was trying to light. The blind man remained indifferent, still standing under his painful mask. Sitting, he never lay down, with his arms around his knees, with his big yellow teeth gleaming in the firelight, his purple eyelids drooping, he went on telling his tales. You must know that it took 13 fine and long years to build King Solomon's house. It was in a forest called Lebanon, for there grew tall cedar trees. A cool place. The whole house was made of columns of gold and silver, with sturdy wooden beams, and the floor was marble as in churches. In the middle of the house there was a courtyard with a fountain that gave water day and night, and the walls were all fine stones, sawn into equal pieces like bricks. The wealth within cannot be counted. The dishes were made of gold, the vases were also gold, and the whole house was adorned with pomegranates and golden lilies, even fair. Collars of the dogs were gold, and the saddles of the horses were silver, and the blankets were scarlet. Then came Queen Sheba, who had heard about these things until the other side, head of the world, and was jealous because she too was rich, and wanted to see who was richer. Women are curious. One of the shepherds, drawn by the blind man's tales, approached the shed, running in a curved manner so as not to get wet. His companions imitated him. Excited by his success, the blind man grew animated, stood up, and told the story of Tamar and the fritters. The shepherds were laughing and giving each other a shove on the hips. They brought milk, bread, and gave coins to the blind man. But Ephix was sad, and as soon as they were alone, he scolded his companion for his wickedness and bad example. "Now you talk like my mother used to," said the blind man, and fell asleep in the rain. At the feast of the Holy Spirit there were few people but fine ones. They were rich shepherds with fat wives and slender daughters. They arrived on horseback, proud and dark-haired men, with long knives stuck into the leather sheaths on their belts, tall young men with sparkling teeth and white eyes, agile as Bedouins, the pliable girls, sweet like the biblical figures invoked by the blind. The time was always misty, and around the little chapel, brown among the stones and patches of grass on the plain, there was an infinite silence, a sharp smell of woods. The clouds running over the grey sky gave the place an even more fantastic aspect. All morning it was men on horseback coming up the misty path, dismounted silently, as if for a secret meeting at that distant point of the world. To Ephix, seated with the blind man at the entrance to the church, it seemed he was dreaming. Here also there were no other beggars, and he felt a vague sense of fear as the strong, proud men, from whose mouths and nostrils came a vapour of life, passed in front of him. A sense of fear and shame, and also of envy. Those were men. Their hands seemed claws ready to snatch fortune at its passing. They all seemed to be outlaws, superior to the law. They certainly did not regret their crimes, if they had any, nor did they torment themselves if they had taken justice into their own hands in life. It seemed to him that they were looking down on him with contempt, throwing him a coin, feeling ashamed of him as a man, and about to kick him away with their foot as they fought. Passed by like a dirty rag. But then he looked far away. Beyond the fog it seemed to him that another world began, and the door which the blind man had spoken of opened, the great door of eternity, and he repented of his shame. What are we doing in this life to weighty people who give us alms? And what do we do, dear brother? Well, my friend, everything happens for the Lord's sake. We are tools. And he uses us to test the hearts of men, just as the farmer uses his hoe to disturb the soil and see if it is fertile. Don't look down upon us too, poor creatures, sadder than falling leaves and dirtier than lepers. Rather, look upon us as instruments of the Lord to stir your heart. Flowers. There were two beautiful young Nuereses, who, to attract the attention of the girls, began to throw money blind, aiming from a distance at the chest, and laughing every time they timed. Hit right. Then they approached, and aimed at Ephix, enjoying themselves like a target. He spit with every punch, and he thought they were stoning him, but he gathered the coins with some greediness, and in the end, when the game was over, again he repented, and, felt ashamed. Meanwhile, the women were preparing lunch. They had lit a fire under a lone tree, and the smoke blended with the mist. The stain of their red corsets stood out from the brightest grey of the flame. There were neither songs nor sounds in this little gathering, that to Ephix seemed like a meeting of bandits and shepherds who had gathered there for the desire of seeing their women again, and listening to Mass. At noon everyone assembled under the tree, around the fire, and the priest sat among them. The sky was clearing. A ray of golden sunshine filtered through the clouds and fell directly upon the tree that shadowed the feast, and below the shepherds seated on feast. Round, the women with baskets in their hands, the priest with a bag slung over his shoulder as a cloak to ward off the dampness, the laughing boys, the dogs wagging their tails and gazing fixedly into space. Their masters were waiting for the bone to gnaw on. Everything reminded the sweet tranquillity of a biblical scene. The pious women brought big plates of meat and bread to the two beggars, and in listening to the rustle of their footsteps on the grass, the blind man raised his voice and told, yes, there was a king who made the trees and animals worship, and even fire. Then God, offended, made the servants of this king become so evil that they conspired among themselves to kill their master. And they did it. Yes, he made a god all of gold, For this there remained in the world so much love of money, and even relatives kill relatives for money. So then my relatives, seeing me deprived of light, stripped me the way the wind strips an autumn tree. The people left early, and the two men were once again alone in the gloom of the deserted place. The mist was fading. Black forest profiles appeared on the pale blue horizon. Then everything became calm, as if invisible hands pulled them this way and that, the clouds of bad. Weather cleared away, and a great rainbow of 7 vibrant colours, along with another smaller and less spectacular one, arched over the landscape. The spring in Nuoro then smiled at poor Aphix, who was sitting on the door of the little chapel. Large yellow ranunculuses, wet with dew, shone in the silvery meadows, and the first stars appeared as evening fell, smiling at the flowers. The sky earth seemed like 2 mirrors reflecting each other. A lark sang on the lone tree, still smouldering with smoke. All the freshness of evening, all the harmony of serene distances, and the stars smiled to the flowers, and the flowers smiled to the stars, and the proud joy of handsome young shepherds, and the closed passion of women in red corsets, and all the melancholy of poor folk who live waiting for the leftovers of the rich table, and distant pains, and hopes beyond, and the past, the lost homeland, love, crime, remorse, prayer. Pilgrims chant as he goes, and keeps on going, not knowing where he'll spend the night, but feeling guided by God, and the green solitude of a powerhouse yonder, the river's voice and willows there, the scent of euphorbia, Brixender's laughter and tears, Noemi's, his, Ephix, and all the world's trembled and vibrated in the nightingale's notes above the lonely tree that seemed higher than mountains, with its summit touching the sky, and its last leaf stuck inside a star. Ephix began to cry again. He didn't know why, but he did. He felt like he was all alone in the world with a dove for company. He could still feel the young Nuore's coins beating against his chest, and shivered as if they were stoning him. Yet it was a thrill of joy, a longing for martyrdom. The companion, with his shoulders propped against the closed door and his hands around his knees, was asleep and snoring. Over there they went to Fonni for the feast of the saints' martyrs. They walked always in little steps, stopping at the corrals where the blind man could be heard by the shepherds. And he seemed to recognize them by smell, he would say, telling the most moving episodes of the Old Testament to those who were simple, to God-fearing people, and those who, badly interpreted, had a taste of scandal, to young people and libertines. This conduct of the companion grieved Epheso. At times he felt so nauseated by it that he thought of abandoning him, but when he repented he found his penance more complete. Thus, and said to himself, "It is as if I were leading a leper. God will regard my work of mercy more." On the way they met other beggars who were going to the festival. Everyone greeted the blind man as an old acquaintance, but looked at her, Ephix with suspicious eyes. "You are still strong and powerful," a thin young man said to him. "How do you ask for alms?" "I have a secret illness that consumes me and prevents me from working," Ephixi replied, but he was ashamed of his lie. "God commands that we work while we can. If I could work, I would." How happy those who can are! Ephix thought of Jacinto, who had become cheerful and good after finding work to do, and felt regretfully that he might have been wrong again in abandoning his poor masters, so that he went and went, but did not find peace. And his thought was always there among the reeds and willows of the Paureto. Especially in the evening, if a nightingale sang, nostalgia devoured him. What will Don Predu think when I wait for Noemi's answer? But God will provide, and he will provide well, now that I am far from them with my mortal sin and with my excommunication. Up through the verdant valley of Mamojada, up towards Fonni, on footpaths from which, on the evening with clouds, the mountains of Gennargentu rose up like fantastic walls, castles, cyclopean tombs, silver cities, blue forests covered by mist. But she felt that her body was like an empty sack being tossed about by the wind, tattered and dirty, good only to be thrown away, I sensi, and their friends were no more than he. They walked, did not know where or why. The places of recreation they went to were indifferent to them, neither more cheerful nor more sad than the solitude in which they stopped to rest or eat. They were still quarrelling with each other and shouting obscene words. They spoke ill of God and envied one another. They had all the passions of the fortunate men. Ephix was dead tired, with a fever so high it seemed to burn through his bones. But he made no attempt to convert them, and felt no pity for them either. Rather, he felt as if he were walking in a dream, carried away by a company of ghosts, as had often been the case those nights below in the power-house. He was already dead, yet still erring about the world, banished from the realms beyond. In the Fauna district, where beggars set up camp in the courtyard, surrounding the basilica filled with people from distant lands, he began to feel a new torment. He was afraid of being recognized, and tried to hide behind his companion. By their sides stood two other beggars, a blind old man and a young one who had pricked his chest under the right breast just before arriving by rubbing on it the milk of Anne, poisonous grass, to form a swelling that exposed the crowd like a malignant tumour. He was seething with anger at this deception, and when the coins fell into his companion's hat, he felt ashamed to think that he too was cheating these poor people. And the coins kept falling, one by one. He had never imagined there were so many pitiable people in the world. Women especially were generous, and a sweet shadow veiled their eyes every time the false tumour of orchidade. Young beggar appeared swollen and dark as a fig among the folds of the unbuttoned shirt. Almost all of them stopped, with their faces lowered, questioning. Some were tall and slender, wrapped in linen veils, embroidered with yellow and green hieroglyphs and scarlet hoods. They seemed to have come from ancient Egypt. Others had broad hips, a wide face with two ripe apples for cheeks, a full mouth burning and moist as the rim of a honey-pot. Ephix answered their questions with his head down, and gathered alms with a mournful expression. But also some men stopped around the old blind man and the false sick man, and one bent over to look closely at the lump. "Yes, so God helps me," he said. "She was exactly like this, and he only lived for a year." "Only 1 year," another shouted. "Ah, even 3 of the 1,000 things I think would not be enough to finish. Go ahead and take it." And he threw a silver coin at the sick man. Then there was a race to offer more coins to the condemned who was going to die soon. Coins poured into his purse, so much so that Ephix's companion turned purple, and his voice trembled with envy. At noon he refused to eat. Then he fell silent, and appeared to be pondering something dark. Indeed, when the crowd gathered again in the courtyard, and the women passed by and rummaged in their pockets to give alms to the fake sick man, he began to shout, "But look at Hal! Him well? He is healthier than you. He was pricked with a poisoned needle." Then someone bent down to look more closely at the false tumour, and the beggar, pale, immobile, did not speak. "That is he, that is." Blind old companion got up all of a sudden, tall, wobbly like a tree stump shaken by the wind. He took a few steps and sat down, Ernestine punching him in the head with both fists like 2 hammers. At first Estine bowed her head, almost putting it between her knees. Then she straightened up, grabbed the legs of her assailant, and shook them all around, until he couldn't be knocked down, at which point she bit his knee. They didn't speak, and their silence made the scene more tragic. But after a moment a group of people was above them, and the wails of women mingled with the laughter of men. "But I want to know how he got to see it. But if he isn't blind?" "Milano'd catch them all. They're pretending from the first to the last. And I gave him 9 reals 3 times. How did you get the tumour?" "Tell me, and I'll give you another 9 reals, so that I can make one too, so as not to go to military service. Look, the soldiers are coming. Be quiet." "It's nothing. Be quiet. It's nothing." People parted to let the carabinieri pass through. Tall, with a red and blue feather duster like an imaginary bird, they stood over the 2 beggars who were rolled up on feet. Round. The old man quivered with anger, but kept silent. The other had taken his place and said sadly that he knew nothing, that he hadn't moved, that he'd heard a man fall on him. Like a wall that's collapsing. They made them stand, they dragged them away, the crowd followed them as in a procession. Ephix followed too, but his legs quivered, a veil covered his eyes. "Now they're arresting me too, and when they find out who I am, they'll know everything and condemn me. No one was paying attention to him, and after the two blind men were brought into the station-house, the people went away, and he was left alone, from a distance, sitting on a rock, waiting. He was afraid, but for nothing in the world would he leave the blind man. He stayed there an hour, 2, 3. The place was silent. The people were down at the party, and the village in that corner looked deserted. The sun beat on the roofs of shabby little hovels like cabanas. The afternoon wind brought a scent of herbs and some cries, some distant sound. That peace intensified Ephex's turmoil. For the first time it was clear to him, as the rock is there on the mountains through the clear air, the mistake of his penance. No, that's not what he dreamed. And his poor masters, who were suffering there, alone, abandoned? For the first time he thought about coming back, ending his days at their feet like a faithful dog. Come to condemn even the soul, but not make it suffer. This was the true penance, but she couldn't leave her companion behind. And so the door of the barracks opened, and the two blind men came out, holding hands like brothers. Ephex went to meet them, took his companion's hand. So in line they returned to the courtyard of the basilica, and made a circuit looking for the false sick. People danced and played music. The sunset coloured the bell tower and roofs and trees around it pink. From the church came a chanting of praises that accompanied the dance. Tune and a scent of incense mixed with the scent of the vegetable garden. But even if they searched for him, the pretend sick man was not found in the courtyard, nor in the church or on the streets nearby. Someone had said he had fled for fear of the carabinieri. So Ephex remained with both blind men. From festival to festival they walked, alone or in line with other beggars, like convicts on their way to an insurmountable place of punishment. The festivals were similar. The main ones took place in spring and autumn, and they were held around isolated rural chapels, on mountains, plateaus, and the edges of valleys. So, in that desolate place, all year round, in the untended and wild fields, it was like a sudden flowering, an outburst of life and joy. The vivid colours of the rural costumes, scarlet red, yellow bandages, fiery creamish of the aprons, shone as flower spots amid the green of the lentis and ivory of the lentis and ivory, stubble. And everywhere there was drinking, singing, dancing, and revelry. Ephex, dressed like the other beggars, walked behind the two blind men, and seemed to be their own destiny, his crime and his punishment. He did not love them, but he endured them with infinite patience. They did not love him either, but they were jealous of each other for his attention, and they constantly fought. In August and September it was a continuous going, a frantic running. At first they went up the Orthobene mountain for the feast of the Redeemer. It was midsummer. The red moon rose from the sea and illuminated the woods. From up there, yes, Ephex saw his distant mount. He spent the night praying under the black cross that seemed to unite the blue sky with the grey earth. At dawn a distant Samagandi was heard. A procession ascended from the valley, and in an instant the rocks were covered with white and red. The bushes blossomed with happy young faces, and under the holly trees old shepherds knelt as converted druids. Above the altar, cut in the living stone, the cups sparkled in the sun, and the Redeemer appeared to hesitate before taking flight from the rock, planting a cross between the cross, grey earth and the blue sky. Someone was heard crying loudly. It was Ephi, a beggar among two blind men behind some bushes. The weather was once again bad, disturbed by violent thunderstorms. Murky water coursed down the ravines, under twisted forests stirred up by the wind, and the whole mountain trembled from the roar of the thunder. But the faithful came in equal numbers. They climbed all the winding paths, all the serpentine roads, flowing towards the chapel as blood flows from the veins to the heart. From a niche of stone, where he had taken refuge with his companions, Ephex saw the figures pass through the mist as if above the clouds, and the story of the universal deluge that the young blind man was telling him seemed to be their story. Here some patriarchs had been saved and taken refuge on Mount. They came up with their women and their children, and they were sad and happy at the same time, because they had lost everything and saved everything. Women, in particular, looked up from the horses' heads, from the hem of their shawls, with large, wide eyes, yet sometimes sparkling with joy. Something frightened them, something delighted them. Perhaps it was their own fear. The distant cries echoed through the mist like the whinnies of wild horses galloping with the wind. Aphix had always been afraid of being recognized, although he was dressed like a bourgeois, and with his grey beard as sharp as a half-mask made of donkey's hair. He looked attarted, each all the figures that passed on the path in front of him, if any were known to him, and indeed suddenly he bent down, closing his eyes like children when they want to hide. An abandoned man, on a black horse, was slowly climbing up. He was all covered by a cloak of red-coloured cloth, with a large hood. The wind was raising the folds of this sort of Spanish cape, and revealing the embroidered bag, and the big legs of the horseman, with shiny silver stirrups. The hood shadowed a benevolent and sarcastic face that turned towards the beggars, giving them a slight grin as his hand threw some coins. Aphix opened his eyes and slowly sat up. "Do you know who that is?" he asked the young blind man. "That's my master." When the rain stopped, the three companions continued to climb, silent and bent over, as if they were searching for something lost on the path. Ran over the rocks and spots and trees, twisted by the wind, crazy to detach themselves from the earth and follow them. Thunder still boomed. Everything was great within. Agitation and anguish, and Aphix felt drawn into the vortex like a dry leaf. They took their places beside one of the crosses marking the path. The wind was raging, but as the day grew late, the sun emerged from among the clouds, tearing them apart and pushing them back to the horizon, and everything sparkled around. The mountains and valleys where the mist collected in shimmering silver lakes. The beggars warmed themselves to the sun, and Aphix gathered arms, shivering at every sound of footsteps, for fear he should see Don Predu again. Yet now and then he raised his head, as if listening to a distant voice. It seemed to him that he was still sitting in front of his hut in the Poda, and he could hear the rustling of the reeds, and it was the voice of his heart telling him, "Aphix, if you are there out of genuine repentance, why do you fear being recognized? When your master passes by, get up and salute him." Suddenly a feeling of joy made him leap up, and filled him like the sun drying his garments and warming his numbed limbs. Here, too, he thought of his mistresses again. He still loved them, and he was waiting for Don Predu to come down and ask how they were. But Don Predu wasn't coming down. She came down, after having listened to Mass, a series of pretty village girls, one after the other, laughing tightly together. "Have you seen that fat man who was communicating?" said one. "He is a noble, a rich man, bewitched." "Yes, I know it. He had been bewitched by a poor girl whom he was going to marry and didn't marry. Go then, hang yourself, Maria. What do you say? If you amused him to get it." And she added, "And do not push me for this. Go and break your neck, Francesca Bay." With her sparkling teeth in the beautiful mouth full of evil words, they passed by Aphix. Some hesitated to drop a coin for beggars, and the wind lifted the hem of his embroidered handkerchief. The patriarchs descended, the silent women, the young men with elastic knees, the small shepherds with sorrowful eyes of solitude. There was no sign of Don Predu. Aphix waited. But after noon everyone had already returned to the huts down in the clearing, and Don Predu was still nowhere to be seen. Then Aphix led the companions up to the little chapel, before which only a few young people clung to the rock to watch the barbarians racing down the coast. The wind seemed to carry itself away along the path there below, the long horses ridden by hooded peasants. Aphix made the blind sit against the wall and entered into the chapel, advancing on tiptoe until he reached the steps of the altar of Don Predu inginocchiato. Immobile pregava, col viso sollevato, ai capelli azzurrognoli nella penombra dorata dei ceri, una falda rossa, del gabano rivoltata, lo sprone al piede, simile in tutto ai baroni in pellegrinaggio, quali il servo lì aveva visti dipinti in qualche antico quadro della basilica. Assorted pre-gaffes, but when Aphix had lightly touched his coat, turned first surprised, then violent, not recognizing the beggar. "By hell! Even here you leave in peace, Don Predu, my master. I am Aphix. Do not recognize me?" Don Predu jumped, lifting the folds of gaban, almost as if he wanted to hug his servant, and they looked at each other as two old friends. "Well, yes, said Don Predu, recovering himself for the first time. "Jacinta has told me of your misdeeds, you wretched one. And so you have taken up an easy trade, a sluggard, a fine trade. It is indeed. Yes. Here, take this." He held out a coin, but Efix looked him in the eye with his faithful dog eyes, and sighed without taking offence. "Don Predu, my lord, give me news of my ladies, your ladies. Who sees them? They are hidden in their lair like weasels. And Jacinto? I saw him in Nuoro, that starving bastard. Why didn't you take him with you to beg for alms? And now, do you know what he does? He marries that other starving woman. Grixenda, yes? Stupid. It's good. He had promised it, said Efix, and again he felt full of joy. Here is the grace you asked for, my lord, he thought, smiling at the curses that Don Predu, repentant for his first impulse of benevolence, poured out on him, treating him, like a beggar as he was, after the feast of St. Cosmos and Damian in Mamojada. Efix and the blind went to Bitti for the Madonna del Miracolo. Before they arrived, they stopped in Orun, but though Efix was tired, he did not fall asleep out of fear that someone would steal his pack with the money he had collected at it. The recent festivals. He prayed quietly, occasionally closing his eyes to look at his sleeping companions under an oak tree. It was still night, but a ray of light passed east between the mountains that opened towards the sea. Dawn woke up there. And here is Efix, overcome by sleep, believes he can no longer raise eyelids and dream. He sees the old blind man sitting down, leaning forward in listening, resting his hand on the trunk of the oak tree, getting up, and after a moment of hesitation, coming closer to him, and with his open palm pulling out the knapsack as if fishing it in the shade. He doesn't move or speak, and the old man goes away slowly between the patches and the stones without turning back, tall and black against the blue background of the mountain. Only when he could no longer see him did he realize that he had not been dreaming, and leapt to his feet, but it seemed to him that a hand was pulling him down, forcing him, tossing him. Sit down again, to remain motionless. And then gradually the surprise gave way to a surge of joy, a desire to laugh. And he laughed, and all around the sky turned a pale blue and pink, and the larks sang among fairly. Trees, there, he thought. It is God who has released me from one of my companions. Oh, what a weight he has lifted from me. I didn't say it right away, and you carried him back with you. You tormented me day and night with him. Now we'll go report. We'll search for him. We'll pest him. Efix smiled. During the party he was almost happy. A crowd like he had never seen before filled the church, the field around, the path that led to the village. A procession wound around the sanctuary like a serpent of red and white, yellow and black. The standards fluttered like big butterflies, and choral songs, clatters of horses. Attired for the race, cries of joy mingled with the grave chants of the pilgrims. They passed by women with black hair flowing down their shoulders like veils of mourning. They followed men, bareheaded, with a cross in hand, barefoot and dusty as if they had come from the other end of the world. All had eyes full of questions and hope, and the patient horses climbed up the road laden with joy or pain. They rode by young men with faces aflame, puffy with blood, pale girls who hid their passion as the embers hide the fire, and sick, mad, possessed people, all of whom had eyes full of life and death. Efix had taken a little distance from the church, in a place where few people passed. The blind man kept grumbling from one complaint to another, and had a dark, menacing face. By evening the harvest had been poor. He gave vent to his anger, accusing Efix of killing the other companion to get rid of him, and keep the money for himself. Efix smiled. "Come on," he said, taking him by the hand, and after walking a little. "Do you hear that?" The blind man could feel the voice of the other companion, who was begging for alms, right in front of them. "Aren't you going to do what you did last time?" said Efix. "If you fight and get arrested, I, frankly, don't care." Then the real blind man leaned over the fake one and asked him in a low voice, "Why did you do this, you Pharisee?" "Because it seems good to me." Efix smiled. The blind man saw this smile and was exasperated by it. All his anger at the thief companion poured out on the good companion. "I don't want to come with you any more. Rather I'll lie down and let myself die. You're a fool. Good for nothing. You come with me to amuse yourself and torment me. Go and hang yourself. Go to the bottom of hell. You speak so because you know that I won't leave you, Ephix said. Though blind, you know me, and I don't know you though we see each other. But if you think you can find another companion, do as you please. I'll help. The fake blind man listened, with the stolen bag tight to his chest. He grabbed Estina's hand and said, "And stay with me, you devil," stuttered so, with their hands joined, as Ephix had seen them come out of the Fonny barracks, and it seemed they were waiting for him to speak, challenging him a little. He then pulled the scroll of coins collected that day, and after shaking it in front of them, looking at them, and smiling, he let it fall into the blind man's hand and walked away. She still felt physically drawn back by her companions and thought of them. She walked all night and all the following day down the Isle Valley until she reached the sea. There she lay on the ground between two patches of wildflowers, and it seemed to her that she had returned to her own country after having made a tour of the world. But in his sleep he saw the blind man, bent over himself, with his livid lips partly open over his sharp teeth, and it seemed to him that the man was ridiculing and pitying him. You think you're back and can rest. You'll see, Ephix. Now your real journey really begins. As he approached the cottage, climbing up the lane, he heard a mournful sound of a harmonica that seemed to him an illusion of his ears accustomed to sounds from parties. So many distant things came back to his mind, and all the leaves stirred around to salute him. Here is the hedge, here is the river, the hill, the hut. He was not moved, but that soft, gentle lament, as if rising from the quiet of the verdant water, drew him like a call. He entered, raised his eyes, and immediately noticed that the orchard was poorly cultivated. It seemed a place where the master had been absent. The trees were already nearly all bare of their fruit, and some broken branches hung here and there. Under the veranda, in front of the hut, Juan Antoni was playing the accordion, and around him the monotonous melody spread like a veil of sleep over the desolate place. Seeing the unknown man who approached, bending to look into the hut, the boy stopped playing, and his eyes took on a menacing expression. "What do you want?" the man removed. "His cap, Uncle Ephix," the boy shouted, and kept playing, speaking and laughing all at once. "But aren't you dead? And who said that you were in America and had become rich, and that you sent so much money to your mistresses? Now, the guardian here is me. If I want to chase you away like a thief, I can do it. But I don't. Do you want grapes? Take them. My master, Don Predu, couldn't care less about this piece of land. He has plenty more estates. The large one at Badisalice does indeed bear fruit. He sends the fruit from here as gifts to his cousins, your mistresses, but they always keep themselves locked away like a hedgehog in its husk. Oh, Uncle Ephix, I must tell you one thing. Last night, when night comes and I am closed in the cottage, for I am afraid of ghosts, and I always hear Granny scratch at the door. Last night was a terror. I heard something soft stir around my feet. I screamed and sweated, but then at dawn I realized it was a wounded hare. Yes, caught by the noose it had managed to escape, and was there with its broken leg, looking at me with 2 Christian eyes. I bandaged its leg, but then it got sick. It burned between my hands like a ball of fire, and it turned black and died. Ephix had sat in front of the hut, staring off into the distance. "What do you think?" he asked bravely. "Will Don Predu take me back to his service?" The boy began threatening, "and then he should drive me away. And what am I supposed to do then? Quicksender gets married and leaves. So what am I supposed to do in the meantime? Go beg for alms? No, and you go to us, for you are old." "You are right," said Ephix, and he bowed his head. But the steward's kindness was pleased with him. "This is a beautiful place. Brixenda says so too. What does Brixenda do? She stews her wedding dress. Tell me, Juan Antoni, has Don Jacinto come to the village?" "Brother-in-law," the boy answered proudly. "He did come, yes, last July. Brixenda was always unwell. Had she died soon after, it would not have surprised anyone. Yes, he came." He fell silent, with his face turned down towards the harmonium, his eyes sombre with memory. "Tell me everything. You can tell it to me, too, John. I am like family." Yes, here's what I'll say. Then Brixenda was ill. She was getting worse, like a matchstick. At night she had a fever. She got up crazy and said, "I want to go to Nuoro," but when it came time to open the door, she couldn't. Understand? There was the grandmother outside who pushed the door and prevented her from going. So, once upon a time, I went to Nuoro. I found my brother-in-law in a place that looks like hell. The mill. I told him everything. Then he asked for 3 days' leave and came with me. He had rented a horse because it costs less than a carriage. And he took me on his back. It was nice to go so. It seemed like we were giants. That's how Grixenda asked his wife, and that's how the saints get married. Who asked for it? Your wife? I don't know. She herself. Tell me, Zuantoni, Don Giacinto is with his aunts, with my mistresses. The boy hesitated again. Yes, he said, after a while, there was. I believe they argued, because he came out with red eyes, as if he had been crying. Grixenda looked at him and laughed, but bit her lip. He said, "This is the last time they will see me." Efix didn't ask any more questions. He spent the night in the hut, and since a strong wind had come up, and the reeds of the swing creaked like souls in pain. Frightening the little watchman, he began to tell fear. Stories of the Bible, imitating the accent of the blind. Yes, there was a king who, under the pretext that the trees were spirits, made them worshipped, even animals, and even fire. Then he began to describe the temple and its wonders, and he said, the temple was filled with the glory of God, and it shone like the sun. The floor was made of pure gold, and there were rows of precious stones set in silver. The altar was made of ebony, and it had a bowl of gold on top. The palaces of King Solomon. Suanantoni fell asleep while he was still telling the story. Outside, the reeds in the Siglione rustled so fiercely that it seemed they were fighting a battle. At dawn, leaving the hut, Efix indeed saw hundreds hanging broken, with their long leaves scattered on the ground like broken swords. And so the survivors, a little bare as well, seemed to bend as they gazed at their dead companions, caressing them with their wounded leaves. "Take some grapes, Uncle Efix," the boy said, greeting him thoughtfully. "If Don Predu sends you back here, I'm glad. That way we'll pass the time telling stories. And you'll see Grixenda and say hello to her." And so Efix climbed back up the path towards the village. The dawn was breaking. It was almost cold, and the white hills seemed to be covered with snow. The little hills above the scattered villages across the plain, after the castle, smoke like charcoal piles. Everything is silent and dead in the rosy morning. But Efix found his soul again, and it seemed that he was returning home to the house of his pain as the prodigal son, after having squandered all his hopes. He went straight from the shoemaker's, and he laughed at himself, noticing that although she did not immediately recognize him, she welcomed him kindly, believing him to be a stranger, a servant sent by some owner to ask for money. "Kalina, the crows will peck you. Don't you recognize me? You've grown smaller, too." She had her little shoes in her hand. She let them drop one after another, then she bent down to pick them up. "Efix, see? Come, I cursed you so. Did you go? You even changed clothes. Repent when you wanted to massacre me. I'm always in time. You don't stop. Tell me, how are you?" "Not too well. From some time I always had a headache, and the pain and insomnia have reduced me so small, curved, like sucked up by the vampire." "It's right," thought Efix. But he didn't. "Say it." "It's a real bitch of a headache," said Efix, who had sat down by the fire and showed no sign of leaving. "It's useless for you to go on a pilgrimage. If you have to atone, it in your own home. I don't have to atone. If I go out of devotion. My soul is before God, not before an equal." He lowered his head. "Now then," he went on, "I need clothes and money. You must help me, Kalina. If you will, you can do it. I am like the soldier who has been in war. I come back, but cannot keep these clothes. Tell me at least where you have been." So I wanted to travel a bit around the world. I have been to the east, where there was the temple and Solomon's house. His house was all of gold, and its doors had pomegranates of gold for their knobs. The plates and vases were made of gold, and even the keys and door-stops were gold. The woman was looking at him with a sly smile as she tied her new shoes, not throwing away the old ones. They might still be useful for tying something. Why was he speaking in such a beggar-like tone? So true. More Christian than you, soul of my soul. I have never left my house to run the world from old. If you don't stop poking with a stick, Cully, watch out." For all day they continued to insult each other, sometimes jokingly, sometimes seriously, but in the afternoon she went out and bought a nearly new costume from a woman whose husband had gone to America. In the evening Efix returned from her master's. Yes, toward evening, as after a day of freedom spent wandering idly and discontent. Everything was quiet and sad up there. The mountain rose above the black house, over the verdigris-coloured twilight sky. The new moon fell over the mountain, the evening star twinkled over the moon. The gate was closed, the grass grew long along the wall, and on the steps, like before a deserted house, and Efix was afraid to fight. He saw the little gate of Grixenda shining like a rectangle of gold on the black wall, and remembered Zoan Artoni's order. Grixenda stood in front of the fire to dry her wet underwear. She was barefoot, and her straight legs shone like bronze. Seeing the man, she dropped the underwear and laughed, shouting with joy as he recognized him. "Come, Grixenda. Are you still going to the river? Will the groom allow it? And does he not work? Is he perhaps a gentleman, is he? If he were a gentleman, I would be under the earth. Well, do not come forward. Sit down. Are you heavy with that bag, and full of gold? You have made money, quiet, evil?" He sat down and put his pack on the ground, looking at Grixenda, who in turn looked at him maliciously, letting him know that she knew the truth. "But we too, Uncle Efix, I and Jacinto, will do something too. We might even become rich, Uncle Efix. Who knows? Anything is possible in this world. I believe everything is possible. Aren't you already rich? Who is richer than you?" She bent over him, as graceful and childish as she had once been. "That's what I used to say, always. When your ladyships didn't want Jacinto and me to get married because I am poor, I used to say, 'Am I not young? Do I not love him?' Perhaps Naomi Woman and Don Predu, with all their stuff, are richer than us. In years, yes, if they want. Not in anything else." Efix was startled. "Are they getting married?" "Yes, they are. He was consumed just as I was consumed last spring. They said he had fallen ill. Yes, he was indeed fallen ill. A love malady. He even went to Oriana to consult the witch doctor. Recently, last week, he went on a pilgrimage to the Madonna di Gonare and offered 3 scudi in hopes of obtaining a miracle. So say the wicked." Efix was looking down at the ground between his knees. "Should I go back?" he wondered. "Will they believe it's the wind of good fortune that brings me back?" And suddenly, for a moment, he regretted that Noemi had agreed before he returned. But then he got up, ashamed and humbled. Ah, how wrong he was still. "Do you think Don Predu is there?" he asked, turning to leave. "I'm here, not there, Uncle Efix." Grixenda laughed as she ran after him. "And I can't even say, 'I go to look because your masters lock the door twice when they see me.'" He went, but once again his heart beat wildly, and it seemed to him that the knocks on the door echoed inside his belly. And he saw her appear in front of him, against the grey background of the courtyard, tall, slender, with a white face. Leah the girl, Leah the resurrected. He looked at her carefully before letting her enter, as one looks at an unknown person. Then he only said, Oh, is it you? My, it merely sufficed this expression of doubt, and slightly ironic surprise to increase his humiliation and disquiet. "Well, I've returned, my Lady Noah," he said as he entered and followed her across the courtyard. "The tramp has returned. And what about Lady Esther?" "May I take a look around?" There, in the pale gloom, everything remained in its place. The balcony, black against the grey wall, the well with red, flowers, the rope on the ladder. There was light in the kitchen, but not the glowing light of Grixenda's house. A candlelight above an old bench amidst a large shadow. No, nothing had changed. Everything was still dead. Efix thought to himself with sorrow, "It cannot be true that the woman Noemi has consented." Instinctively he tried to attach the saddle-bag to the pommel, but there was no pommel. Nobody had ever refitted it, and so he held on to the saddle-bag as if he were a guest about to leave. She was sitting peacefully on a small stool in front of the old chest, but suddenly the cap that had been lying next to her on the floor by the lamp, and whose eyes had followed her hands, jumped into her lap as if it wanted to hide. Then it leaped under the chest. She raised her head, saw the stranger, and began to stare at him with sparkling eyes, while the book trembled in her hands. "Well, yes, I am here, my lady. I have returned. The vagabond has returned. What do you say, Mrs. Esther?" "How is your health? Ethics, 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 ethics," she babbled. Indeed, ethics? Do you have a bad eye, Mrs. Esther? The one that wears glasses? You, ethics, take a seat." "Yes, I have had a bad eye from crying too much." But Noemi was watching them both with her wicked eyes, and it seemed she was enjoying the scene. "Yes, Esther," he replied. "You have glasses because you are old now. Sit down," she also invited, pounding her hand on the bench, and Efix sat down next to the old lady, trembling with surprise. At first they did not know what to say. He held his bag close to him and lowered his head in shame. She took off her glasses, pushed them up the bridge of her nose, and looked down at the pages of a book, as if she wanted to rest against the servant's side. At last they both turned their faces towards each other, and she shook her head in a gesture of reproof. "Bravo! Turn, turn! You've come back. But why not one line? A greeting? Yet people from America have come." Fix opened his mouth to answer, but he saw Noemi laughing as if she knew the truth too, and he was humiliated into silence again. "And you just left like that, Fix, as if we'd offended you without saying a word. Fix! And think, I used to tell myself, why did Fix do that? Can it finally be known why?" "Worldly things," he replied with a vague gesture. "I'm getting old. I'm losing my wits. Now I'm here. Let's not talk about it any more. And now, what do you intend to do? Will you go back to Predu? Or, as people say, is it true that you've become rich? But why don't you put down that backpack? At least you'll get a bite to eat here. I have to go, my Lady Esther." "I came only to see you." "You will stay here until tomorrow," Noemi said, and with a gesture almost feline, she took off his knapsack and placed it further back on the bench. They looked at each other, and he realized that they had to talk, just the two of them, to pick up a conversation interrupted. "Efix, listen, you will at least tell us your adventures, since you never wrote anything. How many things will you have to say now?" "Oh, Efix! Who would ever believe that an old man like you would go wandering around the world?" "Better late than never, my dear Esther." "But there's not much to tell." "Tell that little bit." "Well, yes, I'll tell them." Noemi was arranging quietly. Here is the same basket, blackened by time, smoothed by use. Here is the same bread and the same accompaniment. Efix was eating and talking, with uncertain words, veiled by a shy lie, but when he had thrown the crumbs on the bottom of the glass on the floor, for the earth always wants, it's little part of man's nourishment, he straightened himself a bit on his back, and his eyes surrounded themselves with radiant wrinkles. "So then we were all poor devils on the road. We went without knowing where we were going to end up, but always with the hope of making a profit. We went in line, like the condemned. But weren't you at sea?" "Yes, at sea, I mean. And in rough seas, too. I've gotten wet so many times." Hunger was not an issue. "No. And besides, who was hungry? No, sometimes I felt like a hand that held my stomach and seemed to want to tear it out. Then I ate and calmed down. Once there, work began. What kind of work was it? Oh, an easy job for this. So you remove the soil from one place and put it in another. But is it true that they make a canal so that the sea can pass through, but the water doesn't follow inside the channel?" "Yes, it comes into the channel, but there are machines to keep it back. They're like pumps. I can't describe them, basically." Noemi listened, silently, stroking the cat that was purring softly in her lap. She was listening, but her mind was somewhere else. "You were right out in the country? They say that's where everything is expensive. Do you remember what the emigrants were telling us down at the Remedy? And then they say it's a country where there's no fun." "Oh, there is, if you want to have fun, that is. The ones who play, the ones who dance, the ones who pray, the ones who get drunk, and then everyone leaves, to their huts, to rest. And what language do they speak? Language? All kinds of languages. I spoke in Sardinian with my companions." "Ah, you had Sardinian companions?" "I had Sardinian companions, an old one and a young one. I think I still have them on my hips, save for respect to their ladies." The eyes of Noemi sparkled with malice. "I hope we are Tina," she said, grasping his arm. Yes, an old one and a young one. They had always quarrelled. They were wicked, envious, and jealous. But deep down they were also good. Man is so made, good and bad, and he is always unlucky. Even the rich are often unlucky. Ah, here! Here is the grip of Noemi's hand that reminded him of the grip of Jacinto there in the courtyard of Nuoro, and the secret that prevented the woman from accepting the proposal. "Of Don Predu? Well then," said the young mistress, "you have not come to see the priest for nothing. Tell me, do you want to be married here or in church?" The priest did not answer at once. He seemed to be lost in thought. He was still silent when the young woman repeated her question. Then Donna Esther got up, supporting her hand on the back of the bench, and looked at them severely. "But how nice," said Noemi, no longer laughing. "He is old now, and can no longer fool others. That's all." "Let's not talk about him. Let's talk about it," said Donna Esther with force. "Efix, explain your words to me. What do I have to explain to you, Donna Esther? Who does Don Predu want to marry? Woman Noemi? Ah, you know it too? How do you know it?" "I was the first prom master." "The first and the last," Noemi shouted, throwing away the cat like a ball of yarn. "Enough. I don't want to hear more about this. But Efix was rebelling. But why didn't I ever bring him an answer, my woman Noemi? How could I have brought it to him? I dared not, and ran away for that." Woman Esther returned to sit next to him, and he felt her tremble all over. "Ah, Efix," she whispered, "he had the idea from then on, and you didn't say anything, and you ran away. But why? In truth, I think it's all a dream. I never knew anything. Only people came to tell me, only strangers. And you, my sister, and you, that I should tell you, Esther. Has he ever made his request to you, has he? When did he ever explain himself? He sends gifts, visits sometimes, sits down, chats with you, and barely speaks to me. Have I ever asked him to leave, have I? You don't ask him to leave, but you do much worse. You laugh when he comes. You make fun of him. That's right. What is sown is reaped. Noemi, why are you talking like this? I seem to have gone mad recently. You are no longer rational. Why do you say that he mocks you when he sent me to tell you that he loves you? He sent it with a servant." Esther looked at Efix, but Efix was silent, head down, as was his custom when his mistresses questioned him. She was waiting, of course, for Naomi to return to him, despite her contempt to continue their conversation alone. "Efix, can you hear how she speaks? Yet I tell you that it wasn't just you who told her, even Jacinto." But this name made a kind of fearful void around, and Efix saw Naomi jump convulsively, livid with anger and hatred. "Esther," he said, his voice sharp. "You had sworn not to utter his name again," and she went out, as if choked with anger. "Ah, yes," murmured woman Esther, bending towards Efix's ear. "She hates him so much that she made me swear never to mention his name again. When he came last time to tell us that she is going to marry Grixenda, and to advise Noemi to accept Predu, she drove him away with terrible words, as you saw her just now. And he went away crying. Tell me, Efix," she continued with earnestness, "is not our luck a bad one? Jacinto, who destroys us, and marries that worthless woman, and Naomi, who rejects good fortune. Why is this so, Efix? Tell me, you who have travelled the world around. Is it always so? Why does fate beat us down like reeds? Yes, he then said, we are just like reeds in the wind, my own Esther. Here is the translation of the text into English. Therefore, we are reeds, and fate is the wind. Yes, well, but why this fate? And the wind, why? Only God knows. May his will be done, she said, tilting her head to her chest, and seeing her so bent, so old and sad, Efrix felt almost strong, and to comfort her, he thought to repeat to her one of the many tales of the blind. Do you know the story of Queen of Sheba? She was beautiful, and had a distant kingdom, with many fig and pomegranate gardens, and an entire golden palace. Well, it was told that King Solomon was richer than her, and she lost sleep. Jealousy rode him, so much so that he wanted to set out on a journey, although he had to cross half the earth to go and see. Esther, she said a little curiously from Fee, other side of the boat, take the book back with you. I don't want it any more. She leaned over slightly, picked up her glasses and put them on. "These are stories here, the Holy Bible," and Ephex looked at the book humbly and didn't continue talking. Left alone, he lay down on the mat, but despite his great tiredness could not fall asleep. He had the impression that the blind were lying next to him, and that around and outside in the darkness spread out an unknown country. His mistresses, however, were there on the bench, and they looked at him. One old and almost supplicating woman, Esther, and another, Naomi, laughing but even more terrible than when she was stern. Strangely, she no longer felt subservient to Esther. She was no longer afraid of Naomi either. It was really as if the bondman, who had become wealthy before his poor masters could help her, could still help them, even though they didn't want that. Tomorrow? She waited for tomorrow with eagerness. This is why she couldn't sleep. Tomorrow she'll talk to Noemi. They will continue the interrupted conversation many months ago, and he may be able to bring a good answer to Don Predu. Then he began to pray, slowly at first, then ever more loudly, until it seemed to him that he was singing as the pilgrims used to sing to Our Lady of the Miracle. Tomorrow, everything will be all right. Tomorrow, everything will be concluded. Everything will be clear. It seemed to him that he had finally understood why God had pushed him to leave the house of his mistresses and to wander off like a vagabond. It was so that Jacinto could descend into his consciousness, and Naomi could heal from her disease. If I gave Don Predu an immediate response, everything would be over, he thought with a sense of relief, and he fell asleep dreaming. Here is a vague light that illuminates the plain around. It's a white ring above a big black circle. It's dawn. The blind get up, intertwine their fingers, bend in front of him, and force him to sit on their hands and put his arms around their necks. So they lift him up, carry him up, away singing, as children do in their games. He rode. He was never so happy. But in the dark kitchen, Mrs. Esther and Mrs. Noemi did not move from the bench, and then he felt fear of one and dread of the other. So he closed his eyes and pretended to be blind too. And they all went like that, back and forth, on a soft ground, singing the sacred praises of the Holy Spirit. But a hand gripped his coat from behind and stopped the group. He threw himself down, quivering, opened his eyes, and saw Noemi woman in front of him, holding the candle in her hand. "Were you already sleeping, Ephex? Have patience. But Esther told me that you would go away tomorrow morning, and I came back down." He leaped up on the mat, at her feet, standing straight, tall with the light in him. His hand. An orbit of shadow with a ring of light around, as he had dreamed, surrounded them. "And then I wanted to talk to you alone, Ephex. Esther doesn't understand certain things, and you've done wrong to chatter with her. Neither do you understand." He was silent. He understood, yes, but he had to be silent and pretend like a slave. "You don't understand, and so you speak too much, Ephex. If you had only reported to the embassy that day, without giving me advice, it would have been better. Instead, we said a lot of useless things. Now I just want to know if it's true that you, in fact, didn't report anything to Predu about our conversation." "Nothing, my Noemi. Another thing I want to ask you, Ephex, but you have to answer me honestly." Hesitated for a moment, then raised his voice. "Have you spoken about this incident with Jacinta? Tell me the truth." "No," he lied calmly. "I swear to you I haven't talked about it." "Then do you believe it was Predu who told him?" "Yes, my dear Noemi. That's what I believe. One more thing. Tell me why you left." "I don't know. I was just thinking about this as I fell asleep. I thought it was the Lord who had sent me away. I was afraid and ashamed to present myself to Don Predu with that answer. Yes, Mrs. Noemi, because Don Predu had only taken me into his service for this. I understand he loved her and wanted me to be the intermediary. Well, then, when she said, 'No, no, I fled,' Noemi laughed. But it was a gentle laugh, quite unlike the sour one earlier. It was compassion for Ephex, compassion for Don Predu, but also satisfaction and sweetness. Never before had she heard Noemi laugh like that. Yet he remembered that laugh, that curved face over him, that shadow and trembling light about, and his heart beat, 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 beat to break. Leah, as she was in the night of flight, stood before him. "One other thing still, and then I am done. Listen. Do you believe Jacinto really marries Brixenda?" "Yes, it is a certain thing. When are they marrying? Before Christmas?" She lowered the lamp, as if to see his heed. Face clearly, and so she lit up her own. How pale he was, and how young and old at the same time his face looked. Pride, passion, desire to break away from his miserable old life, and rebuild himself with new and strong pieces, burned in his eyes. "Sentemi, Efix," he said, turning off the light, "although you would tell Predu that I want it. But we should get married right away, before those two." 17th chapter, Efix was back in the barn. After the good season was over, and the harvest gathered, Zuan Antoni, to whom his master had entrusted the task of tending a flock of sheep in the junks around the little village, had gladly departed. And so Efix sat again in his usual place before the hut, under the pale blue canes. The sky is red, up high above the white hill. The wind blows, and the reeds tremble and whisper. "Fix me remember, fix me remember. You went, you returned. You're back among us as one of our family. Who bends, and who breaks, who endures today, but will bend tomorrow, and break post-day. Fix me remember, fix me remember." He wove a rug and prayed. From time to time a sharp pain in his side made him jump straight up, stiff, as if someone had rammed a piece of iron into his kidneys. He would bend back over himself, bruised and quivering, just like a reed in the wind. But after the spasm he felt great weakness, profound sweetness, for he hoped to die soon. His day was done. As long as he could endure, he stayed there by the ground that had sucked all his strength and all his tears out. The autumn was advancing with the sweet days of October, the first cold ones of November. The mountains in front and at the end of the valley seemed like volcanoes. Smoke, clouds crossed by pale flames, and then the ash-grey lava and columns of fire rose there from the sea. As evening drew near, the sky gradually brightened. All the silver of the world's mines gathered in stacks on the horizon. Invisible workers toiled there, constructing houses and buildings, whole cities, and immediately thereafter they were destroyed, and ruins, and ruins, and ruins covered with golden grass and rose-coloured bushes, herds of grey and black. Horses passed by. A single bright yellow spot behind a ruined castle seemed to be the fire and hermit or bandit who had taken refuge there. It was the moon rising. With a gentle touch, her light illuminated the entire mysterious landscape, and at her fingertips everything disappeared. A blue lake flooded the horizon, the clear, cold, cold autumn night, with large stars in the sky and distant fires on the earth, spread out from the mountains to the sea. In silence, the torrent pulsed like the blood of the sleeping valley. Ed Efix felt that death was slowly approaching him, like a noiseless mist rising from the path, accompanied by a procession of wandering spirits, the rustling of the cloth of a cloth-of-cloth. The pans going down to the river, the gentle fluttering of innocent souls turned into leaves and flowers. One night he was dozing in the hut, when he woke up with a start, as if someone were shaking him. It seemed to him that a mysterious being was coming down on top of him, probing his entrails with a knife, and that all the blood flowed out of his shattered body, flooding the rug, soaking his hair, face, and hands. He began to cry out as if he were really being killed, but only the murmur of the water replied in the night. Then he was afraid and thought of going back to the village, but for a long time during the night he could not move, weak, as if drained of blood. Her deadly sweat wet all his body. In the dawn he moved. Farewell, this time he really left, and he put everything in order inside the cottage. Agricultural tools at the back, the mat rolled up next to it, the pot upside down on its towel. Stand, the bundle of wands in the corner, the hearth cleared, all in order, like a good servant who is leaving, and wants his successor to have a favourable judgment. He took his bag away, plucked a jasmine from the hedge, and turned around to look, and all the valley seemed to him white and sweet as the jasmine, and everything was silent. The ghosts had withdrawn behind the veil of dawn, and even the water murmured more softly, as if to leave better to ring the footsteps of Efix down. The path, only the leaves of the reeds moved above the cowl, straight and rigid, like swords that bent over the metal of the sky. Efix, goodbye, Efix, goodbye. She returned from her mistresses, and lay down on the mat. You came here for the right reason," said Mrs. Esther, covering him with a blanket, and Naomi also bowed down to her, felt his pulse, grabbed his arm, trying to convince him to get into bed. "Let me stay here, my woman Naomi," he murmured, smiling, but with eyes wandering like those of the blind, already covered by the veil of death. "This is my place." Later on, a new access of evil twisted him, darkened him, and while the mistresses were sending for the doctor, he began to delire. The kitchen was filling with ghosts, and the terrible being that kept striking him rang in his ears. "Confess! Confess!" Even woman Esther knelt before the mat, saying, "Efix, my soul, shall we call priest Pascal? She will read you the gospel, and it will lift your spirits." Ma Efix la guardava fisso, con occhi vitrei nel viso nero lucido, di gocce di sudore. Il terrore della fine lo soffocava, aveva paura che l'anima gli sfuggisse all'improvviso. Dal corpo, come era fuggito, lui dalla causa dei suoi padroni, e scacciata dal mondo dei giusti, si mettesse a vagabondare inquieta e dannata tra i fantasmi della valle, e più... Risposti, no, non voleva il prete. More than the death and its damnation, he was afraid to reveal his secret. And here comes Don Predu. He sits down next to the mat and starts cracking jokes. He's cheerful, Don Predu. He's put on weight again, and the gold chain doesn't hang as much from his black waistcoat any more. Why did you come back here, old man? If you'd come to my house, you wouldn't have fit. Be like the cat who returns, even if taken inside the bag. Come on, let's go. I'll put you in Stevie's bed. Even Noemi, bent over a steaming bowl in her hand, while she dries the sweat from her face with it, tries to imitate her big hubby. Boyfriend, come on, drink. Are you going to die a bachelor? So, said Efix, lifting his head, but refusing the broth. We're leaving, but what are you saying? Do you want to go again? What a fool. Oh, man, what are you doing? Let's go up to Stevie, who's kept a pomegranate for you. Go on, boy. But Efix put his head down again and closed his eyes, not because he was offended by the jokes of his masters, but because he felt so far from them, from everyone, far away, ever further away, but with a weight upon him, a drag that didn't allow him to go forward or back. It was worse than when he carried the blind along. Finally, the doctor arrived. He felt him all over, beat his knuckles on his hard stomach like drums, turned him around and around, threw the cloth at him like bread rising. It's the liver that's playing a cruel trick on you. You must go to bed, Efix. The patient lifted his index finger, shaking his head. I have to die soon anyway. Let me die as a servant. Before God, there are neither servants nor masters, said Mrs. Esther, and Don Predu bent down and tried to lift him between his arms. Shh, you old fool. Shh. Ma Efix began to groan, shaking himself feebly, like a wounded bird still trying to fly. You want me to kill you before time? Then the doctor made a gesture with his hand and head, lifting his eyes to the sky, and Don Predu laid the sick man down again, covered him up. He did not joke any more, so they left him, and the hours and days passed in this way, until one night the doctor came in, after having been called by Don Predu. Ma Efix is dead. The days passed, and Efix in his. Madness dreamed of walking with the blind, through the valleys and the tanas of the plateau, and he dreamed of the feasts, of the money that fell before him, of the compassionate women, of the handsome young men on swift horses who galloped along a mountain's coast, and from afar threw coins and biting words. High smoke-coloured walls, with red patches of copper, with a bench at the bottom, always surrounded the horizon. Beyond there was no going, while he needed to go beyond. To free himself of his weight, to heal of his pain. 2 times Noemi found him risen up, who tried to get out of the courtyard. They took the key from the door. Lady Esther leaned over him, adjusted his pillow, and the blanket over him felt his pulse. Efix, the director will come to see you. He raised his index finger, shaking her head. No eyes closed. In the first few days, someone asked to visit, but Naomi opened the door just a crack and sent everyone away. Inside he could hear, and that people should remember him, so far away, so at the end of the world, surprised and disturbed him. Who was it who was looking for me just now? He asked one morning to Donna Esther. It will have been Juan Antoni. If he comes back, my Donna Esther, please let him in. It's time to say goodbye. What are you saying, Efix? Why this fixed idea? Why don't you want the rector to come? He would recite the gospel to you, and you would no longer be afraid of dying." He didn't answer. No, they weren't fooling him. But the hour hadn't yet come, and he clung to life only because he was afraid to bring his weight home to his masters. And a wave of joy seemed to invade the house when Don Predu arrived, and there were timid laughs from woman Esther, the lovers' discussions, plans, talks, sudden silences out of all, respect for the sick man. Then he felt embarrassed and wanted to leave. One morning Donna Esther, who slept in the lower room to watch him, got up early, put everything back in order, speaking quietly to herself, and bending over to give him a cup. "Of milk," she said. "Come on, Ifrit, cheerful. Today Pred is setting the day for the wedding. Are you happy?" He nodded, yes. Then he covered his head with the cloth, and thereunder it seemed to him that he had already died, but still rejoiced at the good fortune of his mistresses. Also Naomi got up early. She argued with her sister, and said proudly, "Why must the day set it for him, and not me? I am not a peasant to follow common practice. What impatience has come over you? The publications are done. Today they will talk about the rest." Naomi was agitated, and Ephex could feel her pacing back and forth in the house, with a light but uneasy step. Finally she sat down next to the door to sew quietly, and when Don Predu arrived, she moved the chair aside, pulling the fabric further to let him pass, but barely lifted her face to look at him, and replied with a slight nod of the head to his greeting. And so right away woman Esther went down the stairs, tying her handkerchief, ready to serve as an interpreter for the two fiancés, among whom often born misunderstandings, because Naomi was offended by everything, and understood everything upside down, despite the goodwill of Don Predu. At first, just entered, he approached Ephex, and looked at him from above. "How are you? Well, I think. And how about her? Get up, my good man." And Ephex raised his set-in eyes indifferent, and since Don Predu bent to touch him, he held out his hand as if to push away the powerful body that was touching his own in dissolution. "Go, go." And Don Predu went to sit down next to the fiancé. "Come stiamo d'umore oggi? Lascia, Predu, non tirarla così, mi fa impazzire. E questo che voglio. Predu, lascia, sei come un ragazzino. Colpa tua c'è, hai l'ansiato. Una maledizione per farmi impazzire. Predu, basta. Sai cosa dice quella filosofessa di Stefana? She says that now you put a curse on her backwards. First to make me lose weight, now to make me fat. You're joking, Predu, but your maids have a long tongue. But it's obvious that I'm getting fatter. There is only one way to break the curse." Donna Esther leaned against Noemi's chair, and looked at her cousin without saying anything, waiting. He raised his face toward her, and clapped his hands on his knees, and said, "Well, when will we break this chain? It's up to you, Predu, to decide." Naomi was sewing. She, too, lifted her face. Her eyes shone, but soon lowered them again, and didn't say a word. "Esther, I'd say before Advent." "Well, before Advent? Do you think it'll all be ready by mid-month?" "It'll all be ready, Predu, and that's good." "Oh." Silence. Naomi was sewing. Woman Esther watched over her shoulder. Finally Don Predu asked almost timidly, "And what do you say?" "What are you talking about, Naomi?" protested woman Esther, but the fiancé waved her to be quiet, and began again to draw the canvas from the fiancé's knees. "Of the malediction. We talk of disguise it first, before I grow too fat. How to disguise it, you ask? Like this, see?" To health of those who see, and from the half-forced laughter of woman Esther and Naomi's protests, which he held tight by the shoulders, came the loud smack of a kiss. "How glad I am! Now I can die," thought Ephex under the blanket, but he had the feeling that he couldn't leave, that he couldn't get out from that circle of walls that pressed him in. Don Predu stayed there all day, invited to lunch by his cousins. He spoke, laughed, made fun again of the next one. Sometimes, however, he was silent, also because Naomi seemed to care little for him. A serious silence surrounded then Ephex, and he understood that he was an encumbrance, a weight and a humiliation for the women and the same Don Predu. One had to leave, to let the lovers be free to love and jest without that image of death before them. And all at once, there under the dark, under the cloth, it seemed to him he understood why he could not leave. It was something that held him still in the house of the master, like an account not settled, which had to be settled. And when the woman Esther leaned over him, believing he was asleep, and lifting up the fabric's flap lightly, she saw his eyes wide open, his face red, his lips quivering. "Well, Efix, what do you have?" he indicated, with his eyelids to come closer, whispered in her face with a thread of voice. "My Grace, Esther Mai, if you wish me to call fair, Priest Pasquale." After the confession he no longer spoke, no longer complained. He had his head covered, but every time Donna Esther lifted the cloth, she saw the poor face growing smaller, more purple, wrinkled like a dried plum. One evening he opened his eyes, looking at her with that look of terror that brought so much pity to her heart, and murmured without voice, "It's long, my woman Esther." "Have patience. Che cosa? È lunga, Efix? La strada non si arriva mai, perché sembrava che stesse sempre camminando. Saliva una montagna, attraversava un ruscello, ma arrivato al confine di questo eco un'altra montagna, un'altra pianura. Ora, però, camminava tranquillo e gli dispiaceva solo di non arrivare mai per liberare del suo corpo la casa del suo padrone, one day or one night. He didn't understand which time it was. It seemed to him that he had reached the little path of the mill, up high on the verge of the reed bed, and that he lay heavily on the stones. The reeds rustled, bending towards him to touch him, to caress him with their leaves that had something alive about them, like fingers, like tongues. And they spoke to her, and one pierced her ear so that she could hear better. It was a mysterious murmur repeating the whispers of the ghosts of the valley, the voice of the river, the chanting of the pilgrims, the beat of the mill, the moan of Juan Antoni's accordion. He listened, clutching at the small wall, and on one side he saw his mistress's kitchen, and on the other a misty expanse like that yonder from Mount Gurner. The woman called Esther was climbing out of the valley with her face covered by a black wing. She raised the wing, revealed her dark and pained face, eyes veiled in compassion, but pulled back from the ledge as if afraid to fall. And there were other figures climbing up, all with their faces hidden behind the black wing, all getting closer, but failed. He tried to immediately stepping back, terrified, frightened by the danger of falling beyond. And he would recognize them all, these figures, feel them speaking, sense that they were alive and real. Yet he had the impression of dreaming. They were dream images from life's dreams. It was the priest, it was the Millets, it was Juan Antony. They were the servants of Don Predu, and Don Predu himself, and Noemi. Sometimes one of them would gather courage, and now, Alprash, and Ryan tried to help him, pull him down from the Muricciolo, but they couldn't, and so he began to be annoyed by them. He turned his face away and fixed his gaze on the foggy valley, and behold, the mist began to thin out. Patches of golden woods appeared among clefts of blue, and on the crest above him a pomegranate like those of which the blind told vent, its heavy branches laden with ripe red fruit that dropped their pearls, but the people beyond the little wall would not leave him in peace to contemplate so well. He no longer turned, and only one day a hand that was placed on his shoulder and a voice that called him slowly by ear made him jump. "Efix! Efix!" The face of Jacinto, sweet eyes wet with compassion, were above him. Among so many dead figures he seemed to him the only one still alive, so alive that his warm hands almost had the power to pull him up, set him back in the world beyond. But it was a moment. Here she too veiled herself, lost strength, returned a ghost, and Efix felt pain, as if it were Jacinto who was dying, not him. "Efix, su, che fai? Fai! Non mi dici niente? Sono venuto per te, sai? Sono qui. Non volevano lasciarmi entrare ed ho saltato il muro. Su, guardami." He looked at him, but his eyes were no longer there. Aunt Noemi ran away like a shot when she saw me. She will never forgive me, that's for sure. What did you tell her? That she doesn't want to see me any more, that she has sworn not to utter my name again. So, but it doesn't matter. I'm happy that you're getting married. You know what happened the last time I came? I told her. Get married, Aunt Naomi. Uncle Peter is rich, he loves you, he will make you happy. She looked at me with contempt, and I understood very well that she would never decide. Then, Efix, listen. Let's speak quietly. Don't be listening. Well, I remembered your advice. I gazed intently into her eyes and said, Aunt Noemi, I will marry Grixenda, because only Grixenda, poor as I am, young and alone like me, can be my companion. Then Noemi grew, pale as a dead man. I was afraid and left. I was crying. Did I tell you? Up, Effix, you'll listen to me. Here's Aunt Esther. It is not true, Aunt Esther, that Effix pretends to be sick, so as not to come to my wedding, and to those of Aunt Noemi, so as not to give us a gift. After all, they say you brought money from your trip. Effix heard the words and understood them too, but they were without sound, like written words. Come on, tell me at least what you have. You don't even tell me where you've been. Do you remember when you came to the mill and asked me where you were going? And you answered, to a nice place. Don't you remember? Open your eyes. Look at me. Where were you going? Effix began to feel annoyed again. He opened his eyes for a moment, then closed them, already heavy with the sleep of death. And Jacinto's words became confused across the murmuring hillock, amidst the rustle of the reeds and the buzz of the wind that passed. Yet at one time it seemed to rise up and live again. During the evening a violent outburst of evil had assailed him like salt in the mortar. He had become deaf and mute with pain, but he had seen Father Predu looking at Noah, with a gesture of dissent, because the wedding was set for the day after, and if he died brought misfortune to the newlyweds, or forced them to postpone a day more the marriage ceremony. So in the depths of darkness that already surrounded him, he shone like a distant lamp, the will to fight death. His face was uncovered, and he spoke. Miss Esther, I am better. Please give me something to drink. A Corsaro, both the mistresses and Noemi herself, lifted his head and gave him to drink. Well done, Effix. Like that it's right. Do you know what happens today? He nodded. Yes, drinking. You're happy, aren't you, Effix? How have you thought of this day? You'll think it's a dream. He nodded. Yes, yes. Everything had been. Everything was a dream. Then they left him alone because Noemi was getting dressed. But he lifted up his head and looked around quietly, continuing to nod with approval. Everything was all right. The wedding party was taking place at the groom's house, and here nothing disturbed the old peace. Because of Noemi's attention to the sick person, even the kitchen had not been cleaned, as is custom for weddings. The house and courtyard were silent. The cat was immobile on it. The bench, black with green eyes, like the idol of loneliness. In the silence, one could hear the wood of the balcony creak, and raise a little more his head he fixed the wall, once more, which had been broken, and the grass and flowers of the old graveyard. At once a figure appeared at the door. Tall and slender, she was dressed in a tight gown of pomegranate with black floral patterns, wearing a wreath of roses around her head, and sparkling jewels adorning her eyes, jewellery, shoes. He opened his eyes wide and recognized Noemi, but behind her, adjusting the roses on her hat and the folds of her dress, there stood Esther, her black scarf draped over her, shoulders resembling the bride's shadow. "I'm fine, aren't I?" Noemi asked straight in front of him, adjusting the folds of her sleeves. "Doesn't this dress feel tight to you? This is how it's supposed to be worn. And see how beautiful this is. It's Predu's gift." He leaned down, despite the tight dress, and showed her a pearl rosary with a large gold cross. "See? It was the cross of an old bishop. It belonged to my grandmother Predu, who was also ours. Thus it stays with the family. It is beautiful, isn't it? Look at Christ. It seems he is smiling, while tears and blood are flowing from his eyes. And behind, look." Effix looked silent, immobile, with his black and dry hands clutched to the edge of the cloth, and he seemed to lean out, already a corpse, from beyond the flame, whirled to gaze one last time at the happiness of his mistress. But she said, bending even further, with her knees bent, in such a way that her face brushed his, "See what gift, Effix." She was pale, in her grenadine dress, with bad eyes, or full of tears. But Effix did not feel pain. "We are born to suffer as he did. We must weep and be silent," he said with a sigh. "And that is my wish," she replied. "From now on." "I will not speak any more," said Effix sadly. He seemed to be clutching at the edge of the cloth, for fear he would fall beyond. And from the top of the little hill he could see the world's spectacle. and there came Don Predu and his relatives to take away the bride. They entered, arranged themselves in a confused fashion about the kitchen, as if they were figures in a dream, with peculiar highlights. Don Predu is dressed in black, a new tight suit that forces him to breathe heavily, but Efix cannot see his face while he sees the satirical mouth of the Melise, long and tight as if full of suppressed laughter, and the swollen belly of one of the lady's relatives, the one who must accompany the bride, and 2 candles with 2 pink ribbons held by 2 pale hands. And everyone is serious as they came to pick him up, dead, not the bride, and walk slowly so as not to bore him. Donna Esther, with the scarf loose a little fluttering on her shoulders, arranges the procession, first the children with high candles in hand, then the bride with her relatives, then the groom with his relatives, last few invited. The miles at the end it seemed to laugh of all silently. Now they're leaving me alone, thought Efix with a slight bitterness. Alone. And it's all my fault. When Noemi turned to the door, she made a small gesture of goodbye with her golden cross. Goodbye. And he felt, as he had with Jacinto, that it was she who was dying. Everyone was leaving him behind. Woman Esther bent over him. It seemed to cover him with her black wings. "I'll be back soon. I have to go now." "Stay still. Don't move." Yes, he stood immobile in his place. Immobile and alone. The sound of the accordion that Suor Antoni played in honor of the newlyweds could be heard, and he began to remember so many things. The noise of the mill up in Nuoro, said. Clouds above Montegonare, the rustling of the reeds on the Siglione. Do you remember, Efix? Efix, do you remember how much the kitchen had grown? Dark and warm, with distant walls, and mysterious backgrounds like a night shelter. The nightingale sang, and the blind man told the story of King Solomon's golden palace. Everything was gold, as in the world of truth. Everything was pure, shiny, golden pomegranates, gold vessels, gold mats. And he saw the house of Don Predu, with grapes loaded with fruit, palm trees, mats covered with grapevines and golden pumpkins. Noemi will be fine. There, she'll eat well, she'll gain weight, she'll give money to Mrs. Esther so that she can fit here on the balcony. She'll be fine. She will be like Queen Sheba. But even she, Queen Sheba, was not satisfied. Even Noemi will tire of his gold cross and want to go far away, like Leah, like Queen Sheba, like everyone. But this no longer surprised him. To go far away, one had to go far away, in other lands where there are things greater than ours. And he went. He closed his eyes and pulled the rag over his head. And here he found himself again on the Muricciolo of the power boat. The canes were rustling. Leah and Jacinto sat silent in front of the cottage, watching toward the sea. He felt like falling asleep. But suddenly he jolted awake. It seemed as if he were to fall off the Muricciolo. He had fallen over there into the valley of death. Lady Esther found him like that, quiet and motionless under the blanket, still and still. The tremors, she called him, and noticing that he was dead and had been left to die alone, she started crying loudly, with a rough gasp that frightened her. I tried to calm down, but I couldn't. It was like a soul crying within me against my will, so I went and closed the gate because someone wouldn't catch me in my despair over. The dead servant and the people wouldn't notice that they had left me die alone, while for the family it was a great day of celebration. Waiting for the hours to pass, he removed the corpse, dry and light as a child's, washed it, dressed it, whispering to it, between one prayer and another, to tell him how the wedding ceremony had gone, how Naomi wept entering her new rich home. She wept so much that she was happy, of course, how the house was full of gifts, how people threw grain and flowers, even into the courtyard of the newlyweds, to wish them good luck, how everyone, in short, were happy. And you did this, to leave so in secret, without saying anything, like the other time. Ah, Efix, you shouldn't have done that. Today, just today, just today. He seemed to be listening, with glassy eyes half closed, calm but determined not to answer, good servant and respectful. Esther thought of the flowers he liked, picked a carnation from the well, and put it between his fingers on the cross. Finally, she covered the corpse with a green silk carpet that they had taken out for the wedding. But the carpet was short, and the feet remained uncovered, turned as usual to the door, and it seemed that the servants slept one last time in the noble house, resting before, embarking on the journey towards eternity. End.